Chapter 4. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter time some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry, and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe, and know the Chapter 4. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Hereby know ye the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come. And even now already is it in the world. Ye are of God, little children, and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. They are of the world, therefore speak they of the world, and the world heareth them. We are of God. He that knoweth God heareth us. He that is not of God heareth not us. Hereby know we the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. Beloved, the general epistle of Jude. Jude, the servant of Jesus Christ, and brother of James, to them that are sanctified by God the Father, and preserved in Jesus Christ, and called, mercy unto you, and peace and love be multiplied. Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you, and exhort you, that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints. For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ. I will therefore put you in remembrance,
India, land of mystery, is the 7th largest landmass and 2nd most populated nation in the world. It is rich in resources and manpower, yet its people are among the poorest and most suffering on earth. Millions of Indians suffer from malnutrition, disease, and poverty. The people are apathetic because their religion has taught them to be detached observers, disregarding the agonizing lifestyle which imprisons them. V.S. Naipaul, himself an Indian, describes India as a wounded civilization, paralyzed by her religious beliefs. This complex and contradictory religion, known as Hinduism, promotes the worship of enlightened godmen called gurus. And countless idols. It deifies both nature and femaleness, and believes Mother Goddess to be the original deity. She is worshipped in many forms, as Mother India, venerated in the shape of her map, as Mother Earth, reverenced in the cow, whose urine is even seen as sacred, and goddess Kali, the goddess of death and destruction, who demands to be pacified with blood sacrifices. And in Holy Mother Ganges, the largest river in India. This river is worshipped by millions who flock to her banks to perform daily toiletries and annually dump hundreds of thousands of dead bodies to assure them of a better reincarnation. Its pollution does not dampen the spiritual fervor of the people who believe its waters to be essential for all religious ceremonies and imbued with magical and healing powers. Incredibly, the West is today looking to Hinduism's superstitions for hope. The religion that has all but destroyed India has now infiltrated every area of Western society. Protesting that it is not religious but scientific, it is transforming our minds, science, medicine, mass media, politics, and the church. Hinduism is most seductive when it wears the mask of Christian terminology and has shockingly managed to disguise itself as the latest Christian thought. Hundreds of thousands of Western pilgrims have journeyed to India seeking enlightenment and have disappeared by the hundreds. All too often they are destroyed by the madness and perversion of the very gurus they have worshipped and looked to for salvation. Here in Delhi, India, Guru Darshan Singh, only one of hundreds of gurus, has personally converted or initiated some 15,000 followers. He explains that it is the job of the guru to groom his disciples into the shortest path to salvation.
Salvation is the same, but we have various paths leading to it. Some of the paths are long paths, other paths are the short paths.
Why is a master then necessary?
Master is necessary, to groom you into the shortest path.
Descended from a long line of Hindu spiritual masters, Rabindranath Maharaj is a former guru and accomplished yogi who is worshipped by thousands. In his autobiography, Escape into the Light, he tells of his life as a guru and why he abandoned Hinduism.
The Hindu needed to be near his guru. The Hindu needed to consult his guru. He eventually saw his guru as the only means to salvation.
It is absolutely extraordinary also to look at disciples of some of these gurus that I saw in India, for example. These adoring, huge, open eyes that just will accept anything from him and that just love him beyond anything.
I loved Maharishi. I worshipped him. Therefore, everything he said or did or thought was perfectly right in my eyes.
I just met Bhagwan and there it was. It's nobody else than him.
Bhagwan is my master and I love him.
I'm in love with him. That's the only thing I can say.
Guru Bhagwan Rajneesh, given refuge by the American government after fleeing his native India, has purchased a 100-square-mile ranch in central Oregon, to which his red-clad disciples flock from all over the world. Whose astonishing title literally means highest spiritual teacher, Lord of the universe, Honorable Sir, and King. Carol Matriciana is a journalist and author of the book Gods of the New Age. Born and raised in India, she moved to London in 1973, where she became one of England's leading authorities on new religious movements.
During the various celebrations in Oregon, Rajneesh comes out in one of his Rolls Royces 2 or 3 times a day and is worshipped, literally adored by his thousands of Western followers. It is so saddening to see their devotion for a mere human being who considers himself God, and their submission to his spiritual rules, like wearing his picture around their neck continually, or wearing various shades of red always, or changing their names to Indian ones.
His spokeswoman and right-hand lady, Sheila Silverman, tries to explain the attraction and magnetism of her master.
He is something that is so... I have no words. It is a love relationship, master and disciple. Something happens in your heart when you see a master.
Bhagwan's my master.
Back in India, the proceedings are on a much larger scale. Here at the Kumbh Mela Festival, or Aquarian Fair, in Allahabad, India, 20 million Hindus gather to witness an endless procession of hundreds of these self-proclaimed God-men. Even the dirt beneath these gurus' feet is an aid to the disciple in his quest for salvation. This footage was covertly photographed and smuggled out of India. Naked priests are considered to be the holiest and most dedicated of guru disciples. Many cover their bodies with cremation ashes and dirt and mat cow dung into their hair. Some are armed and are dependent upon extremely potent drug concoctions. They have surrendered everything: families, possessions, and even their minds, becoming literally insane out of devotion to their guru.
Well, Guru is our best friend, philosopher, and guide, and he shows the way to God. So, we in our India acknowledge him as a divine power, just equivalent to God.
If anyone could be near the beloved Master and witness the love, the compassion, the humility, the grace, the generosity, no one in his right mind would not know that this is a walking, talking, living God on earth.
In all scriptures you will find that the Master is the God-incarnated power working on earth.
You people that interviewed this gentleman today, I don't think you knew who you interviewed, but you interviewed God.
For the Hindu, the Guru is all-important. The Guru is his Lord, his Master, his Savior, even greater than God.
Yes, Guru is greater than God.
The Guru concept represents within Hinduism the personal dimension which God represents within Christianity.
I have personally talked with many, many gurus, and the sad fact is that within their belief system, They have to be detached and removed from their emotions and compassion, and their cruelty and inhumaneness is seen as spiritual and excused as holy.
I was really interested in their worship and their veneration and their adoration and the gifts and offerings they brought to me. But I was certainly not interested in their problems and their difficulties and hardships and pains.
The Guru followers believe that he returns this incredible love that they feel towards him. But in reality, he feeds off their emotions to maintain his own ego.
So many people come here because they too are in love with Bhagwan. They too are seeking the wisdom, the love that Bhagwan has to offer.
He has so much love, and he gives his love to everybody, and it helps us to find our love in ourselves.
The followers of Jim Jones, leader of the People's Temple, were convinced that their relationship was built on love. And nearly 1,000 of his devoted disciples committed suicide at his command. It was their final gift of total surrender to the leader they loved. Their lives cut short by a madman claiming to be God, the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Guru Sai Baba is one of India's most powerful men with millions of Indian disciples and a growing Western following. He says of himself, "I am God. My power is divine and has no limit. There is no force, natural or supernatural, that can stop me or my mission." Today, hundreds of these professing God men are invading the West. Is there any need for alarm? Or should we continue to welcome these gods of the New Age? Prabhu Guptara, born and raised in India, is currently a journalist and media commentator in London.
Gurus are going to the West because of two reasons. First, of course, they want to convert people. They want them to become followers of their own religion, in some cases themselves. And secondly, because they feel they have something to offer. What these gurus have to offer is a family, a community to belong to, which they don't have.
Thousands of seekers, most of them from broken or unstable families, and already emotionally wounded, are becoming victims of the gurus. Dr. Oz Guinness, an Oxford scholar and noted world lecturer, is author of the bestseller, Dust of Death.
One of the deepest longings in the modern world is for a sense of meaning and belonging, sense in their lives and sort of stability in their worlds. And people, having not found that in the West, are hungry for it. And reacting against the West, they're backing into the arms of the East without looking at it straight.
Ed Senesi is a former member of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, known as the Hare Krishna movement. For 3 years, he was editor-in-chief of their magazine, Back to Godhead.
The attitude toward the family in the Hare Krishna movement is very unfortunate. The family is seen more or less as a necessary evil.
Eckhart Floater, a successful German journalist, became a devoted disciple of Rajneesh in 1979 and spent several months with him in India.
Rajneesh clearly says that the family, that marriage, that all these traditional family bonds are rotten. The only relationship that counts is between his disciples and him.
Kathy, devoted disciple of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi for 15 years, was a teacher and governor of Transcendental Meditation, known as TM.
I thought Tim was strengthening my family, but it was really weakening it because I was turning all my attention in on myself.
If you have an allegiance to your wife or your children, to the extent that you have that dedication to those people, you are less dedicated to the organization.
I either had to become a member so I could go with him, or he was going to divorce me because he was not supposed to have any outside attachments. He said it wasn't that he didn't love me anymore, and in fact he still loved me very much. It's just that I was only human and Bhagwan was superhuman, and therefore he was more deserving of my husband's love than I was.
How many of these people loved their neighbor, their family, in this totally giving way?
Alexandra Schmidt is one of France's leading experts on new religious movements.
How many have been so blind to all the negative aspects of a person they loved as to that of the guru?
Ellen is a spokeswoman for the Brahma Kumaris Raja Yoga Organization, which is completely administered by women who control 800 centers in 40 countries.
Our organization has the practice amongst all the participants of celibacy, whether in individuals or married couples.
I found myself being attracted to my wife, but I couldn't, because as soon as I felt attracted to her emotionally, physically, then it was difficult for me to maintain my celibacy. So the way I resolved that was to turn her into an object of dislike or hate.
We have living proof of thousands of couples who are living in this way and are finding much greater harmony and pure love as opposed to limited physical love.
Over 90% of the marriages in the Krishna movement end in divorce.
Rather than using our energy in raising a family and being involved in many physical relationships, we're focusing that energy on spirituality.
You see, what's so diabolical about all this is that it masquerades as spirituality.
In some schools of thought, to be spiritual, celibacy is encouraged, and yet in others, sexual perversion is practiced, not only among the gurus themselves, but by their disciples, including young children. Contradictions are also seen in the attitude towards women, who, on the spiritual level, are the focus of worship. Their femaleness is seen as the creative power of God. For instance, to be initiated by a female yogini is considered much holier than initiation by a male. And yet, on a day-to-day level, women are considered lower than men and treated as less than human.
Dr. Johannes Ogard is a professor at Aarhus University in Denmark. He is considered to be one of Europe's leading experts on Hinduism and its worldwide missionary movement.
It's fair to say that according to Hindu doctrine, there's no salvation for women. Meaning that if women are to be saved, they have to qualify by serving the males in this life in order that they may be born as males in the next life. I had a conversation with a group of Hare Krishna female missionaries. The leader argued without the slightest irony that the most foolish male is always more intelligent than the most intelligent female.
In the religious communities in India, which are known as ashrams, there is absolutely no place for children. And here in the West, the gurus generally don't want the burden and responsibility of children because it distracts the parents from devotion to him and his cause.
They have a school system whereby they force the children at age 5 to live in the ashram.
A lot of the kids did think it was like a prison. They didn't get to go anywhere but the ranch. And while we were at school, it's really just a place for the kids to go to get out of the grown-ups' way.
And they separate them from the mother and father, which is very unfortunate and very destructive.
Well, the kids would want to see their mom and dad, you know, just to be with them as a family. The kids wouldn't even know where their parents were, and they'd have to go look for them. And when they did, parents were usually too busy to talk to them. And so the kids were mainly by themselves and unsupervised.
The most heartbreaking result of the guru invasion to the West is the damage and harm it brings to the children, those who have no other choice than to live in the ashram because their parents have chosen to follow the guru. Separated from parents and cut off from outside relatives, they become community property. They lose their individuality and identity and are alienated from society.
Pastor Friedrich Hack has written over 30 books on various cults and is Germany's leading expert on new religious movements.
Children brought up in a cult are only educated to follow the commands of their leaders. They never experienced freedom. They never experienced a responsible life where they could have their own choice, where they could follow their will.
I've had these children taken them to parks, and they've seen normal people, and they'd recoil in fear from them because they don't look like devotees. The men don't have shaven heads or robes.
I didn't want to leave the ranch. I'd rather stay there because I was scared of the people outside of it. Because, I don't know, you just got a feeling down there. So You were worked into staying there.
Now, why would an organization want to disrupt families like that? My own understanding in the cult dynamic is that it's a principle of control, divide and conquer.
According to the Guru Gita, one of Hinduism's most important scriptures, the follower must not only adore and worship the Guru as God, but surrender himself and all his possessions as well.
Most of the gurus that I know of in the West are super rich. Gurus are more interested in white disciples than in Indian disciples, largely because they get more money from the whites.
Rob, former transcendental meditator for 13 years, was a TM governor and in charge of teacher training at Maharishi International University.
The TM movement is very wealthy. They have land holdings all over the world. They have beautiful hotels in Switzerland. They have university campuses in the Midwest. They have academies on the East Coast, the West Coast.
Here he was getting served on silver plates 6 times a day, sleeping on a very soft bed, riding around in a Mercedes. But supposedly he was so renounced that he wasn't attached to these things, so that gave him a right to enjoy them.
Maharishi made a statement that says, when the money comes to me, he says it's transcendental.
Money is our last priority. Everything else is our first priority.
Hundreds of gurus have grown incredibly rich in the West through tax-exempt donations and the manufacture and distribution of every kind of memorabilia honoring these self-proclaimed God-men. They have acquired vast land holdings, armed bodyguards, and outrageous luxuries, from posh hotels to their own fleets of planes, helicopters, and, as in Rajneesh's case, 40 Rolls-Royces.
Why not Rolls-Royces? Why have anything less? This country is a capitalist country, and anything that produces or helps capitalism, why not? Anybody who says, why have Rolls-Royce? I say, you're a communist.
The guru's hypocrisy is diabolical, criticizing the materialism and commercialism in the West and convincing their followers that non-materialism will get them up the spiritual ladder. These gods of the New Age are laughing all the way to the bank. I know of groups involved in drug trafficking, smuggling, prostitution, and the buying and selling of weapons, all done to earn money for the guru.
I know of a variety of female disciples who were prostitutes in Bombay and making money with it.
I have evidence that the Rajneesh organization is making a lot of their income through illegal trafficking of drugs into this country.
If you have your head in a right place, you can create money. It is an art.
They were encouraged to smuggle dope from India to Europe, and from this money they could pay their workshops.
If they have to tell you they're with the Christian Children's Fund, or they're with the Salvation Army, or they're using the money to find men missing in action in Vietnam, whatever they have to do to get the money, they'll do that because they believe what their guru told them, that the end justifies the means.
Hinduism teaches you to die to the voice of conscience inside that says, it's wrong. It teaches that there is no sin. This can be seen in the way that gurus and their disciples justify murder, violence, robbery, bribery, and crooked business transactions, all done in the name of heavenly deception.
People were encouraged not only to spy on each other when they were not properly surrendering to the master. People were encouraged to lie to each other. The mail is censored. We know of bribery with local politicians. People undergo, as I did, a change in their value system and become confused about what is right and what is wrong.
Another danger that you can see in a lot of the Eastern thinking is the sort of syncretism and the failure to make distinctions so that you transcend not just right and wrong, but this and that. And I think it's very important to say there are distinctions, not just between right and wrong, between all sorts of things, to think critically, to think clearly.
The whole philosophy of Hinduism is very relative. There are no absolute moral standards upon which to act. Your feeling of right or wrong would change according to your level of consciousness.
You can become so completely under the power of this particular person that you refuse to think, or if you like, you're unable to think. You can lose the power to take decisions of any sort, no matter how trifling, in any area of your life.
Sally Belfridge, former resident of Rajneesh's religious community in India, wrote of her disillusionment in her book, Flowers of Emptiness.
I felt more and more kind of drawn into this emptiness of his. It's impossible to describe. It's more than charisma. Charisma doesn't do it justice at all. It's more than an aura. I really believe that he knew something I didn't, that he was on a plane that I was not.
They ask you for total and also brainless obedience and worship because they are God and they are more than human, and you have to follow these gods. You are not asked to deal with your brain and to ask questions.
I discover with amazement and dismay the readiness of people to submit.
So many people in the world feel that they've got to fling themselves headlong and believe and give up their autonomy.
People love to give up this heavy freedom that we have to carry with all the decisions and the effort it implies.
Freedom in the East is freedom from individuality. So it's a detached freedom that has no high place of man. And a lot of the Eastern way of thinking is like a sort of mist that folds in, or it's been described as an embrace that smothers any differences.
I found that I lost my identity somehow. He had no identity. He was a sort of conduit to the infinite. And I was somehow at the receiving end of something very strange and extraordinary.
It is part of the world of illusion, and the goal is to withdraw and detach yourself from it. So there's no high view of, say, social action or compassion or an outraged concern to see justice in this world. On the contrary, if you do things like that, very often you're just tinkering with a person's karma.
They believe that when a person suffers, that is what he's due as a result of the law of karma, because you've done something very sinful in this lifetime or in a past lifetime. So there's very little compassion.
One just was taught to ignore all of the dreadful, I mean, the intolerable poverty and suffering of India. There were beggars clustering around the gates of the ashram, day and night, children starving, living in little huts, surrounding what was supposed to be a religious community. The contradiction was disgusting to me, but most of the sannyasins failed to notice it. It appeared not to bother them in the least.
Life is suffering. Therefore, you cannot escape suffering without escaping life. Interfering with suffering, entering into suffering, is totally ununderstandable for a real Hindu.
I was a member of the Social Service League at the college, and we were trying to do what we could to help people in the villages. A gentleman who was head of the Department of Hindi came around to us and said, "Why are you doing this? These people who are suffering in the villages, sick or diseased or whatever, have come to earth in this state because they have done something wrong in their past lives. Now, no matter what you do to them, if you cut short their suffering in this life, what will happen is they will simply come back in their next life in the same state or a worse state. So you're really wasting your time."
Suffering is there, and you can't do anything about it. But you can meditate yourself away from suffering.
We feel that the cause of suffering is within, and so to allow people to experience peace themselves, we teach courses in meditation.
They seek to escape suffering by numbing their emotions and compassion through meditation. Maharishi, TM's guru, once said that a hungry person can become a happy hungry person through practicing meditation.
Humanitarian activities are, again, by principle, foreign to Hinduism. When they are found within Hinduism, it is a direct influence from the Christian missionary movement, a sort of imitation of Christian missionary activity.
Contrast, say, part of the Eastern view with the Christian view. One of the stories I've heard that meant a lot to many people is the story of the Zen poet Issa in the 17th century. He lost all 5 of his children and then his wife, whom he greatly loved, and each time one of them died, he went to the Zen master and said, Now, how can I take this? And the Master said, always remember the world is dew, D-W. In other words, the sun rises, the dew disappears. Don't get hassled, don't involve yourself in mourning and grief. And he went home and wrote what became his most famous poem. And transliterated into English, it goes like this: the world is dew, and yet, and yet. In other words, the world is dew, there's the logic of Buddhism. And yet, the humanness which is not satisfied or fulfilled because it wants more of an answer than that. Now, you compare that, say, with Jesus, who face to face with death was not detached or uninvolved. He was angry and he wept. Why? Because death is outrageous. God didn't make the world like this. Something's out of joint, something's wrong. And the Christian view sees evil and death as the wrong they are and therefore fights them. And that's what the East lacks.
In the Christian tradition, the suffering is taken so seriously that God himself had to enter it and take it upon himself. Without this taking upon himself the suffering of mankind, there is no Christianity. That's the heart of Christianity.
Although the Hindu tries to convince himself that suffering is only in his mind, an illusion as he calls it, Maya, at the same time he believes that he has to suffer again and again by forever being forced to return to this world through reincarnation. There is no escape from this endless wheel of samsara, life and death, because in Hinduism, unlike Christianity, there is no forgiveness, because there is no sin. Therefore, sadly, also, there is no hope.
All the gurus that I know of in the Western world teach reincarnation, a doctrine very central to Hinduism. Reincarnation is all about dying and coming back to this world in one form or the other.
Hare Krishna people believe in transmigration of the soul, as they prefer to call it, traveling from body to body to body.
These physical bodies don't last forever, even though the soul does. So in the same way that a driver needs to change cars, in the same way we need to change from one body to another.
Gandhi called reincarnation a burden too great to bear. Yet it is being eagerly embraced in the West in diluted form, as part of a patent blend of Hinduism and Zen Buddhism, camouflaged with psychological terminology. This New Age religion is promoted through thousands of worldwide networks and hundreds of major gatherings, such as this Mind, Body, Spirit Festival held in Los Angeles. It is a westernized version of India's Kumbh Mela and promotes many of the same gurus and practices, from astrology and palmistry to psychic readings, healings, and meditations. The festival, now international, was started in London in 1977 by Graham Wilson. He explains the New Age interpretation of reincarnation as an upward evolution to a higher species of mankind.
We don't just reincarnate as an individual soul into a new body each time, but more of there's a collective consciousness of souls, which is why I think we have access to a lot more information than we realize.
Either one has to believe in reincarnation or resurrection. They both could not be true at the same time. There are those who believe that Jesus was a reincarnation of Krishna or Buddha or some other great master of the past, but the Bible would absolutely refute that.
Until the early 60s, only an elite few in the West believed in reincarnation. Today, this belief is accepted by nearly 25% of Americans and about 50% of Europeans. Likewise, yoga was once practiced mainly by an occultist clique in America and Europe. Now, over 19 million Americans and millions more in Europe are actively involved in some kind of Eastern meditation. Altogether, 60 million Americans have incorporated Eastern philosophies into their worldview.
The Bible teaches that Jesus came once and for all. When he died, he did not reincarnate, he resurrected. It is appointed unto all men to die once, and after death comes the judgment of God. I noticed that in the Western world, reincarnation has become something of a fad. However, in India and in Asia as a whole, reincarnation is certainly not a fad. It is a form of punishment.
This circle of life and death, dying and living, is a horrible understanding. It is understood as a horrible concept within Hinduism, because the only aim of the Hindu religiosity at its core is to get out of this circle, to escape this endless living and dying. And the means to get out of this circle of suffering is yoga.
Yoga goes all the way back to the Hindu god Shiva, who is called Yogeshwara, meaning Lord of Yoga. You find yoga being taught in several of the major Hindu scriptures. Krishna, one of the many Hindu gods, was an advocate of yoga. Yoga is also mentioned in the Gita as the main means to attaining salvation. The word means basically to yoke, union. The goal of the Hindu is to be yoked with Brahman. Brahman is the Hindu concept of God, the all or the absolute.
Yoga, in its many westernized forms, is also at the heart of the New Age movement that has adopted Hinduism's basic beliefs and goals. In spite of the seeming variety in hundreds of competitive schools of yoga, all forms come out of India and lead into the occult, though most Westerners are not aware of this. Yoga techniques include breathing exercises, or prana, positions called asanas, dissolving the mind, known as laya, psychic powers called siddhis, repetitious chanting, named mantra, and deliberately cultivating black magic, known as tantra.
In my extensive travels in India, I have encountered a number of Westerners who have got into Hinduism and begun following Hindu gurus as a result of a very simple initiation into a yoga class. Yoga is in many ways the heart of Hinduism. There is no Hinduism without yoga, and there is no yoga without Hinduism.
Although there are many types of yoga, the one most familiar in the West often passes for physical exercise and is called Hatha Yoga. It promises mental and physical health, but its Hindu roots and real goal to yoke with Brahman are seldom taught. Ellen believes that Raja Yoga, or yoga of the mind, is the highest form of Hinduism.
The Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga is a form of meditation where the soul begins to understand itself clearly and has a connection with the Supreme Being. Raj means royal and yoga means union, so the link with the Supreme Being. And through this yoga, I become the ruler over my own self, over my mind and my life.
Johanna Michelson, former yoga teacher and assistant to a psychic surgeon, tells of her experiences in the occult in her autobiography, The Beautiful Side of Evil.
Another word for mantra is charm, or to cast a spell, if you will. And in mantra yoga, a word or a phrase or the name of a demon god is repeated over and over and over again to bring the individual to a vibration level that will attract that which is being chanted for, to bring about the desired effect. It's exactly what the white witches and magicians, so-called, use in the casting of their spells.
We were always told, no, it's just a meaningless sound. Had nothing to do with Hindu gods. But every time a person would sit down, they'd be invoking a Hindu god by thinking that mantra over and over again, be stronger in their life.
Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana. It's just one of them.
The chant goes, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 108 mantras is one round, and they chant that 16 times a day. That takes 2 hours to do every day. That's the minimum requirement the guru exacts from them.
Thereby the mind or the brain is emptied, and you get a clear mind, as they call it, a thoughtless mind.
It's sometimes referred to as a hypnotizing or brainwash technique, because whenever you're having a problem or running into some confrontation, you retreat to the security of the chanting instead of thinking a problem through.
George Harrison of the Beatles made mantra yoga acceptable to the world through his song My Sweet Lord, where he incorporated the chant to a Hindu god, Hare Krishna, simultaneously with the biblical shout of praise, Hallelujah. He said he did this deliberately to show that both religions are the same and to make Hinduism more acceptable. To pretend that all religions are the same is dishonest, as is the merger of various religious techniques. For instance, more and more Christians use the name Jesus much like a mantra. They claim that it's a tool to get them into the presence of God. Jesus said that repetitious prayer is not acceptable to God.
Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, originator of TM, claims to have put Eastern meditation on the mystical map. With over 3 million followers, TM is the largest guru movement ever to invade the West. The Beatles' much publicized visit to Maharishi's community in India in the 60s convinced their millions of fans that TM, the so-called scientific yoga, was an even more powerful way to bliss consciousness than drugs.
What makes TM unique and different from any other practice that's going on today is that it offers enlightenment very quickly. It offered a jet ride, you might say, to self-realization.
I started experiencing being lost in this state of awareness called the Absolute. In essence, Maharishi taught that we all come from that nothingness, and that is the source of all our consciousness, of all of our thinking and everything we do.
Maharishi's primary thrust is the marketing of his Siddhi Yoga, which is designed to develop psychic powers such as levitation. These courses, like most guru programs, cost thousands of dollars. Rob was able to finance his advanced training through government student loans, totaling $6,000.
During these sessions, it's a very strange environment. People speak in tongues, they yell and they scream, they talk in foreign languages. It's like a madhouse, and it's real crazy. Everyone's bouncing around on foam pads, flying up in the air.
Rajneesh is one of India's most controversial gurus, largely because of his endorsement of shocking sexual practices as a prerequisite for salvation. His brand of yoga, called dynamic meditation, is a New Age combination of Hinduism and psychotherapies. This exercise, involving rigorous breathing and hyperventilation, is designed to arouse the serpent force called Kundalini, which the gurus believe lies coiled at the base of the spine.
I did dynamic meditation every day. We also called it Kundalini meditation. It starts off with a cathartic breathing, and the reason for it is just to move your energy and to get you out of your head and into your body, and you just breathe. The next phase, the screaming phase of dynamic meditation, feels like when you finally had an opportunity to throw a tantrum when you were a little kid. the time you get to the third phase of jumping up and down and yelling "who," you're hardly there at all. And so it's pretty hard to remember what happens when you're there. I guess the closest thing I can associate it with is mindlessness. You get to a place where your mind actually leaves your body. Your body's just jumping up and down, and your voice from your gut is yelling "who," and you're not doing it anymore. You become one with this whole energy. The next phase in dynamic is the quiet space. Someone yells "stop," and you've just been doing 30 minutes of intense catharsis. And what happens after being in such incredibly intense movement for so long is just a feeling of peacefulness and stillness. My mind actually stops, and I feel a oneness with the whole universe.
There have been glowing reports published giving credit to the gurus and their pseudo-psychological techniques, but neglecting to mention the thousands of cases of emotional and mental breakdowns, insanity, suicide, beatings, murder, rapes going on in guru centers, various guru centers worldwide. It is alarming to realize these dangerous techniques for enlightenment are being incorporated in psychotherapies, self-help seminars, and are even being accepted in mainstream Protestant and Catholic churches and seminaries.
One of the fastest growing yogas in the West today is Tantra. Seductively offered as an exotic means for enhancing one's sexual experiences. Like all yoga, it is designed to provoke possession by Hindu spirits in order to break the chain of reincarnation. In Tantra, advanced disciples indulge in the most degenerate behavior, from human sacrifices to sexual perversion and sorcery.
Tantra yoga is the extreme expression of Hinduism. If you will, it's the black and so-called white magic in which the Shakti, the Kundalini force, is aroused, the psychic powers that accompany it are in full bloom, and the individual, depending on his personal preference, can channel this force either into the black magic, which includes rites of meditating upon severed heads, human heads in India, and eating bits of flesh and the unconsumed parts of the cremation rites and other practices, horrifying practices. Or they can take it into what they call the white magic part of it, in which they are using this power, this force, for healing, for the benefit of mankind, if you will. Yet Anton LaVey, the Pope of the First Church of Satan, has said it very explicitly. He said that to believe there's any such thing as white magic is mythology. There is no such thing as white magic. All of it has its source in occult psychic power, and it has nothing whatever to do with God.
Toby is a yoga teacher at the Scandinavian Yoga and Meditation School in Aarhus, Denmark, which promotes Tantra yoga.
Tantra means to free the mind through expanding the awareness. That means to be able to meet more and more of the reality in everyday life.
Although yoga is sold to the West through various gimmicks and techniques, its basic occultism remains the same. The hope of immortality is at its heart, and the dream of realizing one's own inherent divinity is its ultimate purpose. Becoming a Christ, they call it. Despite the claims that yoga is only physical and non-religious, it is the very essence of Hinduism's spirituality.
It eventually leads to the realm of the spiritual, to meditation, where the person looks into himself to find the true self, and in finding the true self, he believes he's finding God.
This new yoga in the West went into a sort of amalgamation with occult and Gnostic groups. And the Hindu mythology was put forward in a sort of demythologized way, which we now recognize in such terminology as New Age. The age of the enlightened man, the age of Superman, the man with super consciousness has begun. God is losing all importance. Man is the only thing which matters. Man is saving himself by his knowledge, by the development of his mind faculties.
You know, the frightening thing to me now, as I look back, is I started having the experience that I was God. And as God, I could completely structure my life and my universe exactly the way I wanted it.
Dave Hunt, noted author and lecturer, is one of America's leading experts on the New Age. His books include the bestseller Peace, Prosperity, and the Coming Holocaust. He explains that Hinduism is based upon the same ideas that the Bible says the serpent introduced to Eve in the Garden of Eden.
The yogis teach the same lies that the serpent in Genesis 3 deceived Eve with, that death is merely the doorway to reincarnation, and that humans can become gods. This is either an unbelievable coincidence or an unmistakable identification of the mastermind behind Eastern mysticism.
This mastermind is called Satan in the Bible and is also known as the serpent, the ultimate power of Hinduism, symbolized by the serpent, is glorified and worshipped in Hinduism.
We see God as the form of light, and the name Shiva is used by our group, but meaning incorporeal being, radiating peace, radiating light, love to the whole world.
In India, Shiva is known as the god of destruction. He haunts the cremation grounds and wears a necklace of human skulls and wears serpents in his hair. His power is worshipped. Hindu texts describe the power as the fiery serpent within, called Kundalini.
This Kundalini yoga is now at the heart of nearly all yoga. Even yoga schools which pretend to be purely technical Hatha yogic schools, in their heart are Kundalini yogi. They are arousing the Kundalini, but they don't speak about the Kundalini. They speak about the energy, getting the energy up, raising the energy, and indicating that this simply means that they get more healthy and sound.
Many people are talking about Kundalini, and really it does mean energy. That means whatever you call it, it is about energy. To take away blocks in your energy system so you're able to function in a more effective level.
The serpent has been known as energy or the force and worshipped as the symbol of wisdom and immortality in every religion and culture. Only in the Judeo-Christian Bible is the serpent identified as deceiver, destroyer, arch-enemy of God and man.
The old dread and fear of the serpent is being subtly removed from our culture. Even children in schools are being taught to accept the snake through yoga positions like the cobra.
Michelle, could you show us how we do the cobra? That's it. Arch your back. That's good. Look forward. Good. You hold it for a second.
Rousing this serpent power and forcing it into the spine, driving it upwards through a number of chakras, which are centers. You are expected to go divine, to become superhuman, to get supernatural powers.
The breathing exercises are designed to teach you to absorb the prana, the energy life force in the cosmos, to channel it into the chakras, the psychic channels, thus awakening the Shakti force, the Kundalini force, and bringing about those psychic powers, which are such an integral and prevalent part in yoga.
So very slowly, let's breathe in through our nose. Very slowly. Breathe in. Breathe out.
There are many dangers in the breathing techniques. Even the writers and the proponents of these exercises are quick to warn that not only do these things trigger emotional and mental diseases, which have been known to place people even in insane asylums for the rest of their lives, but they also recognize that these exercises can open your soul and your mind and your entire being to a takeover by demonic forces.
The followers of the gurus themselves have been forced to form an emergency spiritual network of 4,500 MDs and psychiatrists to treat those who are freaking out on Eastern mysticism.
But the real yoga means gradually cut the relationship between your soul and the bodily world. You stop your life processes. You stop your thinking. No thoughts are allowed in the mind.
Many people don't realize this, but it's terribly dangerous to go into a meditative state in which the mind is simply left blank, and that ultimately is the purpose of the meditations in yoga. It's like opening the door to a room. Whatever comes through, you have no control over.
It is simply not true that yoga teaches you to breathe in the best possible way. Yoga teaches you to reduce the breathing down to a minimum and finally to stop it. You also have to stop all the movements of the body, all the movements of the muscles, the nerves, and bring your body to a complete standstill. In fact, there are some of the hatha yogic exercises which can be used as a sort of gymnastics. But fundamentally, it isn't gymnastics. It's in the same way as serving in the army has certain healthy aspects and perspectives. You get stronger, you get more vigorous, but the aim of the army is certainly not health care. The aim of it is to learn how to kill. The same with yoga. The aim of yoga is to learn how to kill yourself off, to get rid of life and death.
I thought I was being strengthened, but what I was really doing is flipping into an altered state of consciousness, a form of self-hypnosis, which is very weakening to the mind and to the body. But this weakness made me afraid to give it up.
The biggest danger I found in practicing transcendental meditation was the dependency on the technique itself. It's kind of like drugs. A drug addict doesn't want to give up his drugs, and because the experience is so pleasing, and he feels his life will crumble around him if he doesn't have it.
It is, in fact, a sort of psychotic withdrawal. Being afraid of contact with the external world, you create your totally alternative inner world.
I thought I'd have the experience of like leaving Shangri-La and all of a sudden turning old and weak and disintegrating. I was afraid that I would lose my clarity and my energy. But little did I know, when I did give it up, I gained all these things that I never had when I meditated.
Once a religion for Indians alone, Hinduism has become radically evangelistic through adopting the principles of Christian missionaries who introduced cultural and social reforms in India. In 1966, at an international Hindu conference, leading Hindus planned a strategy to convert the world. The gurus were chosen as the first crusaders. And their tens of millions of converts are now the first Western Hindus. At the World Congress of Hinduism in 1979, a spokesman declared that our mission in the West has been crowned with fantastic success. Hinduism is becoming the dominant world religion, and the end of Christianity has come near. At the 1981 TM conference in India, a spokesman stated that the entire mission of TM is to counter the ever-spreading demon of Christianity.
Therefore, Hinduism is by nature anti-Christian. It's not just that Hindus don't like Christianity, but the whole Hindu understanding is the absolute opposite, the real alternative to Christianity.
The religion that is out to destroy Christianity is being embraced by millions, including many in the church today who are naively succumbing to spiritual propaganda and unwittingly becoming disciples of the gods of the New Age.
Behind today's aggressive campaign for world Hindu domination is a secretive organization called the Vishva Hindu Parishad. It is the world missionary organization of Hinduism.
Reading from its constitution, paragraph 4, to establish an order of missionaries, both lay and initiate, the purpose of propagating dynamic Hinduism. And going on, the purpose being to open, manage, and assist seminaries or centers for training such missionaries. The word missionary returns in the Constitution several times, and it's clearly indicated that this is a world organization for Hinduism. The Hindu Vishwa Parishad, in its magazine, very clearly states that the yoga teachers in various parts of the world are the front missionaries of Hinduism. Obviously, they don't know it, but they are looked upon like that by these people who are running the central organization.
The teachers themselves are being duped, hypnotized, brainwashed, whatever you want to call it, but not seeing what is really happening there.
While a guru-disciple, Prema Nayak was an accomplished yoga teacher for 10 years.
Yoga teachers are blind leading the blind. They themselves do not understand what they're into. They don't have any idea what they're teaching. This is really being used to reach the souls of students and innocent people in this country and other countries who come for an exercise class.
As I look back on it, I see it was a subtle infiltrating of my beliefs and ideas. It totally changed my worldview. It gave me little or no moral standards by which to guide my life.
I was becoming a Hindu, and it was a very big deception.
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad's plot to convert the world to Hinduism has created thousands of New Age worldwide networks with tens of millions of converts, all working for a new one-world government.
Through the repackaging of yoga, the Western mind is being systematically conditioned to accept a neo-pagan worldview. Combined with New Age thinking, it claims to offer more integrity, selflessness, goodwill, freedom, and says it is the very alternative to Christianity's narrow way.
Yoga is really part of our society now. It's being sold everywhere as technique for relaxation, for becoming unstressed, brighter, more beautiful.
The self-centered world of glamour promotes yoga, meditation, and visualization techniques as a means to a healthier and more beautiful body, mind, and spirit. Spirituality is in, but with an anti-biblical meaning. Even relaxation has become a spiritual quest for one's so-called full potential through holistic massage, isolation tanks, and hundreds of other New Age techniques. Most of the 2,000 YMCAs across America offer yoga classes. And nearly 2/3 of all universities and colleges make yoga available as part of the curriculum.
Many of the people practicing yoga that I have met say to me that they only practice it because of the physical benefits. Any Hindu would tell you, however, that there is no yoga that is purely physical.
One of the first things I learned in my teacher's training class was that I must talk to the students about the philosophy behind yoga, that this was just as important as the exercises.
I will count.
Relaxation at the end of yoga class is really hypnosis, where each part of the body is relaxed. So while they were in this state, I read to them about the Hindu philosophy or something from one of my guru's books, so they got it whether they wanted it or not.
Yoga exercises were not designed for physical fitness, but to realign the serpent force within the body, to achieve godhood, that yoking, which is what yoga means, with Brahman. Anyone interested in physical fitness ought to do exercises designed for that, not yoga.
Many hospitals have set up their own yoga and meditation classes to provide stress reduction for patients, doctors, and nurses. Doctors and dentists who wouldn't think of promoting Christianity or Judaism on the grounds that it is religious are unwittingly involving their patients in Hindu practices.
The last 2 years I've been working with some German doctors that was in research of breathing exercises. In our Danish school, we get patients from the doctors, typical with backache, with nervous symptoms, with high blood pressure, with stress, and so on.
In addition to promoting yoga, fitness and health magazines advocate various schools of vegetarianism, a practice essential to Hinduism. An extreme example is macrobiotics, which attempts to manipulate spirituality through diet.
Maharishi once said that vegetarianism was the highest form of diet.
This is essential in order to have deep experiences in meditation, because the vibrations in animal products are innately of the nature to pull the soul down into the lower levels.
I find it intriguing that so many of the people in India and those in advanced yoga in the West who feel that the consumption of meat lowers their vibration level think nothing about drinking their own urine, or better still, cow's urine, which the holiest of men in India recognize as having special redemptive qualities.
We only eat food that's prepared by yogis who are in remembrance of the Supreme Being, so that those vibrations are filled in the food, and these affect the mind very much.
They also teach that anyone outside the movement is more or less evil. He's a meat eater. He's a karmi.
You're not able to have as much endurance, not as much strength, because I was a vegetarian for many years, lost a lot of my strength.
I'm just old typical American cracker, and the changes that have taken place in my life are tremendous. I've quit my so-called wicked ways, in other words, killing game and eating the flesh of animals. I'm strict vegetarian, as this diet so ordains.
God did not ordain vegetarianism. Jesus was not a vegetarian. He fed the multitude with fish on more than one occasion. He himself ate fish and the Passover lamb. While the Bible would not condemn vegetarianism as a means for health, it would condemn it as a means for spiritual enlightenment.
Health food stores are among the main fronts for guru organizations in recruiting, and are major distributors of New Age literature. Thousands of MDs, PhDs, chiropractors, and dentists are enthusiastic proponents of New Age holistic medicine. These New Age practitioners operate from the premise that treatment of the body must begin with treatment of the mind and spirit. These therapies involve countless techniques, most of which incorporate altering one's consciousness, or hypnosis.
Always part of the occult, hypnosis has become the main bridge between Hinduism and modern science. Hypnosis creates the same states of consciousness that you experience under drugs and in yoga. Accepted in medicine and psychiatry, hypnosis is the heart of self-improvement and positive mental attitude courses. And hundreds of misinformed Christian psychologists use hypnosis in their daily counseling.
Even in the church today, faith in God is being replaced by faith in our faith, in our positive thinking, in the idea that somehow if I can make myself believe that something will happen, then it really will. This is a counterfeit of the true faith. Many believe that hypnosis is okay if used by qualified counselors. Somehow used by the right people makes it scientific and not occultic. So Christians naively use it, as do many of the new consciousness movements like EST, Scientology, mind dynamics, silver mind control, and alpha brainwave training.
In pursuit of Freudian myths, psychiatrists use hypnosis to regress patients back into their childhood and into the womb, where they relive the traumas of their birth, despite the scientific fact that the prenatal, natal, and early postnatal brain is not sufficiently developed to carry memories.
I did indeed experience my original birth thought, but I felt it wasn't enough. I went back and I experienced my thought during my conception, and then I went back from there to a previous lifetime to experience why I had structured my conception the way I did. I mean, it's never ending. You can just keep going.
Moreover, they take them right back into prior lives, where they come out with factual recountings of lives they've lived all over this earth. Obviously, the memory is not coming from the brain. It's coming from a deceptive source.
The field of medicine is embracing numerous New Age beliefs that cannot be explained scientifically, such as acupuncture, which claims to manipulate the Kundalini force with needles, and biofeedback, which uses a monitoring device to train a person to control ordinarily involuntary functions, such as blood pressure.
The Menninger Clinic's documentary on biofeedback calls it the yoga of the West. Elmer and Alice Green, pioneer biofeedback researchers, admit that it creates the same state of consciousness and results as yoga.
This electronic yoga has now been introduced by psychologists into the world of sports, including the Olympics.
Businessmen are coming to yoga today because they want to be relaxed in the middle of their day. They want to train their ability to concentrate.
Self-help therapies are a motivational tool used by hundreds of competitive businesses across America. Weekend success and positive mental attitude seminars and mail-order subliminal persuasion cassettes promise to improve personal and business performance through a blend of humanistic psychology and Eastern mysticism. One such course, called New Age Thinking for Developing Your Full Potential, has changed thousands of lives for such prestigious clients as the IRS, CIA, U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force, NASA, General Motors, IBM, Xerox, Rockwell International, Bell Telephone System, Bank of America, and scores of police and fire departments.
The human potential movement, with its emphasis upon self, self-esteem, self-love, self-acceptance, a positive self-image, is simply a westernized version of the yogi's self-realization, the guru's concept of the divine within, that we're all God. Rolling Thunder, the Shoshone Indian medicine man, has said, scientists will eventually discover what pagans have always known. That's exactly what's happening through the invasion of Eastern mysticism into the West.
Many leading scientists have enthusiastically embraced Eastern mysticism in recent years. Hinduism, which claims to be the oldest religion, is being deceptively packaged as the new science.
And a lot of the East is very seductively packaged. It's put over very carefully so that they don't stress the religious side, they'll put the scientific. They don't stress the spiritual side, they'll put the physical fitness or whatever.
The yoga we teach has nothing to do with religion. It is scientific methods in the way that you do something and then you get result.
Maharishi found out that in the United States that people would not buy the religion package. So offered the scientific package, started getting scientists involved, started to do experiments on meditators such as the breath rate, the brainwave patterns, etc. And when they found out that the metabolic rates lowered during meditation, they found they could present it scientifically and people would buy it better that way.
Even as teachers, we were taught the puja ceremony. We were bowing down to Hindu gods, and yet we didn't really feel we were teaching a religion.
I think that's extremely deceptive and dishonest, because the deeper you get into it, for instance, as people are initiated and so on, what they're taught is the pujas and the basic words and the rituals that a Hindu worship. Of course, many Englishmen and Americans don't realize what the words mean, but if they just asked what the Sanskrit meant, they'd realize that's fundamentally religious, and the whole thing is basically, in that sense, dishonest.
Children practice it. It is used for teaching languages. It is used for the businessmen, for all levels of society. It's taught in the schools.
In schools across the Western world, from kindergarten through university, Hindu occultism is being openly taught in spite of the otherwise enforced separation between church and state.
Guru Thakur Singh was invited to speak at a high school in Southern California. Kurt, a student there, became so overwhelmed that he actually moved to India, where he is now a devoted follower of Thakur.
It's only half an hour talk and 20 minutes meditation. And the experience I had while there was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. And just the air, the energy in the chapel where he was speaking was just electrified with feelings of love and just a peace, a hushed quiet that was just bewildering to me.
It seems outrageous that in public schools across America, where Christian prayer has been outlawed, yoga, Eastern meditation, and visualization techniques, which are simply forms of Hindu prayer are not only allowed, they're being actively promoted.
Here in some of the schools in the West, in the PE classes, after having started with the physical aspects of yoga, the teacher eventually has the kids chanting words like Om, Rama, or Krishna, names of the gods.
Starting right down from the teacher to the student, we learned that the yoga could really help the kids reduce tension and center themselves.
Many teachers are now being encouraged to develop a mass consciousness among the students.
Let's relax. We're going to very slowly lift our hands up.
Children are taught to let go of their critical faculties and center in on their intuitive feelings and experiences.
Just really, really relax. Imagine that you're on top of a really soft and fluffy cloud, and you're just really relaxed, comfortable. Just see that blue sky in your mind.
One of the ways that the consciousness of the masses can most powerfully be influenced is through the mass media, which is increasingly being used for promoting Indian consciousness.
The film Gandhi was probably the most effective piece of Indian propaganda to invade the West. It was a political advertisement controlled and heavily financed by the Indian government and promoted by the peace movement. It propagates a false message of Hindu religious tolerance and non-violence. Historical accuracy was discarded. Gandhi was no different from most gurus today in that he was a sexual pervert and was certainly not the non-violent, peace-loving man as demonstrated in his racial killings of blacks in the Kafir Wars in South Africa. The most important message of the film was that Gandhi was one of the first gurus to link Christianity and Hinduism to form one package, a new religion. I consider him to be one of the fathers of the New Age movement.
So many of the most popular films today, like Close Encounters, Poltergeist, E.T., Return of the Jedi, Star Wars, are all based upon Hinduism. For example, the Force has a dark and a light side. That's black magic and white magic. The doorway into the occult is an altered state of consciousness. This is the way that Obi-Wan initiates Luke into the Force. He has him working a laser sword. He says, Luke, your problem is you're trying to think. He puts a visor over his face so he can't see, and he says, Luke, you got to tune it out and let the Force take over. That's an altered state of consciousness. In The Empire Strikes Back, Yoda is a yogi. He's got Luke standing on his head going through various contortions to develop the mind power to raise his spaceship out of the swamp. And when Luke can't do it, Yoda does. And Luke looks on and says, I don't believe it. And Yoda says, that's your problem. In other words, it's all in the mind. If you would only believe it would happen. And when Luke goes into the cave to confront Darth Vader, Yoda says, don't take your laser sword, Luke. You don't need it. All you need is within you. That's the divine within. And when he cuts off Darth Vader's head and it rolls to the ground and he opens the visor and sees his own head, that's the most powerful presentation of Eastern mysticism you could ask for. The Beatles sang it, I am you and you are me and he is she and all is one.
We are raising an entire generation of children under the bombardment of cartoons and television shows and fantasy role-playing games and movies that are telling them that the occult and Eastern philosophy is a wonderful thing, not something to be afraid of, not something ugly and fearful, but something beautiful with the darling reptilian creatures with the great psychic powers that are drawing these children into an acceptance of things that are dangerous beyond anyone's comprehension.
The minds of children are being trained in the use of the supernatural and taught the principle of creating what seems like reality through Hindu psycho-spiritual techniques of mind power. Dungeons and Dragons, for example, requires participants to mentally murder, rape, torture, and otherwise commit mayhem with the aid of occultic powers. In at least one popular game, Hindu deities like the goddess Kali are invoked. Hindu religious techniques, including repeated chants, visualization, and casting spells, are used to overcome enemies.
For you students who are new to our fantasy games class today, we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I'd like to talk about a few of the advantages of using Dungeons and Dragons in a classroom. You may be wondering why you get to play games in school time.
These games are used in gifted children's programs throughout the United States. A clear majority of state-supported schools and colleges incorporate them into their curriculum.
And we call this an integrated curriculum. You guys are kind of familiar with that. You may encounter some violent creatures on the way, but the object is to be able to dispose of this ring that is the symbol of evil in the kingdom of Middle Earth.
A child can understand the dark and light side of the Force. And to understand the Force is to understand basic Hinduism. George Lucas, creator of the Star Wars series, is in real life a devout believer in the Force, which he says can enable anyone to read minds, see past and future events, levitate, and plug into a nether world of psychic energy.
The Eastern gurus, the occultists, cultists of every description, have taken the terms of the Bible and felt every liberty to redefine them according to their basic presuppositions. God becomes not a personal individual, a spirit with whom we have a personal relationship. Through his Son, Jesus Christ, he becomes an impersonal force.
God is something, an energy that permeates every one of us, each and every one of us, and it's both personal and non-personal.
Jesus becomes not the way, the truth, and the life, but an avatar, a way shower, one of many paths to God.
Jesus Christ, of course, was an enlightened master.
Bhagwan is another Jesus, another Buddha.
Jesus Christ was a great master, like our master is today. The Word made flesh, as the Bible puts it.
Jesus himself warned us that in the last days many would come claiming to be Christ and Messiah. Our landscape today is literally crawling with individuals claiming to be Christ, and the Eastern gurus are right on the top of the list.
There are two things the gurus have done. On the one hand, they've used Eastern-type words that are floating about in the West, words like energy, vibrations, and so on. And they've also used words, phrases, ideas from the Bible, from the teachings of Jesus, misused them, twisted them around to draw people to themselves, to suggest that the things that Jesus was talking about are actually the things they are talking about, when actually it's not so at all.
In Holy Bible, it has been explained very explicitly that be ye perfect even as your Father who is in heavens is perfect. And we are also basically the same as he is.
And when you're a perfect man, then you can go upward and you can become divine.
Each human being is naturally peaceful, naturally pure, naturally good, and the quality of evil is our unnatural state. So in meditation, we're practicing that, focusing on the original, pure, divine self, which is our true state.
If humans are inherently good, then why do they lie, cheat, steal, make war? Whatever good there is within us, apparently, isn't enough to keep us from doing evil. Therefore, to seek salvation from within is to seek it from the wrong source. We're not separated from our higher self. We're separated from God by sin.
Ernst Winter has a PhD in international law. He was a diplomat in the Austrian Foreign Service for 10 years, and from 1968 through 78 was a director with the United Nations.
My greatest concern really is the growing interest and dedication and application of Eastern mystical thought and practices within traditional Christian groups and churches. There's a vacuum, there's a longing. They want to be filled with, quote, religious experience.
Today's New Age teachings falsely claim that Hindu spiritual experiences are compatible with Christianity. And the incredible thing is that so many Christian leaders, through their books, magazines, sermons, radio and TV programs, encourage millions of Christians to seek Christianized Hindu experiences.
Many people who are in the Christian church have come to us and have had deeper experiences of spirituality and of God as a result of this meditation.
As a society, we've become geared to basing our beliefs on our experiences. If our experience and our feelings tell us that something is valid and genuine and good, then we automatically assume that that is the measure of absolute truth.
No distinction is made whether this is a spiritual experience coming from God the Father or from the ruler of this world. The appreciation of Satan or the devil or demons has diminished enormously because rationality says there cannot be a Satan, cannot be demons. These are psychological phenomena, maybe even have to be treated by a psychiatrist. Opening, therefore, to spiritual experiences one's soul opens many people to the occult.
The Jesus who came to me in times of deep meditation gave me visions and experiences that were beautiful beyond description. I was convinced that because I was witnessing miracles of healing, because these things are so filled with love, they must be good and from God. And yet one day it occurred to me that I had no objective, absolute truth against which to test my experiences, that my feelings, my emotions, perhaps were open and subject to some form of subtle manipulation which I didn't understand. At that point, I decided to look into the Old and New Testament. I knew that I'd fallen then for the Jesus of the counterfeits.
Trying to develop spirituality based on feelings, ecstasy, or experiences is like building a house on sand. Our relationship with God should be built on a solid foundation of biblical knowledge.
Now, I believe that we are challenged to test the Spirit, that we should read Scripture, that we should study the Bible, and that we should not value experiences higher than the Word of God.
Biblical meditation is thinking deeply on the person and work of God and Christ, concentrating on and knowing His Word.
Most Catholic monasteries and most Protestant Bible schools have introduced one system of meditation or another, and they are based upon the practices of yoga. Many of the church people, and particularly leaders of the churches and denominations, look with great hope to Eastern mysticism that it would bring new life into a dead body.
I recently graduated from a major American theological seminary, and I've seen an alarming influence of Eastern mysticism in terms of using meditation techniques, biofeedback, self-hypnosis, autosuggestion as a tool in order to gain mental and physical health. The danger to the students is that these professors are using Christian terminology in order to describe Eastern techniques. One of the professors who is teaching Christian meditation told us to empty our minds because we should kind of image God in this meditation.
The belief that we can create reality with our minds comes directly from the Hindu concept that everything is an illusion, or Maya. This is the new delusion in transpersonal psychology, and it's rampant even in the evangelical church today, where it's becoming increasingly popular to believe that we enhance worship by visualizing an image of God or of Jesus, that we create the answer to our prayers by visualizing what we're praying for. Creating a visual image of Jesus or God in our minds is no less idolatrous than if we made the same image out of wood or stone. Forcing God to participate in a situation or honor a desire that I have visualized in my imagination is simply a devious way of attempting to manipulate Him into doing what I want without admitting it.
While infiltrating the Christian church, Eastern mysticism is also powerfully influencing world politics. Under the umbrella of the United Nations, countless New Age groups spread their philosophies worldwide. Many UN leaders, UN agencies, and the World Council of Churches with its deep UN ties promote New Age beliefs and practices. The UN has its own meditation room and resident guru, Sri Chinmoy. Even the United States Pentagon has meditation rooms. A graduate of Harvard School of Divinity, Leland Stewart, directs the Unity and Diversity Council, a powerful New Age promotional network that originated with a 1965 directive of the United Nations General Assembly.
Unity and Diversity Council is a worldwide coordinating body of what we call it individuals, organizations, and networks looking toward a time in which there will be one single organized energy of networking throughout the planet.
Under Stewart's leadership in 1982, this group linked arms with Graham Wilson's Mind, Body, Spirit festivals, forming a vast army dedicated to the merger of all religions into one, under a world leader.
I am very interested in the harmony of all religions. It's not just to give birth to another religion, but rather to produce, let's call it, a universal religious outlook through which there can be a new connecting of all cultures and all religions, all races.
In this growing consciousness of sharing godliness and looking for a leader to lead everyone into this new heaven, the UN plays a very important role inasmuch as it is a support system. Any group that meets to discuss these matters would be very eager and very careful to have UN sponsorship.
Our organization has been represented in the United Nations. We have an office there, and this has been going on for approximately 5 years. We've been involved in all the sessions that are going on in the UN. We've been able to watch and participate, offering meditations and presentations.
How is this possible? I think it became possible by the thought and actions of one man in the UN, Robert Mueller, who was continuously emphasizing that the UN has to be a support system to this conditioning of man, to this sharing desire, to this looking for a one world government, for one world leader, and playing down, and I believe myself correctly, that the UN is not that world government. That is a conditioning device, that it is an aid, a support system. It gives prestige to otherwise completely outlandish groups.
The Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University in India is used by the UN and its members for conferences focusing on world peace and unity.
Delegates from all over the world, VIPs, are attending to express their ideas and to experience peace in a very real way themselves. This experience will enable them also to draw up new laws for universal peace. This will be endorsed by heads of state and submitted as a practical form for the United Nations.
Many evenings, the UN building is even used for lectures, talks, meditations, enlightenments on how to make one better world. The leaders are asked to meditate and be involved because this is part of their instruction, of brainwashing, and all this is part of the conditioning for the vision of a new world or of a new age.
This guruistic system in politics is very dangerous for our democratic society. It will at least bring a loss of freedom, a loss of security, and a big danger for all mankind. So I believe Guruism is preparing the world for some political fascism too.
Actually, we're being prepared for this surrender to an authority in a way that perhaps we don't realize. We are going through right now strange bathing in Eastern concepts of consciousness, states of consciousness, bliss, reincarnation, energies, vibrations, all of these words that have become very commonplace, really, in the Western languages, are also modifying our mind. They are changing our way of thinking. And this changed way of thinking puts us into a mental state, if you'd like, and prepares our intellectual functionings for this surrender.
More than ever before, the human race seems willing to surrender spiritually and emotionally to a charismatic leader who can offer peace and prosperity to a world trembling on the brink of ecological and social collapse, international financial chaos, and a nuclear holocaust. Well-known New Ager Benjamin Creme claims to be the coming world leader's advanced public relations man. In 1982, full-page advertisements around the world announced the coming of Creme's New Age Christ, which gave fresh hope to millions. At this press conference in Los Angeles, he described how this Christ would make himself known.
It is a truism today to say that we are at the dawn of a new age, the age of Aquarius. And it is important to remember that all of the great religions await the coming of a teacher. The Christians await the return of the Christ. The Muslims await the Imam Mahdi. At the same time, the Buddhists await the coming of another Buddha. The Hindus await the return of Krishna, and the Jews, as always, await the coming of the Messiah. I'm speaking today about the return of such a teacher.
Christians are awaiting the return of the resurrected Jesus with the nail prints in his hands and feet. But the followers of the gurus are awaiting a coming world ruler who won't even claim to be Jesus, but the latest reincarnation of the Christ Spirit. And he will have the psychic powers to prove it.
Simultaneously, throughout the world will take place hundreds of thousands of spontaneous healings and cures, which will reinforce, if that were even necessary, the fact that it is the Christ himself. The day of declaration will be the outstanding event of this or any other century. On that day, the radio and the television networks of the world will be linked together. We shall see this extraordinary face on our television screens. But he will not speak. His words will drop silently into our minds in our own language.
This is the significance of the altered state of consciousness reached in yoga and other forms of Eastern meditation. A Nobel Prize winner has described the brain as, quote, a machine that a ghost can operate, unquote. What that means is, in an altered state of consciousness, the connection between my spirit that normally operates my brain and my brain is loosened, and that allows another spirit being to interpose itself, begin to tick off the neurons in the brain, create an entire universe of illusion, astral travel, give psychic powers. In this way, the world is being prepared for some ultimate delusion.
He will indeed inaugurate a great new world religion, and at the very most sacred core of that new world religion will be the process which is called the esoteric initiations, which take us out of the strictly human kingdom into the kingdom of God.
David Spangler, board member of the Planetary Initiative for the World We Choose, which comes out of the United Nations, declares that Lucifer is the same force as Christ, that Lucifer prepares us for our own Christhood, that this is the final Luciferic initiation into the New Age.
Benjamin Creme's Christ may not be the world teacher and ruler of world peace as he forecasted, but without question the stage is being set today for what the Bible calls the apostasy, or man's abandonment of God. This climate is ushering in the final actor, the counterfeit, who the Bible predicts must come before the return of Jesus, the true Prince of Peace, who will then reign for 1,000 years.
The merger of science and mysticism is now in full blossom, and its evil fruit will be the new universal religion of the coming world dictator that the Bible identifies as the Antichrist.
The consequence of Hindu religion in the form of Guruism in our part of the world will be extraordinary. Everything will be changed, not just our religiosity, but also our concept of man, our democracy, our tradition of humanitarianism and caring for one another, our social systems. All that will become meaningless because it's all based on the Christian presuppositions, which will then eventually be lost. We'll get a man-centered, individualistic, egocentric sort of religiosity, where salvation means escape from the world, everything which binds us to other human beings, everything which makes us caring and loving creatures.
Today's revival of paganism and Hindu practices, which form the heart of the New Age movement, was ironically the same kind of foundation that prepared the way for Hitler's rise to power.
The Germany of the 20s and 30s was in social and economic despair and looked for a leader who would free them from the Great Depression. The man with a promise of hope was Adolf Hitler, who claimed he was ordained of God to usher in 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. His hypnotic powers manipulated an entire nation to surrender its collective mind to him. Obsessed with the occult, Hitler drew many of his bizarre ideas from Hinduism.
Within Guruism, it's therefore not surprising that we find very positive sentences, very positive stances in relation to Nazism. A number of the gurus have praised Hitler for what he has done, including his killing of 6 million Jews.
He took the symbol of the swastika as his own, a Hindu symbol of power seen in many of today's temples in India. Millions of Germans who submitted to Hitler as though he were God died for him and his cause, much like the followers of Jim Jones.
The current worldwide revival of Hinduism blended with psychology and disguised as self-improvement, self-hypnosis, positive mental attitude seminars, visualization techniques, and mind dynamics courses has made today's world far more susceptible to spiritual deception than the Germany that embraced Adolf Hitler.
Today, a desperate world is looking for another spiritual leader. Has the human race learned nothing from its own mistakes?
Jesus says, "See to it that no one misleads you. For many will come in my name saying, I am the Christ. Behold, here is the Christ, or there he is. Do not believe them. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will show great signs and wonders so as to mislead, if possible, even the elect. Let no one deceive you. The apostasy comes first. Then the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction, who takes his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God." Jesus said, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me."
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug. And suddenly, there was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was that the young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing, consciousness-raising experience.
I know that some of the studies in which the CIA had supported used as subjects people who later became strong proselytizers of LSD. So, in that sense, yes, I think it did sustain the perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it?
The counter case that I would make in relationship to that is to remember that the people who were doing the research, regardless of who was the sponsor, I don't think anybody working in that time in the remotest ever thought that it would blow up into the kind of thing that it did.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
Celebrating more than 20 years in the field of video communications, Jeremiah Films continues to lead the way as an effective creator of hard-hitting, life-changing motion pictures. Through its high standards of excellence, Jeremiah Films has impacted the world with its production and distribution of intelligent, innovative, and thought-provoking films, videos, books, and music. The founder and president of Jeremiah Films is award-winning motion picture producer Patrick Matriciana, whose work has been praised by a number of well-known leaders from around the world.
So I would say to Pat Matriciana, you did the country a great service in producing those tapes.
As a result, Mr. Matriciana has become a much sought-after radio and television talk show guest. His wife, Jeremiah Films co-founder and creative director Carol Matriciana, is an internationally recognized cult expert, a best-selling author and researcher who has co-produced many of the organization's most successful titles. With its comprehensive examination of important contemporary and social issues, Jeremiah Films has not shied away from tackling tough subject matter head-on. Its cutting-edge, biblically based exploration of diverse topical themes has been praised by those concerned about their families and the direction of their country. Inspired by these expertly crafted and sometimes controversial videos, many individuals and grassroots organizations have forged a plan of action resulting in a number of positive changes within their communities. We at Jeremiah Films invite you to join with us as we continue to educate and equip those who desire to know the truth concerning the many challenges facing our world. For a complete list of products, including new releases, visit our website at www.jeremiahfilms.com or write us at P.O. Box 1710, Hemet, California, 92546. To place an order, you can email us or call toll-free 1-800-828-2290.
O guardians of the watchtower of the east, I, Ishtar, high priestess and witch, do summon and stir thee. I command thy presence at this our meeting, to guard over our circle and to witness our rites.
Witchcraft is the fastest growing offshoot of paganism and neo-paganism today. Hundreds of thousands of children and teenagers are joining its ranks according to reports from an ever-increasing number of pagan websites. The Pagan Federation of England claims their mailbags swell by the thousands from charmed teenagers every time a particularly exciting episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer airs on TV, or an enticing article on witchcraft appears in a popular teen magazine. Witchcraft, or Wicca as it is known, believes in revering the mother goddess, the global environment, feminist practices, and nature. The holy reed or rule, do what you want as long as it harms no one, is Wicca's most appealing draw, encouraging its adherents to indulge in self-gratification and self-centeredness, while allowing morals to shift at will. Wicca teaches there is no absolute truth or sin, and replaces the patriarchal male creator god of the Bible with a belief in both male and female gods. Most pagans and witches believe they must communicate with supernatural spirits, which they refer to as forces of nature, in order to receive wisdom and power for magical skills. They also embrace the concept of self-empowerment by awakening internal spirituality through meditation, visualization, and other mind-altering techniques of self-hypnosis. Dimly lit parlors or New Age fairs are no longer the only places to practice secret magic, fortune-telling, spell-casting, or potion mixing. As a result of aggressive marketing campaigns, a wide variety of witchcraft techniques offering powers of control for personal achievements can now be found in bookstores, on the internet, in public schools and libraries, and throughout the media. Hollywood's presentation of witchcraft as exciting and glamorous has further increased its appeal to young audiences. Enhanced by digital technology and revolutionary special effects, occultic spells and rituals are given visually stunning portrayals, as are the depictions of supernatural beings, ghosts, demons, vampires, mythological characters, and even Satan. A growing number of cartoons and television dramas aimed at increasingly younger audiences further seduce children with the allure of sorcery and divination. Occultic themes are frequently woven into the storylines of primetime series, which has undoubtedly contributed to the practice of magic as being the fastest growing mystical attraction among teenagers. The spectacular growth of the internet, which occultists refer to as the portal of transcendence, has further fanned the fascination of spiritual alternatives. An unprecedented amount of occult literature is available online. At Amazon.com, for example, consumers can find more than 1,850 books on witchcraft. And in addition, hundreds of websites are dedicated to marketing witchcraft specifically to children. Pagans and witches worldwide can now communicate and perform ritual magic online through an ever-expanding number of highly networked, occult-oriented chat rooms. Countless websites now offer everything from poison rings to spells for young people seeking empowerment. Each year, thousands of teens are turning their backs on Christianity and joining witches' covens in order to learn spells so as to pass school exams, attract boyfriends or girlfriends, and get rich. The secretary of the Magic Circle's Young Magicians Club credits the Harry Potter books as the latest rage, which he says has rekindled the childlike approach to the fact that the impossible may be possible. He gives thanks to Harry, who he says has sparked an interest in pure magic, real magic, strong magic. Harry Potter, the orphan child wizard, already famous in his own magical world because he survived the murderous black magic death curse of the evil Lord Voldemort, has now duplicated his fame in the real world. Under the category of children's fantasy literature, sales of Harry Potter books have received phenomenal acceptance worldwide, breaking all records in children's literature. With over 100 million books sold in 200 countries, Harry Potter has been translated into more than 40 languages. A massive global marketing campaign, partnered by Warner Brothers, Mattel, and Coca-Cola, guarantees that the Harry Potter image will be kept before the public for years to come through films, toys, video games, and every type of merchandising product imaginable. According to a U.S. Consumer Research Survey, over half of all children between the ages of 6 and 17 have read at least one Harry Potter book with thousands reporting multiple readings of all of the books. These volumes range anywhere from 309 to 734 pages. While many parents are thrilled by the prospect of their children taking an interest in reading, other parents and educators view Harry Potter as the latest tool being used to disciple children into the darkest aspects of black magic. Through Harry Potter books and audios, children as young as kindergarten age are being introduced to human sacrifice, the sucking of blood from dead animals, and possession by spirit beings. Set in England, the Harry Potter story begins on Halloween night, with the murder of Harry's parents by the evil Lord Voldemort. Through the sacrificial goddess magic of his mother's love, baby Harry is saved, and his blood is given magical powers. Unable to kill Harry in revenge, Voldemort sears a death curse of a lightning bolt on Harry's forehead. In the real world, thousands of young fans demonstrate their allegiance to Harry by taking the mark of the lightning bolt on their own foreheads.
There's no such thing as magic.
Dear Mr. Potter, you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Harry is magically selected to attend the 1,000-year-old Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Both Voldemort and Harry's parents attended the prestigious boarding school before him. All of Hogwarts' teachers are practicing occultists and instruct their students in the proper use of magic tools, spells, and rituals. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore owns a phoenix, the powerful mythological bird, the symbol of resurrection. The magical wands of both Harry and Voldemort share the same power, which is a tail feather from Dumbledore's phoenix. Therefore, in the world of Harry Potter, the power source of Harry's so-called good magic and Voldemort's evil magic is one and the same. The question is, should parents be concerned that the alluring power behind witchcraft is being made to look innocent and is being targeted towards their children through the Harry Potter phenomenon?
I read the first one 8 times, the second one 3 times, and the third one 4 times.
So does the hubbub over Harry Potter seem outlandish, or do parents have a real argument here? Well, joining us now from Columbia, South Carolina is Steve Mounts. He's a parent who has expressed concerns about the book's use at schools. Also joining us is Jennifer James from Watertown, Massachusetts. She is a children's book buyer for Wordsworth Books. All right, Mr. Mounts, let me start with you. These are #1 books on the bestsellers list, winner of the National Book Award in the UK. Kids love them. So what do you find particularly objectionable about these books?
The thing that we found, my wife and I found objectionable, was it was being read aloud to our son in his class. And there were things that we believe had a religious connotation to them. Witchcraft, Wicca, which the Supreme Court has now said is a religion. The IRS has given it religious status. The military's got Wicca chaplains. And we just wanted an opportunity to find out, is this religion being taught in our son's class?
Now, you went before the South Carolina Board of Education earlier this week. What are you asking the board to do?
We asked them to review the book for religious content, for violence. In this post-Columbine era that we're living in, we felt like with kids living out their fantasies, this book may have potential for that.
Jennifer James, let me go to you now. What do you like about the Harry Potter books? What value do they have, do you think?
I think they're some of the greatest books written for children. They're full of adventure and fantasy, and every kid loves them.
All right, well, let's take a look at a couple of passages from the book here. This is from Book 1. See what I have become, the face said, mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks. Yikes, unicorn blood? Jennifer, you hear that and you think, well, maybe Mr. Mounts has a point here.
I think it's just fantasy. It's a book. It's not reality, and I think children can make the difference. They can draw the line.
Well, Steve, that's a good point. Don't you think that 4th and 5th graders are smart enough to be able to distinguish? Don't you think your son knows the difference between fantasy and reality?
He'd probably have a hard time finding a unicorn in South Carolina, but most of the time when we have police reports of the occult or witchcraft, it always involves an animal sacrifice. So if they can't find a unicorn, they're perfectly willing to take a dog, a cat, a goat, or anything else they can get their hands on.
Well, Steve, the author says these are moral books, and I want to play some sound from when she was on the Today Show yesterday, if we can roll that. Do we have that?
I made a very conscious decision right at the beginning that I was writing about someone evil, and I wasn't going to tell a lie. I wasn't going to pretend that an evil person is a cardboard cutout and no one really gets hurt. Okay, if you're writing about evil, I think you genuinely, you have a responsibility to show what that means. And that's why I'm writing them the way I'm writing them. I think they're quite, well, actually, I think they're very moral books.
Steve Mounts, there seems to be some merit in what she just said. How can you argue with that?
I think the merit in what she said was they are evil books. I think parents can make a decision on whether they want their children to read these books. She was, by the way, responding to a quote that my wife had given before the school board about the books being violent, and I applaud her for saying they were violent. So apparently there's no disagreement on that.
Jennifer James, you are a children's book buyer at the bookstore. Are you finding this to be a real phenomenon at your store, these books?
Yes, we've never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable, and we're all very happy.
Right. Well, what makes you happiest about it? Is it the sales, or is it the fact that kids are really loving to read now?
The children run into the store, want to buy the book, and sit down and start reading it before they leave the store.
Mm.
Robert McGee is the author of The Search for Significance and founder of the Rafa Treatment Centers.
There are those who defend the Harry Potter books by saying they're just fantasy. And so when people object to these books, they're made to look like fools, because the people say, how can you object to these books? They're just fantasy. But that line of reasoning would tell you that you could include in fantasy any violence, pornography, whatever you wanted, and still defend those books by that very same statement.
As an expert in world religions, noted cult and occult researcher Carol Matriciana has authored the best-selling books Gods of the New Age and The Evolution Conspiracy, and has written and produced numerous videos for Jeremiah Films.
Many argue that Harry Potter is just merely children's fantasy, and therefore it's harmless. The lie about this is that witchcraft is reality. J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, has gone through an awful lot of research. She is very accurate, otherwise we would have witches all over the country and the world saying this is not a true representation of our religion. This is a true representation of witchcraft and the black arts and black magic. And yet we have people that say this is merely fantasy and harmless reading for our children. Actually, what makes this more dangerous is that it is couched in fantasy language and children's literature and made to be humorous and beautifully written and extremely provocative reading. And it just opens up children to want to have the next one. This is what is so harmful. Joanne Rowling majored in mythology in Exeter University in England. She has borrowed not only from pagan religions, Celtic religions, the religions of the Druids, witchcraft, Satanism, a lot of the spells, the incantations, the philosophy behind the mythology and the religions is being put into Harry Potter's books. Yes, Harry Potter may be fictional, but there is a lot of religious teaching in symbols that perhaps the reader doesn't always pick out. The actual word potter, if you ask a pagan, a witch, any knowledgeable expert in the occult or hidden arts, the potter is the female goddess, the goddess of Babylon, who is considered the potter who created human beings from clay. And they believe that the patriarchal God of Christianity, the God of Israel, copied that in a very poor imitation because he cannot give birth. Now listen to how important that is to understand. The feminine-oriented cult of witchcraft sees the woman and her process of birth as fundamental in the new life, the transformation, the alchemy, the changing of the inner man to higher consciousness, which is what Harry Potter is all about. In fact, that's what the first book is called, The Sorcerer's Stone, the alchemy of being transformed and changed through the inner man to become a new creature, which is again an upside-down reversal of what a Christian believes, that when they come into understanding a relationship, a personal relationship with Christ, they are transformed and take on the mind of Christ. The concept of fertility-based cults, feminine-oriented cults such as witchcraft, is the concept that the new birth can take place inside through meditation. You have inner transformation, inner wisdom, inner knowledge. And all this is done through concentration, visualization, all through Harry's books. Hermione and others say, concentrate, Harry. If you concentrate hard enough, you can have what you want. One of the arguments is that Harry Potter's series does not actually teach witchcraft, that it is not teaching the concepts of Mother Goddess and her consort, the Horned God, which is essential to the fertility cults or the fertility-oriented witchcraft religion. And yes, there are the concepts of Mother Goddess being taught, because Harry's mother gave her life for Harry. The sacrificial death that she gave through love is a symbolism of goddess worship. It's an inversion, if you will, of God the Father, whose Son gave his life in love for his people. Now, the concept of teaching Mother Goddess is very, very important. Harry's mother gave her life for Harry so that he should be saved. And through this love sacrifice, Harry was protected from death. Now, this concept is brought up several times. In fact, it is so important in witchcraft and pagan thinking that Voldemort, Harry's arch enemy, takes a vial of blood from Harry in book number 4 in order to have the blood run through his own veins in order that he can be resurrected and have a body. That is how powerful the blood sacrifice is. Another scary aspect of black magic is shape-changing. The concept of being able to become an animal, change into an animal. Harry's father appears to Harry in a shape change later on. Even though he's dead, he appears as a stag, the horned god. So here we have the concept that shape changing is very normal. It is horrible. And the Bible clearly says that we are made as human beings when God created us, and we cannot become something else. You might perceive you're becoming something else, but it's supernatural deception. The evil Lord Voldemort also went to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with Harry's parents. And we're not awfully sure what the reasons are, but for perhaps jealousy, because Harry's parents represented practicing the white side or the good side of magic, Baltimore, at the birth of Harry, wanted to kill Harry and Harry's parents. But somehow in this horrible battle, some of Baltimore's powers came to Harry, and Harry got a death curse, a bolt of lightning, on his forehead as a mark of the curse from Baltimore. Also, another interesting thing happened. Harry also acquired a power that he was able to talk to snakes, which is the same gift that the evil Lord Baltimore has. There is a connection with the talking snakes, Baltimore always represented as a snake, and by the way, both of them, Harry and Baltimore, share the power of the phoenix tail in their wand, and the phoenix, again, is a symbol of resurrection. Witchcraft is a religion. It gets tax-exempt status. It has a military chaplain. It is recognized as a religion, a practicing religion. It is the fastest growing religion in America, incidentally, as well.
I regard myself as a natural witch. I was regarded myself as a witch since early childhood. I was brought up in a very isolated part of the country, on the Welsh border, which has a long tradition of magic and Welsh sorcerers.
Since I have been practicing the craft, there has been a great revival. There are probably now as many people practicing witchcraft as there are Christians.
It's almost as if there's a kind of grassroots feeling back towards paganism. We live in a kind of post-Christian era almost, and that people are moving towards a kind of neo-paganism, I suppose.
Witchcraft is the religion of the countryside. It's the religion of very old forms of knowledge. And paganism is a religion which is a very old form of knowledge too. But paganism covers more than witchcraft covers. Witchcraft is, if you like, a division of paganism.
Well, witchcraft is basically a nature religion. We worship the gods of the woods and the fields.
Those who practice witchcraft choose to believe there is no Satan and therefore no evil spirits. Yet they report experiencing spiritual powers from which they receive their power. Refusing to label these powers evil, they choose to believe their origin is either from nature or natural from within, but neutral.
When I was a child, I was very aware of nature spirits, those which are called diva or local gods.
We learn as practicing witches to tap into forces of nature and to actually, if you like, send out a spell or an invocation in a very powerful way.
The primary offer of witchcraft is power, a very seductive power. One day, a young 18-year-old girl came to see me. Her life was almost ruined by her preoccupation with witchcraft, but she would not give that power up because it was the only power in her life that she could count on. Another young man came to see me and said, I know how powerful these forces are, and I look at the lives of Christians, and I think my power is more powerful than what they're experiencing. One of the most disturbing things about the Harry Potter books is it teaches children that witchcraft is for children. It does this by allowing children to read about other children in a school setting and watching these children learn how to use spells and all the other elements of witchcraft. It teaches these children that witchcraft is just not for adults, but that children can access this power and use this power also. If you say there is no real power in witchcraft, then you should have no problem with the Harry Potter books. But there are two problems with your line of reasoning. First of all, you're denying the experience of hundreds of thousands of people who have practiced witchcraft through the ages. Plus, you're saying that God's warning in the Bible about divination, sorcery, and all the elements of witchcraft is actually worthless.
In Deuteronomy chapter 18, it states, There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. In 1 Samuel chapter 15, God identifies witchcraft as a sin. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Despite God's warning, many youth, including Christian youth, don't see much harm in witchcraft. So they see their friends casting spells and being involved in all manner of witchcraft and do not understand the dangers. They do not know that they're opening doors in their life to spirits which will come in and create very compulsive behaviors. And this is why many in witchcraft are compulsively into drug usage and to sexual activity and all manner of conduct which is very destructive. And yet, why should they be concerned when they hear nothing from the adults that warn them of what's coming? When a child is captured by witchcraft, they rarely choose to get out until very much later in their life, after they have lived a very miserable existence.
The giant introduces Harry to the paraphernalia of witchcraft that Harry is going to now use in his boarding school, Hogwarts. And this is done in Diagon Alley, which is a sort of spiritual, occult supermarket, flea market, if you will, a street filled with shops of cauldrons, owls, robes, wands, all the paraphernalia that is used today by witches in their rituals and ceremonies and spells today. So the reader is vicariously introduced to the tools of the trade that form the basis of the religion of witchcraft. Many have argued that Joanne Rowling is not teaching the children witchcraft and the books are not about witchcraft because the spells aren't legitimate spells and because J.K. Rowling just pulls out very, very funny Latin words, and she obviously knows her Latin, and she's very humorous with the way that she tosses out expelloramus, which gets rid of a spell, or any of the other numbers of spells that she puts in Latin.
Petrificus totalis.
The principle is that if you learn certain words, you can have power. And the books, the Harry Potter series, are connected to websites that get you into arenas where there are experts at teaching you the spells, the legitimate spells. What the reader is being introduced into in Harry is that there is legitimacy in rituals and spells, which are a sort of another word, let's say, of repetitive prayers, as Jesus said in Matthew, that don't be like the Gentiles and the pagans that just repeat their prayers for what they want.
Queen of heaven, queen of hell, horned hunter of the night, lend your power unto our spell, and work our will by magic right.
This is what spells are, repetitive prayer, which sort of induces a self-hypnosis that gives you the idea that your inner potential power, your psychic abilities, can bring about what you are visualizing in your head. While love spells probably isn't the focus of Harry's books right at the moment, because he's 11, 12, 13. In book 4 there is a sort of beginning of a relationship that Harry is involved in, a sort of affectionate opposite sex thing. But love spells are very, very, very important in witchcraft. In fact, because it is a fertility cult, the concept, the focus in on sex and cosmic union for power is one of the important aspects of witchcraft. So it is no wonder that many, many teenagers are being lured into witchcraft through, in a sense, the magic of love. They want the boy they want, or they want the girl they want, and so they get involved in spells. And the websites are also pushing the fact of teaching children love spells.
As above, so below.
Then, of course, Hollywood glamorizes the whole concept, and through this film, The Craft, you can see that here where the girl wants to have her boy, she gets involved in this ceremony, very powerful ceremony, calling down the love spirits, and of course she gets the boy she wants, and he doesn't know what is happening and why he is being seduced in a sense through his spirit, how this happened, but there it is again, showing that spells work.
I drink of my sisters and I ask to love myself more and to allow myself to be loved more by others. Especially Chris Fucker. I know it's pathetic.
Definitely pathetic.
Well, it's just that, you know, I can't stop thinking about you, and I don't know why, but I think I love you. And I've never loved anyone before except, well, maybe my mom and well, this little puppy that I had when I was little.
I think you should go home, Chris.
No, Sarah, wait, please, Sarah, please. Look, I don't know what's happening to me. I can't eat. I can't sleep.
Can I help you?
No, nobody can help me.
Then there's the concept of curses. Now, of course, white witches, or those that purport to be on the white side of the occult or hidden knowledge, will say that they don't use curses in a derogatory way. However, Harry symbolizes white magic, and Harry uses curses or his magic for vengeance. When his auntie says something horrid about his dead mummy and calls her a name that Harry doesn't like, he does magic on her, and she blows up, she gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and that is very, very cruel magic, and that is a curse, and the sort of extension of spells that Harry is learning. So the reader is learning that they can be involved in vengeance through curses, and perhaps the curses in Harry Potter's books aren't legitimate curses, but once again they can go to the websites to get legitimate curses. But the point is that here is a practice that God finds so distasteful, because he says that vengeance is mine, and we are not to retaliate and cause poison through curses to our enemies. Harry Potter isn't the only book that's going on and on teaching the readers that curses have power. Hollywood also is showing us that curses have power. There's this graphic scene in The Craft that shows that a girl has upset another girl, and so there's a little braiding in the scene here that she wants to put a curse on her through her hair falling out, and through the power of the curse and the rituals and whatever words are used, the hair falls out, and this girl is screaming and writhing, and so she doesn't know what's happened. And of course, she has no idea of the curse, but what's being told to the viewer is that there is power in curses, there is power in magic.
Many parents don't recognize the danger of witchcraft because they look at their experience and they didn't experience that when they were growing up. They relegate witchcraft to Africa or some foreign country. They don't know how pervasive it is today in the youth culture. I know a 9-year-old girl in a Christian school who said, "I love Harry Potter. I've always wanted to be a witch. I want to have the same power he has." The daughter of a pastor wakes up at night dreaming of being able to use the same powers as Harry. She's grown up in the church. She even witnesses to people who are in Wicca, but does not recognize what she's dreaming about is to actually use demonic power. I had a young youth pastor tell me recently about a girl who came to be part of his youth group, but she was also part of Wicca. She began recruiting children out of his youth group. He wasn't aware that those in Wicca take great joy out of seducing Christian children into Wicca. But Christian children are usually easy prey, for they don't understand witchcraft or what to look out for. Why has God warned us of witchcraft? He knows the dangers. He knows the spirits behind witchcraft. He knows they're out to kill, destroy, and rob people of their life. He knows that those who use the power of witchcraft have opened themselves up to these powers to come into them and to control them. And when they open themselves up to these spirits, they find themselves doing obsessive compulsive things such as drugs and sex and alcohol and many other destructive and violent activities. It's interesting that on the one hand they sought this power to have control, and in the end they've lost control of themselves.
One of the arguments is that Harry Potter's series does not actually teach witchcraft, that there's no celebration of seasons. That is not true. By not using the seasonal terms, the argument is that there's no celebration. The Harry Potter series celebrates Halloween, which is a seasonal festival. While it's been given a Christian name, it is still a seasonal festival. In fact, at Halloween time, there are deaths and murders in bloodshed, and Halloween is considered a very important time to have blood sacrifice. So here we see very terrifying elements of the dark side of seasonal worship in Harry Potter, lightened up, given a frivolity, called the Christian holiday, so it covers for the seasonal holidays.
I can't really say when I became interested in Wicca, because it's always been part of me, part of my roots. I love Halloween. I think I'm a very autumn person. We dress up the house with cobwebs and so on, and we cast a circle, and we have a smoky cauldron, and we all scry, which means do clairvoyance, into the smoke which comes out of the cauldron, and we open the gates of the underworld, and if any spirits want to come forward and speak, we listen to them.
My first initiation, when I became first degree, was on Halloween, and I felt very, very much in tune with the God.
Foundational to the philosophy of witchcraft is reincarnation. And it is very, very important to understand this, because this is the concept of there not being the finality of death, that the soul, the spirit, comes back into a new body after it dies. And throughout Harry Potter's books, ghosts are called for, there are supernatural spirits that come back, there are paintings where people come out of the paintings along the corridors of Hogwarts. All of this gives the child the concept that there is no death, that it's perfectly normal interacting with spirits, with ghosts, with things that look half human, half animal, mythological figures that, like the unicorns and the creatures that Hagrid has in his class of mythical creatures. All these things fire up the imagination of the young reader to think that when they get involved, that they're not fearful of it because it's part of Harry's world, it's part of Hogwarts, and so the element of fear is taken away. Those who say that Harry Potter's books do not teach witchcraft don't understand that one of the essentials of witchcraft is that there is no good or evil. There is no right or wrong. It is as you perceive it. So there's a sort of relativism that in your situation, if you do one thing, or in my situation, if I do a different thing, we're both doing the right thing, even if it's wrong. There are no absolutes. It's based on the concept of evolution, that everything is developing. And as we are taught the concept of evolution, which again is synonymous with reincarnation and things are developing, so we get that there is no absolutes. There is no right, there is no wrong. In fact, throughout the books, Harry is rewarded when he deliberately lies or deliberately does something wrong. Instead of the teachers expelling him, which Harry thinks he's going to be expelled for something he did wrong, he is rewarded. So when he goes onto a broomstick, when his teacher tells him not to go onto the broomstick, and he does in defiance, he is rewarded for disobedience by being put onto the Quidditch team. It doesn't matter what this little boy does that's wrong, he's rewarded for it. In fact, Hermione wants so much to be the friend of Ron and Harry. Well, Hermione is a goody-goody two-shoes, and throughout the earlier parts of the books, she is considered by Ron and Harry to be somebody that they don't want to be with. However, she lies to protect them. And this lie changes them, and the reward is that she becomes one of the trio and the team. So this kind of shifting situational ethics, non-absolutism, relativism is so contrary to the biblical concept of God as a God of truth, a God of right, a God of justice. And here is the bottom line of witchcraft being taught through the Harry Potter books, and it is part of a religious philosophy. The lightning bolt is a mark of power from the god Thor, again the horned god, a god of power. And this lightning bolt was considered so important in occult mythology that Hitler used it on his uniforms, on the collar of his uniform, and it is half of the swastika, which is the other lightning bolt that goes across. You go to any feminine-oriented cult, ask a witch what the significance of the broom is. It's a phallic symbol, and it's very important in feminine-oriented cult worship. And the concept of being on a broom and riding is so that you can be moved into an astral projected state, into another dimension, to be able to have deeper powers.
Good afternoon, class. Welcome to your first flying lesson. Stick your right hand over the broom and say up. Wow. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom, exactly where do you think you're...
The same with the pointed hat, which again is a phallic symbol in occult reasoning. So all these symbols that are there of the brooms, the pointed hat of the witches, the unicorn, that is all part of witchcraft and occult symbology of the fertility cults. Divination is the concept of being able to divine or see into the future. Fortune telling, palm reading, tea leaf reading in teacups, crystal ball gazing. All these things are taught through the teachers, the witches and wizards in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who are all accomplished occultists. Children are being vicariously taught the dark arts, the arts which witches today are learning, many pagans today are learning. Now there's a difference between divining, seeking knowledge for the present or future, and sorcery, which is the manipulation. It's not the discovering of the future, but it's the manipulation of things right now that can change or influence a current situation or a person. Now that is how I got into the New Age, because I wanted to manipulate through powers that I was told were in my inner potential, that I had psychic abilities if I could develop them. And this is what every reader is being told in Hogwarts School that Harry has and every student there has. They have psychic powers that they are learning to develop through the classes that they go to. And by the way, you can really see the difference in development in Harry when he's 11 years old in book 1 to getting to book 2 when he's 12, 13, and by 14 he is extremely competent. And as Harry is learning and as the teacher explaining, so is the little reader of 4 to 6, and if they're not reading, by the way, there are cassettes that Scholastic puts out, series of cassettes that children can hear these stories. Many of the parents that I talked to said that there was absolutely no trouble with Harry in the sense of that they, as children, had read Alice in Wonderland or Sleeping Beauty, and even many Christians say that having read C.S. Lewis, who also talks about witches, that these things, witchcraft has not influenced them today, and they are not proponents of witchcraft. However, I think there is a real difference and distinction here, because in Sleeping Beauty, the witches there didn't teach the child watching or the child reading how to be involved in the inner intricacies of sorcery, which is to manipulate powers so that the child can have what the child wants or what the child craves. So these people that, yes, they saw witchcraft, they saw that it was bad, as in C.S. Lewis, who clearly defines it within a biblical worldview. We knew they were evil, and we were not, in a sense, infatuated or fascinated by their philosophy. Some Christian personalities are saying that Harry Potter's magic is just purely mechanical magic. Now, I don't understand purely mechanical magic because I don't know where in the Bible God differentiates between sorcery, that is, that manipulating what you want, and it being mechanical. Maybe adults can redefine mechanical magic to somehow justify the reading of these books, but tell me, a little reader, a young reader who is reading Harry Potter, that is becoming more and more fascinated with the powers of spells and curses and rituals and herbs and crystal reading and all the things that are going on and being taught at Hogwarts, how is that child to differentiate between real magic and mechanical magic, real spells and mechanical spells? I mean, a child doesn't care. The child just wants the power to be able to do what the child is doing. And Harry doesn't care whether it's mechanical. It works for Harry. He puts his wand out and gives the spell and it works. It accomplishes what Harry is trying to accomplish. And that's the point, that children are seeing that their hero is getting what he wants with words, with prayers, with rituals. Therefore, he can do it. My deepest concerns and fears about Harry Potter is the teaching of the dark arts, the blackest of magic, that, quite frankly, I didn't even get into in all my years of New Age because I was so scared of it. And yet here, it is graphically explained to young children how to be able to fight the dark arts, to defend yourself against the dark arts through an actual class called the Defense Against the Dark Arts by a black occultist. And in each of the books, the dark teacher changes, because in one case he's killed, and because he's possessed by Voldemort the snake. So that, just to let you know, if you're possessed by a snake and the snake leaves you, you are dead meat. And that is the blackest side of occultism there is. And that is the teacher that is teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. So here are the children and the readers, Harry Potter and all his teammates in the schools, and the children that are reading the Harry Potter books, being introduced to the darkest and black arts that even disciples of witchcraft would be fearful of getting involved in. And then they're told that through their imagination, through stronger concentration, through stronger self-hypnosis, through their own power within themselves, which is being taught by the witches and wizards, they can defend themselves against the dark arts. And there are several very scary situations where the boggarts, as they're called, these horrible things that children fear, and you're told to think of anything that you fear, conjure it up, bring it to yourself, and then be able to fight it. This is a very, very scary thing to teach children.
There is a possibility, if you don't cast a circle, the forces that could come into the room could take over in a form of possession. We had one example here where one young woman, a nurse, was possessed by, I don't know what it was, but a horrible voice came through her and she passed out.
Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the east, the powers of air and invention. Hear me!
Us.
Hear us.
Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the south, powers of fire and feeling. Hear us! Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the west, powers of water and intuition. Hear us! Hail to the guardians of the watchtowers of the north by the powers of Mother and Earth. Hear us.
Aid us in our magical working on this May's Eve. Serpent of old, ruler of deep, guardian of the bitter sea, show us your glory. Show us your power. We pray of thee. We pray of thee. We invoke thee. Oh, Sacred One, hear our calls. Hear our prayers. Ancient Wise One, teach us thy ways. We summon and stir thee. Lend us your power. Show us your glory. We invoke thee. We invoke thee. We invoke thee. Fill us. Fill
We have what we call contacts. There are other names for them. They are beings, that's the easy thing to call them, which can be people who have lived on the earth, or they can be God forms.
They become almost as real as the people standing next to you. And whoever else you call doesn't actually materialize. You can't see them in the physical sense, but mentally you know that they are there. You can see them in your mind's eye.
I have, on occasion, touched upon, I suppose you could call them spirit guides. People describe them in different way. I am aware of a hierarchy of spiritual advisors who live on another plane of consciousness that you can approach, that will acknowledge you and advise you and assist you.
I can feel him running through my veins. He's still in me.
And we know that there's such a thing as possession because Voldemort possesses the Defense Against the Arts teacher in the book where he's sucking the unicorn. We know that he possesses the little 11-year-old girl through her writings in a journal where her feelings, her emotions, her thoughts that she is writing in the diary of the young Voldemort is giving him power to rise up. And he possesses this girl, and he mocks and laughs at Harry later on in the book when he says she didn't even know that she was killing on Halloween when she had blood all over, and she'd write in the diary, I don't know what came into me. I think I'm going mad because I'm doing things that I have no control over. So here she was, a little 11-year-old girl in Harry Potter's book, possessed by Voldemort's spirit, murdering on Halloween. And there's nothing wrong with Harry Potter.
As the largest publisher of children's books in the world, Scholastic Inc., the U.S. publisher of the Harry Potter series, supplies nearly every public school in America with its products, thereby reaching more than 32 million children each year. In the last 2 decades, Scholastic has been producing more and more materials featuring witchcraft, graphic horror, supernaturalism, and spiritism. Scholastic eagerly secured the publishing rights to Harry Potter, which far surpassed the popularity of its predecessor, the occultic-theme shock fiction book and video series, Goosebumps. As a supplier of teaching materials to American schools for over 80 years, Scholastic used its unrivaled position in the educational system to flood classrooms and libraries with Harry Potter books, recommending that teachers read them aloud in class. Scholastic's 35 school-based magazines, published for grades K through 12, tirelessly markets the Potter books to students while its award-winning website helps integrate Harry Potter materials into classroom activities. Scholastic pride themselves in supporting educators by networking resources through their revolutionary online curriculum systems, while the reading of Bible-based material is banned in American schools. The religion of witchcraft, repackaged through Harry Potter, is given honorable status and a strategic position.
So here we have this religion introduced into the public school system through the Harry Potter books, through Scholastic Inc., the publishers, who supplies this literature to schools. And by the way, there are lots of teaching guides. For instance, there's Elizabeth Schaeffer has written a Beecham's Handbook on how to understand Harry, and goes into the symbolism of Harry, the mythology of Harry, which is all based on real mythology. And in Elizabeth Schaeffer's book, she encourages the student to go to actual Wiccan, the websites of the Celts, Druids, pagans, witches, the witch voice. These websites are being given credibility through the public school system. She also went into undermining the Bible, choosing Christian mystics that did not find the Bible the infallible Word of God, and her arguments were anti-Christian and anti-biblical. Now, when I tapped into some of the web pages that Elizabeth Schaeffer recommended we go to, and from her site where she introduces, for instance, going to the Witch's Voice, as I started going into these sites, I actually got email back thanking me for being interested in witchcraft and introducing me to basic 101s in witchcraft by practicing witches from the Witch's Voice, a website that is used by witches today. The bridges were so clearly seen by me that, okay, the child is introduced to what is called fantasy literature in the school system, supported by taxpayer money. It is a religion being taught through Harry Potter, and the reading materials and tools that are supporting further in-depth discovery are taking you to websites that are further fascinating you with a Wiccan philosophical worldview. We have an indoctrination program that is enticing us to further darker knowledge that now any child, any computer literate child can just follow the web pages and visit wherever they want and have glamorous versions of lessons in witchcraft and sorcery so that they can manipulate their teacher to give them good exam results, the person they love to like them. Whatever it is that they are told will be possible through sorcery. J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, admitted that she got many, many requests for children that wanted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And we know from books that are out there and interviews with children that they really wonder at night while they're laying awake if there is a Hogwarts that they can go to. If you go to the Warner Brothers site, they ask you to enlist into Hogwarts. Well, there are sites out there that are pulling in your children who are interested in learning more in various different schools of witchcraft and wizardry.
I want you to obtain this video and share it with your friends, your grandchildren, your children. And especially if your pastor has not seen this video, I'd like for you to share it with him. I know he'll want to share it with the congregation. And then there are those teachers, the school board members that need to see this film, also the politicians that govern you.
There will be many, many questions that haven't been answered in this video, and many questions that your friends or relatives or readers of Harry Potter would like answered. I would like you to visit this webpage and email me with your questions, and I will try and answer all your questions through email.
One of the great advantages we have today is email. There's a link on this website which will teach you how to use email to inform as many people as possible about the Harry Potter phenomena and danger.
I would encourage you to come to our webpage, visit this site to get more information, to get help, to get advice, and to be introduced to materials out there that can help you with some of these concerns.
On this website, there's also a place for you to subscribe to a free newsletter. In the days to come, there'll be many other issues. There'll be many other books. There'll be many other ways that the pagans and the witches attempt to influence our children. Through this newsletter, you can be kept informed. Also at this website, there will be a concerned group link, which will allow people to communicate what they're doing about the growing phenomena of paganism, witchcraft, and the use of Harry Potter and related books. If this were an auto race, the pagans and the witches would have lapped us many times. They've gained this advantage because of the ignorance of Christians. To show an example, there is a book in which a person actually justifies Harry Potter through Scripture. I cannot think of anything more blasphemous. Here we have Harry Potter, a wizard, going to a school to learn how to better use demonic power. And this individual is justifying these books through Scripture.
We need to be educated and aware about what is the content of the Harry Potter books, what is the phenomenon that is sweeping through the globe at the moment, and what is the purpose of this indoctrination? Where is it coming from? What is behind Harry Potter? All these things are part of our educational process.
As you've noted on this video, there's a tremendous number of internet sites offering all kinds of witchcraft wares to your children. There's only one filter at this time that I know of that will filter out these witchcraft sites along with pornography sites.
At this moment, there is only one filter available to prevent your children from visiting and accessing the websites that are selling your children witchcraft, sorcery, spells, occult information. Please visit our website for more details and more information about this filter that will benefit you and your family and friends.
For further information about the Internet filter that blocks witchcraft websites from your home computer, visit www.theharrypottervideo.com. For further copies of this video, order online at jeremiahfilms.com or call toll-free 1-800-828-2290.
From Jeremiah Films comes these hard-hitting motion pictures now available on video cassette. Devil Worship, The Rise of Satanism, brings to light one of the most dangerous trends currently exploding throughout the world. AIDS, What You Haven't Been Told, a shocking investigation into the myths, cover-ups, and political manipulations concerning our planet's deadliest virus. The Evolution Conspiracy, a breathtaking documentary featuring leading scientists from around the world attempting to unravel the mysteries of evolution and, in the process, uncovering what may be the most incredible hoax of the century. Gods of the New Age, a fascinating and disturbing motion picture which traces the history and occult origins of today's New Age philosophy, from its beginnings in mystic India to its mass infiltration into Western culture. Fear is the Master takes you inside one of the world's most dangerous cults and reveals firsthand how recruits are brainwashed into submitting to a maniacal leader. The Godmakers, a gripping investigation of the Mormon Empire, which exposes the deception of its massive political and financial network. Temple of the Godmakers continues the investigation of the Mormon Church and brings you inside the Mormon Temple as you witness secret occult rituals recorded for the first time ever on film. False Gods of Our Time, a 4-part series filmed on 4 continents, which accurately provides insights into the confusing and contradictory religions of the world. Operation Tentmaker boldly tells how ordinary men and women have become missionaries within countries that forbid the sharing of the Christian gospel. The Witness at Your Door, a behind-the-scenes examination of the beliefs and motivations of those uninvited door-to-door visitors, the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Mormon Dilemma dramatically presents an accurate comparison between the Mormon belief system and biblical Christianity.
A Song for Grandma, a moving documentary designed to motivate volunteers to visit the elderly lying alone and forgotten in our nursing homes.
These are available to you from your local video retailer, or you can call 1-800-828-2290. That's 1-800-828-2290. California residents call 1-800-633-0869. Call today.
Teenagers across America are playing with a new and frightening game, Satanism. Their school books are marked up with satanic symbols, upside-down crosses, pentagrams, the number 666. Their fashions glamorize the demonic. They are seduced by heavy metal heroes, many of whom feature satanic imagery in their songs and album covers. For some of these young people, the fixation on violence, evil, and death leads them to commit abominable crimes, including suicide and human sacrifice. Joseph Beeson, 18, and Edward Bennett, 19, both raised in Mormon homes, drew blood from their own veins and mutilated animals in satanic rituals. But that wasn't enough, so they eventually killed 18-year-old Michelle Moore. Sean Sellers, 17, the youngest death row inmate in Oklahoma, brutally murdered his mother and stepfather because they tried to prevent his satanic rituals. Scott Waterhouse, 17, tortured and killed a 12-year-old girl in a grisly satanic slaughter. Pete Rowland, 17, formed a satanic cult with 3 other boys. After sacrificing a cat, they turned on Steve Newberry, the 4th member of their group, and beat him to death with baseball bats while chanting, "A sacrifice for Satan." Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, was convicted of 13 murders and 30 other felonies. During the summer of 1985, he beat, strangled, raped, sodomized, shot, and slashed his victims in a rampage of sadistic satanic slayings. In the spring of '89, the dead bodies of 13 victims, one of whom was only 16 years old, were found mutilated and buried in a common grave near the American-Mexican border in Matamoros. This satanic drug-smuggling cult believed that sacrificing humans in bizarre rituals would give them magical protection. The victims had been dealt blows with a hammer, and some suffered horrible mutilations, including the removal of brains, hearts, and other organs that were then boiled in blood. For those of us who have been involved in cult and occult research over the years, these atrocious reports are unfortunately nothing new. They are only the tip of the iceberg. Because Satanism is by nature clandestine, it's hard to estimate the numbers of people involved. Not all satanic groups are involved in criminal behavior, but with increasing frequency, law enforcement agencies across North America and Western Europe are receiving similar reports of illegal activity. Satanically inspired child pornography and ritual abuse, animal mutilations, human sacrificial murder, cannibalism, rape, sodomy, desecration of graves in Christian churches are just some of the findings. Victims are from all walks of life. Their stories are grotesque and beyond human belief. The purpose of this video is not to over-sensationalize a hideous subject, but rather to inform you of a very real problem that is sweeping across our nation. What used to be hidden or secret is now arrogantly brandished in public by Satanists who recruit openly and display macabre graffiti and gruesome mutilations in public places. In this video, we wish to educate you and your family on how to protect yourselves from the effects of Satanism. Today, a growing number of people don't believe in the existence of a personal God or devil. However, many believe in a force or universal power which can be tapped into at will and manipulated, used for good or evil, they believe, by performing various techniques and rituals. Among subscribers of this occult philosophy are white witches, black witches, and Satanists.
Satanism and black witches worship Satan. Alongside of that, you have people calling themselves white witches or Wiccans, who claim that they have magic powers, but they only use them to do good.
There's a lot of confusion between Satanism and witchcraft. The two terms are usually lumped together as one. Satanism, as it stands, is basically a reversion and perversion of Christian symbolism, whereas witchcraft, or Wicca as we prefer to call it, is a totally separate, autonomous organisation that has its own form of worship, which is not related to Christianity in any way at all.
When I first got into Wicca, it looked really good. It seemed to be white and innocent and just going out and like gathering herbs and worshiping nature. But as I got into the higher degrees, I learned that the name of the horned god was Lucifer, and I learned that, for instance, the sign of second degree was an inverted pentagram, which is, of course, the symbol of black magic, the five-pointed star turned with the 2 points up, symbolizing the horns of Satan. And it began to dawn on me that there were things here that weren't quite as they should be.
According to my Bible, witchcraft is witchcraft. God does not distinguish between black or white or grey. Witchcraft allows you or teaches you to depend on supernatural powers and spirits to get things that you want on this earth. So I believe that despite all the good that Wiccans think they do, their power source is exactly the same as that of Satanism.
Many officials have been reluctant to admit the horrendous ramifications of satanic activity in America and Europe. But despite opposition, some people have come forward and spoken against the upward swing of Satanism as a serious epidemic that must be considered. David Wilshire is one such person. As a British Member of Parliament, he actively alerts his fellow countrymen to the growing dangers of Satanism.
Once you open up the mind to the sorts of ideas and imagery and history of witchcraft, where is the dividing line between something which is a bit of a giggle and something which slips very readily into full-blown Satanism, if that's the right phrase for it, where there are no bounds to how nastily and foully you treat other people for your own gratification?
Englishman Aleister Crowley, a leading inspiration in today's revival of Satanism, was a bisexual heroin addict and demonologist who was violently opposed to Christianity. In his book Magic, he detailed the proper procedure for performing a child sacrifice. Crowley's powerful influence is seen in such groups as the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, and Colonel Michael Aquino's Temple of Set, an offshoot from the Church of Satan. In 1966, Anton LaVey founded the first Church of Satan in San Francisco, which at one point claimed 10,000 members. LaVey authored the Satanic Bible and Satanic Rituals, two of Satanism's most important books. Astonishingly, when the Satanic Bible was first published, it outsold the Holy Bible 2-to-1 in many parts of America and 10-to-1 on some college campuses. It teaches tenets that are totally opposed to goodness, purity, and selfless behavior.
All religions are coming around to Satanism. We're in the very throes of a new satanic age. The evidence is all around us. All we have to do is look at it.
Shemham Parash. Shemham Parash. Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
To the Satanist, good is evil and evil is good. The truth is a lie and a lie is a truth. Sweet is bitter and bitter is sweet. And everything is twisted around the other way.
The Satanists have merely followed the pantheist way of thought to its logical conclusion. If there are no absolutes, if God doesn't exist, he hasn't set absolute limits to what we can do. So therefore, anything that the self decides it wants, the self can go after.
We believe in greed, we believe in selfishness, we believe in all of the lustful thoughts that motivate man because this is man's natural feeling.
And therefore, Satanists take that to its extreme and say, if I want to be violent, I can be violent. If I want to hurt others to gain my way, then I can hurt others to gain my way.
There are generally 4 different groups of Satanists. We would like to classify them as the dabbler. Then you have your religious Satanist. Then you have your non-traditional Satanist. And then your generational Satanist. The dabbler we would classify as the teenager. The teenager would simply learn some things from his friends at school, dabble a little bit in the Ouija board, go down the library or the local bookstore and pick up a book, and kind of do his own thing. Not real dangerous, but he can be moved into further areas which could be criminal or dangerous in nature.
The dabblers are the people who are putting the graffiti up on walls, knocking over tombstones, and making a general nuisance of themselves in the public. They are the ones also who will do the animal sacrifices, and they're really novices. They're considered lower-level Satanists by those who are higher up into the satanic realm. The religious Satanists are protected by law. Anton LaVey's First Church of Satan in San Francisco would be an example of that. They are religious in their approach, and they try not to violate any man-made laws because it is not productive for their own self-interest.
Now, the non-traditional Satanist is a gentleman or lady or the group of people who would take certain ideologies, develop a cult, usually polarized around some central theme, oftentimes taken from a biblical aspect, and use that to commit crimes, or they may not commit any crimes, but for what we're talking about for these purposes, the non-traditional Satanist is oftentimes the most dangerous.
Now then there are generational Satanists. These are people who would have Satanism in their family, and it's passed down from generation to generation, just as the name would intimate, and these Satanists would produce all kinds of horrors secretly.
From infancy, they have learned all these things. They have been molested, forced to drink blood, eat feces, urinated upon, sodomized, and just from generation to generation, it continues.
Many Satanists recall being fascinated with occultism at a young age. Some had been ritually dedicated to Satanist children. One person who remembers being initiated by his grandfather is Glenn.
One year at a family reunion, he took all the cousins, all the little kids, and he lined us all up in a row. And he went down the line just one by one, putting his hand on our heads. And he came back and stopped at me, and he said, "This is the chosen one." After that, he took me aside into a barn where it was private, and he laid his hands on my head, and he said, "At the moment of my death, I pass over all my power and my ability to you."
I was finally given the wonderful privilege of realizing that Satan was the god of witchcraft, and I was, at that time, made it very clear that if I really wanted to progress much further, I would have to sell my soul to the devil.
Their main teaching is that Satan had a part in creating the world with God, and he was wrongfully thrown out of heaven when he asked for equal power along with Jehovah God, and that one day he would regain his rightful place. So we have to make his army bigger, so the more recruits there are in Satanism and the occult on the earth, the quicker his army would grow, and then he would take over and overthrow Christ and the Christian church.
Worshipping of Satan is not a crime in the United States of America. It's protected under the First Amendment. Therefore, if you see a group of people dancing around a fire, they're not committing any crime. There's nothing that the United States law enforcement can do.
It's not against the law to be a Satanist or to be a member of a witchcraft group, you know, or to be a doorknob worshiper. I don't really care what you form of religion is. I don't investigate the religion. It's the crime I investigate.
There are no statistics to prove anywhere in the United States of America or the world that this stuff is widespread. But it's my opinion that it's more widespread than you can shake a stick at.
Satanism in the United Kingdom is on the increase. It is, I believe, one of the fastest growing religions, as it is legally known, in this country.
In Britain, we are beginning to see that Satanism is widespread. From the contacts we have through social services, voluntary agencies and the police, we are beginning to monitor the situation, therefore developing a picture which is showing that we have a very serious problem.
The real Satanists, the hardcore Satanists, are involved in criminal activity, and for that reason they are going to try and look as normal as possible, the better to be able to deceive you. They're doctors, they're lawyers, they're teachers, they're oftentimes people who are in positions of great influence over small children.
Priests, ministers, doctors, police officers, judges, businessmen, oilmen, teenagers, they're all linked together for one purpose, to sacrifice whatever they want to Satan.
It would be a whole lot easier if these people wore, you know, had horns and a pitchfork and a red suit, but they just don't. They could be your next door neighbor.
I know when I was involved in the Church of Satan, they were very proud of the fact that there was not a single military installation in the world that did not have an outpost of avowed Satanists. Satanists are drawn to the military because of the idea of war and death. You see, they view war as one gigantic human sacrifice.
Satanism, we are finding, is becoming international and interconnected. They are interconnected in Britain, from one city to another, and into Europe and into America. A lot of money is involved, a lot of finance, and this finance is made through pornographic videos, through drugs, and through arms.
As far as the attraction, I mean, what actually would make somebody become a Satanist? Well, for some people, in my case at least, it was a gradual infiltration. It was a move from things like ESP and flying saucers, and then just a very gradual, many-year slide into finally regarding Satan as my God.
I got into Satanism simply because of the promise of power and wealth, and by being invited to some parties which I went to, I was told I could have those things, but it was a special gift that I couldn't have until I had been initiated.
I think it can be put in one four-letter word, lust. And I don't just mean sexual lust. There is a lust for power that is part of our sinful nature. There is a lust, of course, for sexuality. And there is a kind of, C.S. Lewis talks about it as a spiritual lust, as the kind of spiritual itch to want to somehow reach into the unknown. We're fascinated by it.
As a young boy of 13, 14, I practiced magic. When you're that age, there's no limit to the scope of your imagination. And so Everything magical that we'd heard of, we tempted. Calling forth the devil, invoking demons. We tried all these things, and with some effects.
In 1981, Mark's quest to experience the more powerful side of black magic led him to start his own satanic coven, the Temple of Olympus.
As far as I'm concerned, magic is about getting what you want. Magicians are people who get what they want.
The main theme of devil worshiping follows along the teachings of Aleister Crowley, which is do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. And you break all that down, all that means is to do whatever you want to do. They cater to your needs to get you involved.
They want the quick, slick answers to life by calling down these forces so they will be able to manipulate whatever they need.
If you're not popular, you are told that certain rituals, compassion rituals, will gain you popularity or gain you prestige with the opposite sex. And this is something that is also a lure to the Satanists. It's the basic elemental carnal lusts of the flesh that draw them in.
They taught me how to kill someone, a spell, how to kill someone, a spell, how to get someone to lust for me.
We had a lot of spells that would you would use to hurt someone. Just knowing that we had that information there in front of us really gave us a sense of power.
From our experience, a child has turned to Satanism initially because of an emotional reason. We have many more children coming from single-parent families or where the head of the home, the father, is not taking the fatherly role.
With teenagers especially, the appeal is to rebellion. The appeal is to do whatever you can do to drive your parents crazy.
They want to supernaturally get back at their parents, and we have found a lot of teenagers wanting to do it that way. The other reason, I believe, is because the church has not met the needs of these teenagers. They have not seen the supernatural power of God in the church. They've not really seen the love of Christ amongst the people.
National news coverage brought the demented crimes of self-styled Satanist and serial murderer Richard Ramirez into public attention. His crimes included raping a woman in the same bed as the dead body of her husband, whom he had just killed. She then listened helplessly as Ramirez sodomized her 8-year-old son. Another woman was forced to swear allegiance to Satan as Ramirez beat and raped her, while yet another elderly lady had a pentagram carved on her thigh. Ramirez arrogantly brandished secret satanic symbols to the press. He flashed a 2-fingered devil sign to news reporters, prominently greeted the courtroom with "Hail Satan," and conspicuously waved the pentagram drawn on his palm.
You don't understand me. You are not expected to. You are not capable of it. I am beyond your experience. I am beyond good and evil. I will be avenged. Lucifer dwells within us all. That's it.
Today, Satanism can be seen to be more blatant than ever before. Satanic graffiti is no longer shocking, while recruiting, which was once hidden and obscure, is now visibly public, and sadly, youth are the chief targets.
Satanists want to recruit. We know that it's been going on for many years. This is not new, but their arrogance and their outwardness about the way they recruit is becoming unbelievable.
Recruiters will go out there into various high schools and draw kids into the system because they're very street smart, some of these Satanists, and they can draw these kids into it very seductively where their parents may not even know it.
Sometimes they'll simply suck them in through the local high schools, sex and drug parties. They may go to the local bus station, find the runaways down there, Skid Row, or they may come from very affluent families.
I've noticed that these kids are bored with society, they're bored with school, they're bored with some of the churches that are out there.
I have young people calling me regularly, telling me that they have been involved in some sort of animal mutilation sacrifice. And the reason why they say that they go out to these animal mutilation sacrifices is because they're provided with vodka or drugs, cocaine, or free sex. And they don't particularly like, as this one girl said to me, I don't really like to hear the squealing animals in the cemeteries when they do their rituals, but they give me free vodka.
Repeatedly you'll see the drug usage being used. Sometimes the high priest or the high priestess won't use drugs because they may not be able to have that mental, spiritual control over the people that are in the actual coven, but they will then give it to their members.
And so to cover up what I'd seen and what I'd been taking part in, I started taking drugs, which they provided. So that was another reason for staying at the coven. They were providing me heroin.
The old proverb warning against wine, women and song has taken on new spiritual momentum. Sex, drugs and rock and roll is the modern cry of a rebellious youth. Satanist Aleister Crowley has indirectly influenced many leading rock groups, including the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin and Ozzy Osbourne, who even wrote a song about Crowley. Today's music industry commercializes satanic themes without concern for the souls they seduce. Even those bands who promote hardcore Satanism deny that they are Satanists, but admit that Satanism sells and that they are simply giving their fans what they want to hear. Many bands get their ideas from horror films and videos, which explicitly depict satanic rituals, death, murder, and cruel tortures. Evidence shows music laced with satanic overtones has played an important role in the lives of many of the teenagers who have been convicted of satanic killings. Night Stalker Richard Ramirez, obsessed with the music of the rock group AC/DC, admitted that their lyrics influenced his mayhem killings.
Peer pressure is especially important to the teenager, even more so. We all want to feel accepted. But teenagers need that stability in their lives of knowing that they are able to carry on relationships. And when the majority of their friends are wearing the heavy metal t-shirts and listening to the black metal music that incorporates satanic lyrics, they feel compelled to belong to the group.
I see a lot of them that are getting involved in it. And it started out with the music, you know, not all rock music, mostly the things like the black metal or speed metal type things, where they have the heavy satanic type overtones to the music.
Your groups such as Venom, Slayer, Merciful Fate, these are bands that will blatantly teach these kids various occultic practices.
One of the more popular bands playing in London is a group called the Devoted Men, led by Mark, High Priest of the Temple of Olympus. Mark says he receives transmissions from demon gods and goddesses who give him the music and lyrics to perform on stage.
Very frequently there's this otherworldliness about the words themselves. It's almost as if we're not writing the words, but we're just, our hand is performing the action, but it's not our mind. Devoted Men take the music that we write for the Temple of Olympus and perform it in London at the night spots and venues before a live young audience, basically present our message.
The band's main function is to recruit new members into the outer circle of Mark's satanic cult. High priestesses Sarah and Julianne left the cult due to the inner circle's heavy dependence on black magic and perverted sex rituals.
The idea of the Devoted Men, which was the band that they had, was another way to try and get world domination. They thought that by being a successful rock band, that they'd get the money to go to the States and open up an enormous, complex religion over there.
When you first joined the Temple of Olympus, you'd attend an outer circle meeting. And from going along to that, you wouldn't realise what was really going on in the Temple of Olympus at all, because that's only witnessed by the inner order. You'd be offering flowers and wine and reading out poetry, and everything would be very sweet and very lovely.
In Britain, we are seeing from the recruitment programmes that we are watching and from the contact magazines that we have, that what is being advertised and what is actually happening in the coven are two different things.
we were told to use whitewash liberally and to cover up any signs of any shades of black magic at all that were in the inner order.
And there are many other orders who put on this front of being fairly innocent, but actually when the people are involved and initiated, they see that they're being trained into prostitution, in pornography, as well as into Satanism itself as a religion.
When I was involved in Satanism, we basically recruited from the teenage years, but today it's becoming very apparent that they are trying to get children at a very young age, and this is done partially through the use of the media, whether through things like cartoons, which begin with ideas that there is good magic and there is bad magic, and it's okay if you use the good magic, demonic characters, little demon figurines that kids buy.
He-Man, on the cartoon He-Man, you have people calling down fire, you have people calling down power into themselves from occult, unseen, hidden sources, through talismans and through chanting, and you have these people saying magic words, and then they are empowered and endued with power. So that child looks at that and says, I want to be powerful.
Children are being programmed into occult practices by the cartoons and games and stories that they see on television. It seems harmless and fun and exciting.
Games like Dungeons and Dragons incorporate actual occult practices into the body of the game, where you are actually asked to take on an occult persona that has powers.
Believe it or not, you can learn spells right out of Dungeons and Dragons. Kids will learn them from the Ouija board. I have interviewed kids who have played the Ouija board, and the Ouija board literally told them how to draw a 5-pointed star and how to do a particular spell.
When the Ouija board gave us that spell, one of the things it told us to do was to draw a pentagram. And we had to chant a certain chant, and we burned 2 black candles.
Sometimes children themselves who have played with Ouija boards, believing it to be a bit of fun. They haven't been able to sleep. They've had nightmares, and their lives have been completely changed because of some involvement which they thought was innocent, which they thought was harmless.
The Ouija board wasn't enough, so we started getting into the incense books, potions, all kinds of stuff.
I went to the school library. I asked for books on the occult, thinking I'd find 1 or 2. And there was a whole huge section on the black arts, on witchcraft, on every kind of aspect of the occult that you should want. As I looked, I came across a prayer to Lucifer. Well, I didn't know who Lucifer was because I didn't have a Christian background. But it said if you pray this prayer for a month, then you will get everything that you want and more.
Satanism gives you a sense of power. It gives you a feeling that you have power over your own life. Of course, it's the ultimate delusion, because actually what you have done is you have totally surrendered control of your life to a demented, brilliant psychopath, Satan himself.
It's very tempting for them to take hold of these promises, and sadly, Satan is such a liar. You know, and he's cheating these young people. And I care very much. I care very much. They're being cheated, conned, and they will eventually die. And a lot of them, it is because they have at some point been involved with the occult, and they die because they can't face the fact that the promises weren't kept.
Satanic rituals are shrouded in secrecy. New recruits are often blindfolded when taken to the ritual location, or drugged, so that their recollections are blurred and their will to resist is eliminated.
I was blindfolded, taken to the Satanist temple. And when I got in there, I was astonished, to say the least. There was about 400 people or more. They stood and they were worshipping the devil. There were effigies of Satan, half man and half beast, around the walls. There was a high altar, and on the altar there were cups and knives. The chief Satanist sat on a throne-like seat. He was robed and hooded. Around him, in a semicircle, stood some 13 priests and priestesses. Of course, you were told, you know, not to say anything to anybody, because it was the keynote of the movement was secrecy. And little wonder when you knew what went on in there.
In Satanism, sex is not only used to lure new recruits, but in a ritual context, sex is also believed to be an important method of inducing power.
In the sex ritual, it can be involving either a child, a teenager, or someone in the group, either voluntarily or involuntary.
You have to have sex and be initiated with the chief priest. After the chief priest has had you, you know, anybody can.
One of the biggest rituals I was in was the marriage ritual, and that was where me and my soulmate had to get married. It was required that the male and the female that were getting married sleep with the rest of the other group. So the female that was getting married to me would sleep with the guys, and I'd sleep with the girls.
Bacchus is the Roman god of wine. He's also god of madness and frenzy. So we had a bacchanalia, which was basically, it was supposed to be an orgy. We had a guest for that one, a young boy. And the energy that was raised from that was used to send all our enemies mad.
Sex is very much a sacred thing for magicians of all backgrounds. And it's a very powerful thing. And it's one of the most natural things in the world. In a ritual context, it loses none of that naturalness.
Sarah, another priestess, and myself used to have to do lesbian-type dances in front of Mark. But a lot of this went on. We were always openly encouraged to do that sort of thing in front of Mark. It was as if we were entertaining the gods.
In Satanism, sadomasochism is way out in the open. I mean, you know, all sorts of tortures and things are done to raise power.
We're seeing now what is known as sadomasochistic forms of Satanism, where they'll go in there and they'll self-mutilate each other, or they'll sadistically use one of the other coven members just for their own simple gratification.
Drawings by children reveal how they were forced to participate in atrocious satanic rituals involving animal and human sacrifice, sometimes even compelled to eat raw meat and drink blood. Heartbreaking accounts detail how children were deliberately trapped in cages or graves for hours at a time, sometimes even with snakes, how they were defecated and urinated on, sodomized and raped by adults in satanic ceremonies. Sometimes adults would wear robes similar to Christian clergy and perform rituals in Christian churches, not only to mock God, but to terrorize the children against a belief in biblical Christianity. And today, more and more cases are revealing an international link between child pornography and Satanism.
One of the things that seems to be real consistent with ritual child abuse in your hardcore type groups is the fact that it's almost an indoctrination method to make that child become part of that group.
If they can ritually abuse children, if they can in any way sexually abuse children, anything to destroy a child's innocence or their trust or their wonder at the world, they will do it.
Satanism exists in this country as it exists elsewhere. It is appallingly evil. It is about murder. It is about child abuse. It's about sexual abuse. It is no joke and must be taken seriously and must be dealt with. The most tragic stories that I've ever heard are where a child has told people what's been happening, and the adults have said, don't be stupid, that doesn't happen in this country.
The problem we're coming across is that the higher officials in these public organizations do not want to acknowledge that this is occurring.
Is the court system able to handle this type of philosophy? Do they believe in Satanism? I mean, a lot of people just laugh at it.
One of the more powerful rituals in Satanism is the Black Mass, a parody of the Catholic Mass in which the text is said backwards and in which many other sacred Christian traditions are mocked.
In Satanism, you have rituals that are designed, first of all, to deliberately mock God. So in our particular type of Satanism, we would mock, like, say, the Catholic Mass. We would consecrate communion hosts, and then we would do things like stamp on them or urinate on them or other things, believing that by doing that, we were somehow abusing God.
I was the altar, which involved me being naked, spread-eagled, on a low plinth. I had a candle in each hand. One of the other priestesses was a nun, was dressed up as a nun. She had to wee into a bucket, and that was used to aspergus, cover us in it. We had toast with little crosses on, little circles, and that was used as a sacrament, and it was placed up my, whatever I can say on American TV, and then it was placed on my lips, and that was how it was blessed. Then it was sprinkled with urine, and then it was thrown on the ground and had to be trampled by everybody. And then a lot of Latin guff was talked. Hail Satan, I rescind all previous allegiances to any other god, you're the supreme, that sort of stuff. All the power that was raised through this ritual was used for killing off Christians.
Satanists believe that sexual perversions combined with the spilling of innocent blood conjures up the strongest powers. Reports show animals including dogs, cats, goats and horses being savagely skinned alive, having their blood drained, organs removed or being split open and nailed to upside-down crosses. Interestingly, Humane Society officials note that many mass murderers were originally involved in animal mutilations.
We have an epidemic of young people participating in some strata of Satanism. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all out sacrificing human beings, but they may very well be doing the rituals that involve mutilation of animals. One fire department individual told me all of the woods around our area have these types of rituals going on.
If you kill an animal, that exerts a tremendous amount of energy that the people there can sort of vampirize on, and so animals would be slain, and this is especially true on the high holidays like Beltane and Samhain, Halloween and May Eve.
I had my incredibly sharp knife, and there was drumming going on in the background, and I thought, you know, it was going to be amazing, and then I just cut its head off like that, suddenly, and that was it.
They brought in alive a white cockerel, the symbol of denial, and they wrung its neck at the high altar, and they slit its throat, and they caught the blood in one of the cups from the high altar. My arm was cut. They stirred the blood in the cup with a knife. I had to drink that blood, put my finger in the blood, and sign a real parchment, not a silly scrap of paper, but a real proper parchment that I would serve the devil the rest of my life.
I would strap the animal into the middle of the pentagram. Then I would take a portion of the blood or the body and drink it or eat it. I believed that by doing this, more power and more ability was being placed into my body.
There's something about sacrifice. If you do it once, you want to do it all the time. Once you've actually passed the barrier of sacrificing an animal, you get this sort of bloodlust where you really want to do it. And I really wanted to do it.
It's believed that if you just kill an animal, that's not much good. You've got to kill it slowly because, and this would be true of a person too, of course, that the screams and that the agony of the animal would contribute to the high level of power.
What results we had. After just the first ritual, we were moved to throw every effort into the successive workings. The power, the response
devil worshiping in the community can just stigmatize that community beyond repair. Probably one of the biggest problems would have to be political. They want to keep it under wraps as much as possible.
The reason some of it's being covered up specifically is for political reasons. It's obvious. For instance, a very wealthy community who's plagued with a animal sacrifice in the community. Let's use cats, for instance. If the mayor of that particular community allows that to be published, what's going to happen to the property value in there? They're going to say there's all sorts of Satanists. Let's not bring that up.
Animal sacrifices is commonplace today. And in the order that I was involved in years ago, there was even human sacrifice.
This lady in a black robe came forward with this little baby. And at first I didn't realize it was a real baby. And she just laid it on the altar. It was breathing, but it wasn't crying. And then the high priest just took the athame, or the ceremonial dagger, and just cut the baby's throat and caught the blood in a chalice. At that point, I was staggering, reeling. I thought I was just going to throw up. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. But by then, I was so scared that I just stood there. And then when I was led forward, I thought, this is it. It's your turn. They're going to kill you. And I was lifted up onto the altar. Now, I at that time was still in white. It was part of a sacrifice known as the sacrifice of the White Virgin. And the same blood that had come from the baby was daubed all over my body. Then the high priest raped me. And I think at that moment, I was just, the fact I was still alive went through my mind. I then had to sign in blood a parchment stating that I would never, ever reveal what had happened in a coven. If I did, I would die.
If we look at the number of children that are missing, the number of teenagers that are missing, I think we can probably, with some degree of safety, assume that a significant percentage of them are ending up dead because of ritual satanic murder. And this is because there are more and more Satanists.
Are human beings being sacrificed? Yes, they are. It's not all the time what you think, whether they're dragged and carted away and laid on some altar somewhere and cut open and had body parts removed. That's not always what happens. It may be just as simple as someone being mad at someone and going up and blowing their head off with a gun, or stabbing them with a knife, or even poisoning them. There's a lot of things that I would look for to make a determination on a ritualistic crime. It could be marks that are found at the scene. It may be things like a pentagram. It may be an upside-down cross. It could be, again, the number 666. It could be a loss of blood in the body, certain parts removed in a certain manner. Their victims, some were targeted for specific reasons. One, because they wouldn't join. Two, because they did join and they want to drop out. Some of their victims are themselves. They voluntarily do it.
When you join Satanism, you take an oath that will state that you're there till you die. And the biggest gift that you can give Satan is to die voluntarily as a sacrifice.
The human being is a precious instrument in the eyes of the Lord. If somebody can come along, a Satanist, come along and destroy, murder something that God loves, that's just what the devil wants.
These various satanic covens that meet need to have this kind of sacrifice for their high festival days. And it's sort of I hate to say it like this, but it's like supply and demand. The more satanic covens there are, the more children and babies and teenagers are going to be brought out and sacrificed. And again, it is the destruction of innocence that they seek. That's why children are sought. That's why teenagers are sought. That's why, oddly enough, Christians are sought.
In my interviews with former Satanists and their victims, it's really a common thing to perform sacrifices and rituals on religious holidays, specifically Christmas and Easter, and when they do it on those days, simply to blaspheme the Christian faith.
In many satanic groups, a mother will be asked to sacrifice her own child to Satan, and she may even, in fact, be ritually impregnated to do that. She may even specifically have been impregnated, and then when the child is born, they never register the child as being born, and they kill it in a very horrible way, and sometimes the mother herself is actually asked to do it.
From one of the nicer, quieter, more beautiful parts of England, namely the county of Surrey, where people would find it hard to believe that these things go on, there is a confession from a woman who said that her baby, when born, was used as a human sacrifice in satanic rituals. She said it herself. She has said it in public. What does one make of that other than a heartbreaking confession to something that's been a guilty secret for a long time?
Because this high priest could have his pick of any woman in the covenant, I was the youngest one there. It was usually me that was chosen. And then I got pregnant. And I was terrified. I didn't want the baby, but I didn't want it to end up on an altar. The law was that it was the master's baby, and therefore he could do as he wished with it. So at that point I ran away.
Audrey escaped, and unlike many others, her baby's life was not sacrificed to Satan. Ultimately, the purpose of Satanism is to commit atrocities against the Judeo-Christian God, his laws, and his most precious creation, mankind.
Christians are the Satanist's worst enemy. They are out to torment you. They are out to blackmail you. They will even kill you. They even tried to kill me when I came out of black witchcraft.
If you're in a church where the Spirit of God is really moving and where the Word of God is really being preached and where prayer is really going up to heaven for the salvation of souls, then they're going to regard you as their mortal enemies, and they're going to be out there trying everything they can to destroy, to kill, and to maim, because that is, of course, the nature of Satan, and that is also the nature of his followers. They will try and infiltrate your church. They will try and set up whispering campaigns against the pastor and the elders. They may even try to seduce the pastor.
For 2 years, I was involved in the Baptist church. I was constantly complaining about the pastor's sermons being too long, being too dry, sowing discord between the people, gossiping about others.
As each member is initiated into the coven, they are commissioned to do a job. And one individual's job may be to desecrate a church.
They'll destroy or desecrate churches, where they'll spray paint Satan right on the altar, just to put fear into that Christian church.
Some Satanists who were hand-picked, the most powerful ones, were sent into churches to disrupt the meetings. And we stopped people from going forward when they asked for people to go forward and accept Christ as their Saviour.
I personally, in fact, was trained to learn all of the Christian jargon, you know, to say hallelujah and praise the Lord and do all the right things. And yet I had no more idea of Jesus being my Savior than a man on the moon.
If you can tear down the prayer foundation of a church, then you've destroyed that church. And that's what every witch or Satanist plans to do when they go into a church, is to tear down that prayer foundation, and the rest of the church goes quickly after that.
You did things just because they were evil, just because you knew they hurt God, not because they gave you pleasure, but because you knew that it was a sin against God.
I had a 17-year-old boy call me and tell me that a year prior to his call, he was considering joining a satanic group. And he said the only thing that stopped him from joining was that he had to violate every one of the 10 Commandments. He said he was willing to do that, except they were pushing for him to kill one of his parents. And that snapped him to reality.
Absolute truth guides you. Relative truth constantly changes. If it constantly changes, your defense mechanisms can rationalize things. Your morals within your life will just go right down the drain, especially when you get into Satanism because of its perverted nature.
I just didn't have any morals at all. I believe that the more I did on this earth to promote Satan and Satan worship and black witchcraft, I'd have a greater place later on when Satan himself would rule on the earth.
The secularization of our society, the media, schools, churches, and government institutions has created a vacuum whereby Satanism has been able to move in and capture the hearts and souls of a vulnerable generation. At no time in modern history has occultism in its various forms been so widely practiced as it is today. Here are some things that concerned parents can look out for.
You can see warning signs sometimes in a perfectly happy, healthy child who suddenly changes so dramatically in his behavior. Or a child who goes missing for maybe 2 hours, say Friday night every week, and can't tell you where he's been. Or a child who begins to show signs or suspicions of drug abuse.
You will see the same withdrawal symptoms as you would with drug abuse, where there is a change in personality, aggression, a rebelliousness towards the parents, difficulty in sleeping, temper tantrums, and wanting to stay in their room so that they can play with the altar or call upon the gods.
Pay attention to what, his notebooks, things like that. What's he really scratching or drawing on his notebooks, What's he doing at home, Is he withdrawn into himself? Is he avoiding the rest of the family?
Look into the room. What kind of heavy metal albums are they listening to? Is it black metal, like Venom or Slayer or King Diamond? Or is it Ozzy Osbourne? Things like this? Or Motley Crue? Also look in their room. Do they got ritual paraphernalia in their drawers or under their bed or under their mattress?
You also need to be aware of what I call spiritual hygiene. The concept that if a child is bringing home things, rock music posters, Dungeons and Dragons, little demonic toys, He-Man, Masters of the Universe, any of these kind of things can be used as familiar objects, and that means that they are used by Satan to say, okay, you have given me a legal doorway to come into this house. You might be a Christian, but that doesn't matter. You have an idol in your house. I can come into your house, and I can assault your kids.
I had a mother call me and tell me about a 13-year-old daughter. The daughter was losing sleep and was vomiting blood. And she said this all happened after a ritual was performed on the daughter by another junior high school student. Now, I asked the mother, well, what about the child's room? Do you see anything in the room that would give you indication that she's really into this stuff? Well, she does have black candles in the room, and she has a skull, and she has heavy metal posters all over, and most of her clothing that she's been buying is all black. I told the mother, I suggest you go into the room and clean it out. Many parents don't understand that they have the right, and not only the right, but the responsibility to go into their children's room. You are not violating their privacy because their privacy belongs to you.
The parent today has to spend time with their children. If they don't, this child may spend time with somebody that's very evil.
Keep track of where they're at. And if they should say, well, I'm just going to go over there to this party, say, well, fine, you can go, but I'm going to go with you.
The greatest protection a parent can do is to keep an open line of communication with their young people. That's the central theme that comes up over and over with kids. Well, I can't talk to my mom. I can't talk to my father.
Let them know right from the start it's okay to talk to you. You're not going to condone them doing things wrong, but you're not going to stop loving them either.
It's no good shouting and getting mad with the kid. It is time to put your family in order.
If we don't handle this now properly in our church by teaching our Christian children where their protection lies, where their faith is, who is Satan, and where he is in position to the Christian gospel, then we are going to be rendering the next generation useless in defeating this problem, which is just escalating.
I stayed in the coven for 5 years. Now, it wasn't my choice. I was too afraid to leave. Plus the fact that however often I said to myself, I'm not going, I was drawn back.
I was thinking, I don't want to kill my firstborn. They questioned me about it, and, of my group, they says, well, when is it going to be born and everything, and I didn't really want to kill it, so I tried many ways to get out. I went to my high priest and I told him, I says, these are the situations. And he says, I understand how you feel, and he says, I regret it now because he had to do the same thing.
If you're in Satanism and you want to get out, you need to find a Bible-based church that has a pastor that understands the problem. You may have to search in any given community to find that pastor, but by all means call, ask some penetrating questions. Number one, ask if they believe in the inerrancy of the Bible and the authority of the Word of God. Ask if they believe in a real devil. And then ask them if they believe that Jesus Christ died for their sins and rose again from the dead for their justification.
A minister came to see me, and he began to talk about the love of God. And I said, no, man, you don't know what I've done. I went along to this meeting because he said I should go and it would be good. And there they really talked about the love of God to set you free. He really did love me. Jesus died for me. And at that moment in me was born hope, something I hadn't had for a long time. And I thought, well, what if they're right?
I had sent in a check to the Church of Satan at one point just to pay my yearly dues. And when it came back from the bank, some lady had written on it, I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus. And of course, I thought that was a big joke. And from that time on, my satanic power wasn't worth beans.
I went into that meeting determined to disrupt the meeting any way that I could think. But here was a message that Jesus loved me, and he could change me, he could take the darkness from me. And I realised something. There was nobody, not nobody, who really loved me. Never once did I hear Satan say, and I heard him speak many times, I love you, because he doesn't love anybody.
Many disillusioned Satanists made the choice to terminate their alliance with Satan and give allegiance to Jesus Christ. Their decision, however, while ultimately liberating, was wrought with difficulties.
I had a lot of trouble going to church. I used to go into some churches and just throw up. I would go into other churches and start yelling and shouting, and I didn't know why. I really desperately wanted this new life, and I couldn't understand why I would react.
I'd throw over communion trays, and people thought I was crazy, and I just ran out of those meetings.
When you're into the occult, you're really pretty happy because Satan leaves you alone, because you're pretty much destroying yourself. But when you get out of it, that's when he really tries to bring you down. He'll use your family against you, use a lot of things against you.
Trying to be a Christian wasn't enough. I was still in bondage. Satan controlled my mind quite often. I used to fight not to get to psychic fairs. Particular dates, I would fight not to get to a coven somewhere.
Once you get saved and out of this kind of stuff, you got to renounce everything that you did in your past. And in the name of Jesus, you got to renounce everything that you did. Otherwise, you're still going to be haunted by a lot of that stuff.
When Jesus died, he didn't just die to save you, he died to break every bondage that Satan ever put you into. Now that was just like the best news I'd ever heard.
It's not God versus Satan. God's already won. A lot of people get that confused. Jesus could bring you out of the occult. He's the way to go. I would say anything you're doing with the occult, get away from. Satan is lost, and if you're with him, then you're going to be one of the losers.
God is not intimidated by any of his creatures, much less a rebellious creature. God is infinite. Satan is finite. God is all-powerful and all-present. He's present everywhere. Satan isn't. God is greater than Satan, and his power can be tapped into by merely trusting his Son. If you trust in Jesus, you then have the authority over the principalities of darkness. So if you've only been a Christian for 5 minutes, you can resist the devil. And how do you do that? Through prayer. You just say, Lord, please take this presence away from me. And what father is going to turn his back on his child when a bully's present?
All of a sudden, I was clean. And I could relate to God as my Heavenly Father. Now that was very precious to me because I'd never had a father. And all of a sudden it wasn't God up there somewhere. It was God very, very real to me.
A person's worldview determines his...
I need a shot of it. So beautiful.
That's so fucking dope.
Nearly 4 months now after crews had reinstalled the Ten Commandments monument on the Capitol grounds, the Satanic Temple came back with their own statue.
The group's rally for the First Amendment brought Satanists, Christians, even the KKK to the Capitol steps. Court Jess Stewart joining us now live with the message in all of this. Jess?
Yeah, Bob and Ashley, while some were there to protest today, different beliefs mostly came together to say all or none. If the Ten Commandments get to sit on Capitol grounds, so do the statues of their representative religions. Now, the tone did remain respectful. Groups who came up to speak from all different backgrounds were even thanking each other for showing up, except when a Satanist wasn't happy with what a Christian minister was preaching.
I love you too.
Demons in hell! You're a liar! You're a fake! You're a phony!
So you could hear the crowd obviously was not pleased with what he was saying and did support law enforcement escorting the man out. The Baphomet statue sat in the center of the rally, but comments about the lawmaker who spearheaded the push to bring the Ten Commandments to the Capitol took center stage.
Senator Rapert will tell you that our monument is an attack upon Christianity. But then Senator Rapert also once described a gay pride parade as one of the most offensive displays against Christians in an attempt to intimidate people who believe in the Word of God.
It's all about the fake. It's all about the slur. It's all about the slander from these people. They're not serious, and they're not even real.
Hail Satan!
Rapert reiterates how Lucian Greaves, who you just heard from, isn't the man's real name. Rapert says the Christian minister, who you just saw too, has also not identified as a preacher before and was actually planning to run for office against him. The Satanic Temple is now seeking a court order to require the state to install the Baphomet.
Well, Mike, the statue would be built in Oklahoma City, but there are some people here in Milwaukee who are raising money and awareness for the cause. I spoke with one of them tonight. Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness, is an image that many Satanists revere. The Satanic Temple, based in New York, now wants to build a 7-foot monument of Satan outside the state capitol building in Oklahoma City.
Have the throne where children can sit on and get their picture taken with it.
Brian Warner, who claims to be a satanic high priest living in Milwaukee, says the statue would be built next to an existing monument of the Ten Commandments.
The right-wing religious majority think that they have the right to impose their belief system on everybody. The fact of the matter is, this is not a Christian country. This is a multiculturalistic society that thrives itself on plurality.
And Warner says raising the $20,000 needed has not been an issue.
And we had somebody give $1,000.
But there's division within the satanic movement. A post on the Church of Satan website denounced the monument, saying it would make a mockery of Satanism. But that's not stopping the group from forging ahead, even though their plan may be challenged in court.
It could even potentially get pushed to the point of the Supreme Court, which I would love to see happen because, in my opinion, freedom of religion still means any religion. It doesn't say freedom of religion as long as it's a sect of Christianity.
And the Satanic Temple, based in New York, says that they are now waiting for the green light from the Historical Preservation Society in Oklahoma City to move forward with their plan. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Shannon Sims, today's TMJ4.
All right, thank you, Shannon.
Comrades, hail sisters and brothers, and hail Satan. Hail Satan! Both sides, We are gathered here to celebrate the spirit of humanity in the dawn of a new American era. In a season when many commemorate the birth of Christ, we commemorate our own Genesis, the enlightenment of all humanity, a revelation of our nature as written in the annals of history, a gift from Lucifer, the light bringer, the morning star, and the rebel. We are Satanists. We engender moral, spiritual, and sexual freedom, personal independence, and insist upon personal choice in all things. We care for the significance of the individual spirit and personal moral responsibility. If you stand here today and embrace your nature, are free-thinking, self-governed, and godless, you too are a Satanist in the eyes of many in your own community, including those who represent you in your governments. But we are also Americans, a nation born of men and women seeking asylum from a majority religious group in control of political power who punish those who oppose them. In the words of Thomas Jefferson, our civil rights have no dependence on our religious opinions any more than the opinions in physics or geometry.
Hello, I'm Chuck Smith.
And I'm Carol Matriciana. Welcome to this edition of The Pagan Invasion.
For nearly a century and a half, evolutionary thinking has made tremendous inroads into the hearts and minds of our scientific community. This is ironic, considering the fact that science defines itself as the ability to observe and test things. Yet no one has ever observed evolution taking place, and there is no conceivable way in which evolution can be tested. And as we have learned from a previous program, no hard evidence exists in the fossil record, or anywhere for that matter, to prove that evolution has ever occurred. Still, the idea that non-living chemicals changed into life and that one life form can change itself into another life form continues to be presented to the public as proven scientific fact. To promote evolution as strictly science is especially deceiving when one considers its religious roots. Evolutionary thinking has been around for thousands of years, and it forms the basis of many of the world's pagan religions.
While Charles Darwin is often referred to as the founder of scientific evolution, he himself was actually a theologian, having been trained in England's Cambridge University, not in science, but in theology. Darwin was also a high-degree Freemason, whose religious belief was in direct opposition to biblical creation. John Dewey, along with other signers of 1933's Humanist Manifesto, were, by their own admission, members of a religious movement which they called humanism. Their militant goal was to get their religious beliefs in evolution placed in science courses, and indeed all courses, throughout America's public school systems. Today, many leading evolutionists do recognize the basic religious attributes of evolution and concede that their belief in it is, in essence, a religious one. British biologist L. Harrison Matthews writes that a belief in the theory of evolution is exactly parallel to a belief in special creation, with evolution merely a satisfactory faith on which to base our interpretation of nature. Physicist H.S. Lipson states, evolution became, in a sense, a scientific religion. Almost all scientists have accepted it, and many are prepared to bend their observations to fit in with it. Dr. Colin Patterson, senior paleontologist of the British Museum of Natural History, and who was, by all accounts, one of the world's leading evolutionists, goes so far as to say that evolution is positively anti-knowledge.
With today's cry sounding even louder for separation of church and state, we have to ask why one religious thought, evolution, is being advanced with our tax dollar in the public schools and museums, while the other perspective, special creation, is being censored. In the year 1925, schoolteacher John Scopes was on trial for presenting evolution as science. Scopes was eventually found guilty, but not before a dangerous precedent was established. For the first time in a U.S. court of law, the existence of a creator God was challenged.
In July of 1925, the trial of the century took place in Dayton, Tennessee. For the first time in educational history in this land, the concept of a creator was totally challenged. This was the great turning point. Up till 1925, all of your science classes taught creation. Today, all that you have taught in the science classroom is evolutionism.
John Scopes, a schoolteacher, was found guilty of violating Tennessee law, which prohibited the teaching of human evolution. Less than 10 years later, by 1933, the Humanist Manifesto was signed by a small but powerful group of people presenting themselves as a non-profit religion. Their religion was humanism, and it swept through the educational system through the zealous pursuits of John Dewey, a socialist and first president of the American Humanist Association. Today, public schools are the seminaries for Dewey's religion of humanism, and its doctrine of evolution dominates the educational system.
Now, today we do have religion being taught in our public schools. The fundamental tenet of humanism, for instance, as listed right in the Humanist Manifesto, tenet number 1, religious humanists regard the universe as self-existing, it was not created. Tenet number 2, man is the product of a long natural process, that is evolution.
A very few people originally got control of our education system in this land. One of the things that was imperative for them to push through their programs was evolutionism.
Most people do not believe that evolution happened. The fact that most scientists do, or practically all scientists do, is in a sense neither here nor there, because in fact we would like the ideas to get across to our students.
The thing that the average Christian in America has never realized is that his tax dollars pay the school teacher's salary, they pay for the textbooks, and yet most parents still will not say one word about anything that happens in that classroom that disturbs them. For parents to allow a godless indoctrination in evolutionism is just unthinkable.
Thousands of children are bused daily to our museums as part of school-sponsored field trips, where they're given crash courses in evolution. And just like in the Soviet Union, this religion of atheism is presented as fact, with no alternate viewpoints allowed to be expressed.
Attorney Wendell Bird argued the case for balanced treatment of creation science and evolution before the U.S. Supreme Court. He is author of the book, The Origin of Species Revisited.
To me, the basic issue is academic freedom, because no one's trying to exclude evolution from public schools while teaching a theory of creation. Instead, the evolutionists are trying to exclude alternatives, while, in general, defending the exclusive teaching of evolution.
Well, I think creationism should be taught in schools simply because all good ideas should be taught in schools. I think we shouldn't be afraid of ideas, whether we oppose them or whether we're for them. I think we should expose everyone to both sides of the issue.
86% of the American public believes that the theory of evolution ought to be taught along with the scientific theory of creation, according to an AP NBC News nationwide poll.
I think creation should be taught in schools because it's a part of what we are, and I think it should be taught with an open mind without religious intonations.
Lawyers nationwide, more than 2 to 1, agree that it is constitutional to teach the theory of creation along with the theory of evolution. And lawyers better than 2 to 1 believe that both should be taught in public schools.
Yes, creation should be taught in schools. Equal time should be given to evolution and creation.
42.3% of biology teachers believe in teaching a theory of creation along with the theory of evolution. And the same is true of school board members, 2/3, according to a poll by the American School Board Journal. The fact is that contrary to all of the smoke, the great majority of the American public feels that it is unfair to teach just the theory of evolution.
No more than 6% have ever wanted only evolutionism taught, but there is such total domination and control in the scientific community that we still are placating the 6% of the people in this land who believe there is no God and believe that the universe created itself.
Well, since there's no one answer and you can't prove the past yet, then both ideas should be taught.
The only fair approach is to let the children hear all of the scientific information and make up their own minds.
The founding fathers of evolution based their theories not on scientific evidence, but simply on wishful thinking. The goal was to disprove the existence of God. The lack of evidence is something which has haunted evolution's devotees ever since, yet incredibly hasn't diminished its promotion. Roger Oakland, who co-authored the book The Evolution Conspiracy with me, is a former evolutionist himself and biology teacher. Recently, I asked him about evolution, its history, and its impact on education.
Evolution is man's perspective on the origin, the history of the universe, and the origin and history of life. And really it's an attempt to explain away a supernatural explanation for the beginning of all things. So man attempts to come up with his perspective of why we're here, where we've come from in the past.
Who were some of the founding fathers of this evolutionary thought?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to understand that the founding fathers were not overwhelmed with facts which caused them to question the reality of a creator. They were individuals who were looking for an explanation to explain away God the Creator. They didn't want to have to rely upon a supernatural event as the beginning of all things that exist in the universe. One of the key individuals was a man by the name of Erasmus Darwin, who was actually Charles Darwin's grandfather. The interesting thing is that his views seem to be directly related to some of the Eastern mystical views. In fact, he headed up a group which he called the Lunar Society. They met once a month on the full moon, hence the name Lunar Society, and some metaphysical Eastern ideas were actually incorporated into his beliefs. And Erasmus Darwin wrote 2 books called the Zoonomia, in which he laid out his view on the origin and history of life, that life came into existence from non-life and then progressed and developed over time from lower levels of complexity to higher levels of complexity. Another significant founding father would be Charles Lyell. He's been called the father of uniformitarianism, or the belief that the earth is billions of years old and that the layers of the earth were laid down gradually over very long periods of time. His whole objective was to explain away the view that there had ever been a catastrophic global biblical flood in the past. And so his view was that these layers or strata were laid down gradually, uniformly over long periods, and as a result was then able to cast doubt on the authenticity of a global flood which the Bible talks about. And the major founding father of evolution would be Charles Darwin himself, who popularized the idea that life could be traced to a common ancestor, a simple form of life that then developed and progressed over long periods of time to bring about the existence of every form of life which we see on the earth today.
Have today's educators actually advanced the theory of evolution in a systematic, formal agenda?
I believe so, Carol. As you look back through the history of education, and specifically the last 40 or 50 years, there literally has been a program to use the public schools to advance evolution without being challenged by any alternative views on this subject of origins. And really when you look at this, you see that there's some key individuals who propagated an idea back in the 1930s, who actually wrote up an agenda called the Humanist Manifesto, which basic objective was to advance evolution and to question the reality that there is a creator. And some very interesting individuals were part of this organization. You've heard of John Dewey, who is called the modern father of progressive education, one of the most influential individuals in education in North America. He was a signer of this Humanist Manifesto, along with another gentleman by the name of Francis Potter. An interesting quote could be gleaned from a book that Francis Potter wrote in 1930 called Humanism, a New Religion. He stated, "Education is thus a powerful ally of humanism. What can a theistic Sunday school meeting for an hour once a week and teaching only a fraction of the children do to stem the tide of the 5-day program of humanistic teaching?" So it was literally the objective of some of these individuals to use the schools to advance their belief in man, which is based on humanistic belief, which is basically a religion, and to use evolution as the means of explaining away a creator.
Have teachers who promote another theory of the origin of life been suppressed or opposed in any way?
That is actually a fact, Carol. As you look back over the last 10 years, there literally has been an organized agenda to advance evolution and to suppress anyone who had come up with a creationist perspective, labeling a belief in creation as religion and the belief in evolution as something which is science. Actually, in 1981, there was a meeting that was held in Washington, D.C., where the National Academy of Sciences, along with the National Association of Biology Teachers, because they were concerned that evolution was not being advanced quickly enough and that creationism was presenting itself in the schools, in the public schools, together decided that they would come up with some kind of a strategy to attack the creationist movement. And this meeting, you can read about it in a science publication, Science Volume 214, November 6th, 1981, describes some of the people who were at the meeting and what their objectives were. And Frank Press, who was the head of the National Academy of Sciences, then was instructed that he should meet with influential people to see what they could do to stop creationism from being presented in the public schools. And it's interesting that 10 years later, in the state of California, for example, there has been an agenda to try to improve the quality of science education by allowing only evolution to be presented in the science classrooms with no mention whatsoever of an alternate view based on creation. And I'm sure you've seen some of the new curriculums, science framework, which is just put out by the California Department of Education, which basically states that in order to teach life science, earth science, astronomy, evolution should be a fundamental central concept of the curriculum. Evolution, which Darwin described as descent with modification, is the central organizing principle in life science. So evolution is being promoted as science, and that it shouldn't be questioned, that it is as much a fact as gravity.
Roger, are there any other key individuals who have organized a campaign to discredit creationism or creationists?
There are many individuals, but let me just mention a few. One of the most important individuals who has done everything he can, is zealous against the creation movement, is a man by the name of Isaac Asimov. Of course, well-known science fiction writer. He is a signer of the Humanist Manifesto in an updated 1973 version. After the 1981 meeting in Washington, D.C., Isaac Asimov wrote an article called The Dangerous Myth of Creationism, in which he basically says that those who believe in a creationist view are dangerous to our society today because they are literally trying to push a belief in society that there is a creator, that there is a God, and they're pushing science back into the Dark Ages. And these individuals, like Asimov, believe that if we implement a view in our public schools, an alternative view to evolution, that our children's education is going to be destroyed. There are countless examples of individuals, qualified individuals, that have either lost positions or tenure, have been fired simply because they're not willing to go along with the world evolutionary view and stating that the facts support evolution. They'll say that the facts don't support evolution, and as a result of that, they are removed from their positions. Let me give you a couple of examples. Forrest Mims, a well-qualified science writer with Scientific American, recently removed from his position because it was found out that he believed in a creationist perspective. Although he had not written articles from a creationist perspective, he was fired from his job. Just recently in the Capistrano Unified School District in Southern California, a public school teacher, high school teacher, because he was teaching that there were facts that didn't support evolution, is being attacked by other biology teachers and by superintendents that say that he cannot continue teaching the way he's teaching because of the new science curriculum, which says that evolution must be advanced without any opposition. Institute of Creation Research, of course, well known around the world for advancing a creationist view based on scientific observable evidence, has come under attack by the California Board of Education, claiming that they do not teach evolution properly and therefore could not be accredited as a private institution. So you can see there's all kinds of major confrontations which are occurring. Evolution is being advanced, and a belief that there's a creator is being attacked and literally abolished from the school system.
Teaching our children to think logically and to think clearly. Isn't this the job of our educational system? Yet as the result of the exclusive teaching of evolution, students' sense of logic must be discarded. For example, if the intricately precise design of a Swiss watch is the result of a designer, what about, say, the human eye? Is it logical to assume that the eye had no designer, even though it is billions of times more intricate and precise in its design than a watch? And what about the DNA code found in each living cell? The purpose of that code is to prevent one life form from changing into another type of life form. And yet, evolution is based on the idea that life forms must change into other types of life forms. Is that logical? Students are taught evolution as fact from kindergarten through university. Scientific evidence making evolution look bad is not permitted, and no opposing views on origins are allowed.
Should other concepts of how life got started be taught in the public schools? I don't think creationism should, because creationism is a thinly disguised religious doctrine, which has got no place in the separation of church and state.
The main issue that is always raised in opposition to teaching all the scientific evidence on the subject of origins is that it violates separation of church and state to teach evidence that doesn't happen to support evolution.
People should simply be able to hear the truth. A fact is a fact. You don't throw it out just because it happens to agree with the Bible. That doesn't make it religious.
Teaching a theory of creation is constitutional because the Constitution was written in the context of the Declaration of Independence, which refers to creation and even to a creator.
In response to public outcry for the presentation of creation science alongside evolution, Louisiana and Arkansas were the first states to pass laws mandating balanced treatment for both theories. It was agreed that only scientific data minus religious doctrines be presented in the classrooms.
The Louisiana legislature in 1981 passed a law for, quote, balanced treatment of creation science and evolution. The law also defined what evolution is, quote, scientific evidence supporting evolution. It defined what creation science is, quote, scientific evidence supporting creation.
Immediately, aggressive litigation was put into action by a powerful organization which is firmly directed against traditional Judeo-Christian principles. The influential ACLU, or American Civil Liberties Union, equipped with over 500 active attorneys, invested huge amounts of money and successfully protested the law.
One of the biggest problems you have with the ACLU is that they're so well funded. They get millions and millions of dollars from large foundations and from wealthy people all across America. That's what they did to us. They tied us up in court in Louisiana.
We filed a slim brief of 630 pages with 2,000 footnotes arguing that creation science is constitutional to teach, scientific in content, and as non-religious as evolution. The U.S. District Court judge entered a summary judgment against us nonetheless, saying that creation science involves the concept of creation, which implies a creator, which is inherently religious.
The ACLU was able to convince the Supreme Court that creation science was basically religious. The court violated the Constitution by redefining the First Amendment author's intention, which is against favoring any one religion above another. In their decision, the Supreme Court favored naturalistic evolution, a belief of religious humanists.
The scientific community is very seriously worried about the growth of creationism as an attack on the validity and the autonomy of science, and particularly in the insistence that creationism be taught in the public schools in science courses.
There's a very strong network and general feeling that creation, theories of creation, maybe theories of abrupt appearance, are a menace to science. Let me mention several organizations that actively today try to prevent it from being taught in public schools. Committees of Correspondence, People for the American Way, the American Humanist Association, the American Civil Liberties Union, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the National Academy of Sciences, the National Education Association, the National Association of Biology Teachers, and the Biological Sciences Curriculum Study.
If there's one anti-scientific theory today that most threatens the whole nature of scientific inquiry, it is creationism.
Today we really have an organized conspiracy in this country, in every state, that is organized to fight the open hearing of scientific evidences on origins.
The result was the forming of a loose network of active organizations that will cooperate to combat the creationist intrusion into the public schools, public museums, national and state parks, and the governmental funding of science research. They have a very specific desire to preserve the exclusive teaching of evolution and to exclude any teaching of a scientific theory of creation or a scientific theory of abrupt appearance. That's censorship in my view.
We have today what is unquestionably the worst case of censorship. Good scientific data that happens to make it look bad for evolution, but that is meticulously censored from the textbooks.
In an American society where we have always taken great pride in freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of belief, freedom of press, it's just so unfortunate that we have such great censorship in our scientific community today.
Could you talk about some of the ways that today's scientists are promoting pagan thought or metaphysical theories through evolution?
I found, Carol, that there is another trend that's occurring in our society today. While creationism has been labeled religious and every effort made to remove it from the public school classroom, Eastern religion is being advanced as science and is being accepted and endorsed. They're also saying that in the future, man will take another step of evolution to a higher level of consciousness, literally advancing onwards towards a new species. So we're talking about a new dimension, an elevation of consciousness into a higher dimension, which is basically a metaphysical idea. And these ideas are being advanced by many prominent people and are literally being endorsed by many educators. This idea of an elevation to a higher level of consciousness is an ancient idea. It originated in Babel. It was a belief of the Hindus, who believed that a serpent force or a psychic force would lead one on upward into a higher dimension, a higher elevation of consciousness. In this book here, called Kundalini for the New Age, by Gopi Krishna, the author states, "I've sown the seeds of what I consider to be the most pressing need of mankind, namely information about the evolutionary mechanism in human beings slowly drawing the race to a golden future of harmony, peace, and happiness." And he says that Kundalini Yoga, a practice, by ancient Hindu practice, is something that needs to be incorporated into our society today, should be introduced by science to our generation to make this next step of consciousness occur in our time. So metaphysical ideas are being endorsed as science, and believe me, they are being welcomed by many educators and being advanced in the education system.
What are some of the examples and ways that today's educators are bringing paganism into our schools?
Well, Carol, in my office I have shelves of material and documentation that parents have brought me from various public schools of how their children are being indoctrinated with Eastern religion. But let me give you one example. Here's a book that has been used in a public school classroom in Southern California. It's entitled Meditation for Children. And the author, by her own admission in the back cover of the book, claims that she is an educational consultant for many school districts. She has taught transpersonal psychology and meditation to all age groups in the California public schools. Her books have been sponsored by superintendents of several school districts and by church leaders as effective educational tools. Then she says, much of knowledge from which we draw in learning to use meditation to get in touch with this great wisdom inside us comes from Eastern meditators, many Hindu and Buddhist. So religious ideas are being accepted in the public school classrooms, and they're masquerading as science. And the author goes on to say that these techniques and these therapies are necessary in our educational system today to allow us to take another step of evolution. This is exactly the same deception, the same lie that has been repeated throughout history over and over again. Ancient pagan practices are being reincorporated into our society today, and the public schools are being used to spread them and propagate them.
It's apparent that evolution is playing an important role in the pagan invasion today. From your perspective, what are the reasons?
Solomon, the Bible claims, is one of the wisest men that ever lived, said there's nothing new under the sun. History merely repeats itself. And in the past, when man willingly removed God from his thinking and trusted in himself, the pattern was that he turned to a metaphysical, supernatural, fallen spiritual dimension. It has happened many times. And every time that that occurred, when man trusted in himself rather than God, he turned to the fallen spiritual realm. Evolution today has been the means by which God has been removed from our thinking. Evolution is literally a gateway to the gods. And this New Age belief that elevation of consciousness can attain godhood is the same belief that the ancients believed in. It began in the Garden of Eden. It was repeated at the Tower of Babel. And it occurred over and over throughout Old Testament history. Once more, history is repeating itself in our generation.
Today, many students are not only being denied good science, they're being force-fed a pagan Hindu occult religion in its place. In giving credibility to evolution, science has moved from the realm of physics to metaphysics.
I think that man is evolving into a state of higher awareness, higher consciousness, higher vibration. And I think that the best representation that we have of man's movement in that direction is what's going on in the consciousness movement, New Age movement.
Evolution is going on all the time. Many people believe, and I believe, that the purpose of life is to grow, and that you grow as much as you can in each lifetime. And of course, we believe in reincarnation.
One prominent world religion today gaining much popularity through celebrities like Shirley MacLaine is known as the New Age movement or the New Consciousness movement. At its heart is reincarnation and karma, both part of evolution, which is based in Eastern mysticism.
The New Age movement is asking us to recognize our oneness by accepting the idea that we all evolved from the same pond. And if we can unite our minds and spirits using techniques such as meditation and channeling, we can supposedly get incredible powers, achieve global unity.
New Age is an interrelated network of various philosophies and political causes. Its goal is to promote an awareness of global oneness, physically and mystically.
Everybody from Jesus Christ to Adolf Hitler would be seen as someone who we can identify with because we are all one.
I think that certainly there is every potential for all of us as spiritual beings to merge as one.
We've mastered the evolution of the physical body. We've mastered the evolution of the mind, or we're moving in that direction. So we're coming to a time where we're using this perfected, quasi-perfected body, this opening and perfecting mind, to access the true perfection of the universe, which is the spiritual dimension.
According to New Agers, the next phase of mankind's evolution is elevation to godhood. They see the human race as a transitional form between apes and God.
That's, I think, our purpose on earth. And I think we're understanding that, is to make ourselves whole, to become one with ourselves, and then to realize our godhood.
And I believe that everyone has Christ consciousness within themselves, and all they need to do is go inside and realize that and bring it forward and be that Christ consciousness.
Evolution, whether biological or mystical, is man's way to explain away God and his creation and put man in God's place.
Man has basically got the biological future of the earth in his hands. He can control evolution.
We're in a time now where man is literally taking control of his own evolution, taking control of where mankind goes, both individually and collectively.
I believe that the New Age movement is heading into the mainstream of American consciousness, and I think that it's going to get there by exposure in the mass media. The ideas, the concepts, the principles, the psychology, the spirituality. I think that this is a movement that will go all the way around the earth and ultimately serve as a vehicle to transform levels of consciousness that will allow us to live in a more natural, harmonious way with the elements and with the universe.
The desire for godhood, which is the goal of the New Age consciousness movement, is the same thing that brought about the fall of man. In being our own gods, we can justify our behavior and are accountable to no one.
In the Bible, Romans chapter 1 warns us about the natural consequences of rejecting God the Creator. It results in man becoming involved in wickedness and moral corruption.
If there is a moral governor in the universe, then each person in this universe is responsible to that moral governor. The easiest thing in man's mind to do is just to dismiss the possibility of that moral governorship.
Adolf Hitler used the Darwinian thesis of natural selection, the survival of the fittest, to weed out who he considered to be the inferior strand of humanity. He brutally tortured and killed 12 million people. 6 million Jews and 6 million non-Jews. In effect, we are doing the same thing today with abortion, euthanasia, and infanticide, weeding out those whom we consider to be unwanted persons. Since 1973 in the USA alone, nearly 25 million unborn human beings were killed by abortion. That is one baby every 20 seconds. If we deny that man is created in the image and likeness of God, then we lose the dignity and purpose of life. If we agree with the evolutionary premise that we are no more than evolved animals, then humankind loses all moral perspectives. We can either choose to look to evolution for the answers, or we can choose to consider an alternative. Just look at the vastness of the universe with its galaxies, solar systems, the planets, all circulating in perfect precision. There are more stars than grains of sand in all the world. Just think of the complexity of life, the intricacies of the eye, the ear, the heart, or the human brain. Is it logical to assume it all happened by random chance? Or was there an awesome creator and designer behind it all? The Bible says that man is without excuse because all around him he can see through the evidence of nature the mighty workings of a creator God.
Our public school system has been described often as a zoo. And is it surprising when you teach the children that they are animals, that all of a sudden they begin to act like animals and out of control? If when a child is first able to understand or to learn anything, you begin to teach that child that 2 plus 2 equals 5. And as they get into kindergarten and go on through school, they are taught 2 plus 2 equals 5. That child will come to believe that 2 plus 2 equals 5, and yet that child will be destroyed from ever able to understand or to learn math. When you start with an illogical basis, it destroys you from being able to ever think logically or clearly on the subject. When you take the premise that you can have design without a designer, that is an illogical premise. But if a child is taught that from kindergarten through university, then the child will begin to believe that you can have life forms and the design in life forms without the designer. But they will be destroyed from ever being able to think logically and clearly. The Bible clearly teaches that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And all the way through the Bible there is the assertion that God has created man and all of the life forms within it. That is logical because of the design that demands actually the designer. And it is important that we not only see the design in creation, but you can come to know the designer himself. And that's what he intended when he designed you. Within all of us, there is a God-shaped vacuum. Throughout the ages, man has attempted to fill that void with the things of the world. But it is only through a relationship with our Creator that we can be truly satisfied. His Holy Scriptures reveal the way in which we can be reconciled to God, and that is through the provisions of His Son, Jesus Christ. I'm Chuck Smith.
And I'm Carol Matriciana. Join us again for another edition of The Pagan Invasion.
The craters and mountains of our moon bear the names of giants of science, figures like Archimedes, Kepler, and Copernicus. There is also a crater honoring someone called Jack Parsons. There are some who would rather he had been forgotten. Perhaps that's why his crater is on the dark side of the moon.
He was a maverick rocket scientist, okay? He was also a maverick rocket scientist spiritually.
This father of American rocketry was also an occultist, devoted to a path still widely misunderstood and feared.
So the founding of modern rocket science is absolutely allied and connected with black magic.
Only its detractors would call it black magic. For Parsons, this was his spiritual path, as it is for its initiates today. His scientific legacy continues. So does the puzzle of his death. On June 17, 1952, at 5:08 in the evening, a powerful explosion shook tranquil Pasadena, California, and so ended the life of 38-year-old Jack Parsons.
Good thing. For a lot of these guys, like Nick Land, you know, he calls himself a theosophist. Theosophy, again, it's a hard thing to untie, but in part because the religion itself was kind of a mishmash. It was a 19th century philosophy formally put in place by Madame Blavatsky, I think in 1875.
A Russian emigre to London.
Yes, and she come from a long background of Freemasons and German, she came from a very occult. Her first cousin was the president of Russia, Sergei Witte. Again, probably butchering a lot of names here, but
Madame Blavatsky was a very famous person in 19th century.
Yeah, she was essentially the mother of the New Age movement. So what she believed, it's Western esotericism mixed with Eastern religion. It's essentially proto-hippie, proto-California counterculture stuff. A great book on this, one of my favorite books, is a book by Martin Green called Mountain of Truth about Ascona, Switzerland. It's about the birth of the modern counterculture, the California counterculture.
You know, I don't know. Only God can look at somebody's heart. And so, I don't know. To me, it's not my business to say, this one is or this one isn't. I'm just saying, here's what the Bible teaches, and I want to put my faith in, in Christ. And I think it's wrong when we go around saying, you're not going, because it's not exactly my way. I'm not going to be the God.
You believe your way.
I believe my way. I believe my way with all my heart. But
for someone who doesn't share it,
well,
is wrong, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I look at it like that. I would present my way, but I'm just going to let God be the judge of that. I mean, I don't know.
So you make no judgment on anyone?
No, but
How about atheists?
No, I just, you know what? I'm going to let God be the judge of who goes to heaven and hell. And I present the truth. And I say it every week, I believe it's a relationship with Jesus. But you know what? I'm not going to go around telling everybody else. If they don't want to believe that, that's going to be their choice. God's got to look at your own heart. God's got to look at your heart. And only God knows that.
You believe there's a place called heaven?
I believe that. Of course I believe in Christ as the Savior and all, but, I think too, Glenn, I've spent a lot of time in India, I've been with a lot of Hindu people. They're nice, kind, people that love God as well.
The panel has been discussing the spirituality and the forces of God, but I also believe that there are two forces that are here with us, that we do have our God that we can depend on, but there's also a power of darkness that we do need to be aware of. And that's where the choices begin.
Do you believe that you can choose between one or the other?
Most absolute, definitely.
Yeah. Now, Marianne Williamson says in her book, Return to Love, that we're always walking in the direction of one or the other, that all of your actions in life, either you're moving toward the darkness or you're moving toward the light.
That's right.
She calls it fear and love. There's this wonderful book called Ishmael by Daniel Quinn, which is, anyway, it's a gorilla talking, but anyway, it talks about one of the points it brings out is one of the mistakes that human beings make is believing that there is only one way. to live, and that we don't accept that there are diverse ways of being in the world, that there are millions of ways to be a human being, and many ways, but many paths to what you call God. And her path might be something else, and when she gets there, she might call it the light. But her loving and her kindness and her generosity brings her, if it brings her to the same point that it brings you, it doesn't matter whether she called it God along the way or not.
And I guess the danger that could be in that, I mean, it sounds great on the onset, but if you really look at both sides,
there couldn't possibly be just one way. What about Jesus? What about Jesus?
And you say there isn't only one way. There is one way and only one way, and that is through Jesus.
There couldn't possibly be with the
because
millions
you
of people
say
in the
there
world.
isn't.
There couldn't possibly be.
Because you say, you intellectualize it and say there isn't. If you don't believe that, you're all buying into the lie.
But that means you're right. Do you think that if you are somewhere on the planet, if you're somewhere on the planet and you never hear the name of Jesus, you never hear the name of Jesus, but yet you live with a loving heart, you lived as Jesus would have had you to live, you lived for the same purpose that Jesus came to the planet to teach us all, but you are in some remote part of the earth and you never heard the name of Jesus. You cannot get to heaven, you think?
And that is covered in the scriptures, too. People are talked about
Truly, God knows the heart.
Does God care about your heart, or God care about if you call his son Jesus?
Well, you know, Oprah, Jesus cannot come back until that gospel is preached in the four corners of this earth. So, you know, figure it out.
Okay, I can't get into a religious argument with you.
It's not.
On this show, this is what I've been trying to do. It is the secret to creating the life you truly want. Make more money, lose weight, fall in love, land your dream job. Isn't that amazing? This is life-changing.
I'm ready for that, yeah.
Okay, now the choir's going. Jump in, anybody. Find out the secret and see why people everywhere are talking about it. When I heard that for the first time, my eyes watered. Next. Have you heard about it? This is the secret. In the past few months, talk about this DVD has been spreading around the world. We've heard from people in Europe, in Canada, all the way down under in Australia. I have to tell you, in one day, 6 people told me about this DVD. I mean, and I hadn't heard about it when the first person told me. By the time the 6th person told me, I go, okay, I'm going to go home, I'm going to watch it tonight. My guests today believe that once you discover the secret, that you can immediately start creating the life you want, whether it's getting out of debt, whether it's finding a more fulfilling job, even falling in love. They say you can have it all, and in fact, you already hold the power to make that happen. Here's how a woman from Australia stumbled upon what she calls the secret.
I discovered the secret towards the end of 2004, and it was truly the worst time of my life. Everything in my life, just emotionally, physically, financially, everything had fallen apart. My father died suddenly. My mother was just completely grief-stricken. She really didn't want to live. I felt so powerless to help her. I wept and wept and wept, and I didn't want my daughter to see me sobbing. I was just in total despair. And she asked me what was wrong, and I said this and this and this, and she just said, oh, it'll be okay. And then she got a book, and she said, here, Mum, read this. That book was The Science of Getting Rich, written by Wallace Wattles in 1910. Something inside of me had me turn the pages one by one, and I can still remember my tears hitting the pages as I was reading it. It gave me a glimpse of the secret. It was like a flame lit inside of my heart. And with every day since, it's just become a raging fire of wanting to share all of this with the world. I read hundreds of books. I listened to hundreds of hours of audio. I was on the internet in 2.5 weeks. I had traced the secret back through history. Since I discovered the secret, every single moment of my entire life has changed, and I am living my life for the first time.
Which is so fascinating, because when I watched The Secret, I realized I've always lived by the secret. I didn't know it was a secret. I didn't know it was a secret. Why do you call it The Secret?
We really needed to contain the contain the knowledge in a couple of words. And the secret is the law of attraction.
Okay, so what do you mean by that?
The law of attraction I would describe as the most powerful law in the universe. And it is the law by which we are creating our lives. So whether we realize it or not, the law of attraction is working all of the time. Now, clearly, if you don't know what the law does, then you may not be creating the life you want. Law of attraction says that like attracts like. And what we do is we attract into our lives the things that we want, and that is based on what we're thinking and feeling. Okay. It's not the other.
Babe, this is it.
This is it.
This is
Well,
it.
you put it out into, I mean, I believe in that. You put it out into the universe, and then it came back,
I know.
and you got cast.
I know. It's crazy.
You've been signing your name as Champ 2011. How did that come about?
I believe in the law of attraction, and I believe that that you can speak things into existence, and I believe that when you know where you're going and you know what you want, the universe has a way of stepping aside for you.
I think that with me, visualizing became a normal thing, and I never really knew that I had really a very special ability to visualize and to connect the dots, to say to myself, well, if I can see it, then it must be a reality, and I can make it a reality.
So what's a life lesson, whether that's in regards to music or personally, that you would want to pass along to your fans?
I guess my life lesson is, and first taught me this, you gotta, if you want to achieve something, or if you want to do something, you gotta speak it into existence. So like, say you want a car, or you want something, or you want to be successful or whatever, just keep talking about it. You know what I mean? Just keep on believing in yourself and say, you know what, I'm gonna do this.
I have so many affirmations that I do. And I've done affirmations for a long, long time. I believe that how you think, and I teach my kids this, your thoughts create your life. And so you have to think positive thoughts all the time. You have to force yourself to think positive thoughts at times. And so I do a lot of different affirmations. I'm open and receptive to all the goodness and abundance the universe has to offer.
Your acting career, do you feel like you've manifested, or there was a vision or a focus, or is it more just like this was naturally what you were into and it grew? Where did that come from?
I do believe in manifesting, actually. I really do.
I actually worked with Tom Holland when I did this movie called The Lost City of Z years ago, and he was, I think he hadn't even been cast as Spider-Man, and he was wearing a Spider-Man outfit when I was shooting that movie.
But why?
And I was like, he really manifested that part.
It's sort of like a mantra. It's kind of, you repeat it to yourself every day. Music is my life. Music is my life. The fame is inside of me. I'm going to make a #1 record and with #1 hits. And it's not yet. It's a lie. You're saying a lie over and over and over again. And then one day, the lie is true.
I want to represent possibilities. I want to represent the idea that you really can make what you want. One of my favorite books is The Alchemist.
Practices until I was in my teenage years. And that was around the time, like the late 80s, early 90s, when you had the explosion of neo-paganism and Wicca and all these books marketed towards what they now call twitches, like teenage witches. And you would find these, but you would find them, and you started seeing them everywhere, like Barnes and Noble and Borders Books and all this sort of stuff. So that's when I actually started coming in contact with the practices, the rituals, but even those things. And then it happened again in 2000. In the early 2000s, you had another explosion, like a Oprah Winfrey explosion, with things like The Secret and all that sort of stuff. It was kind of in the same vein. All of these things were like really, really watered down ceremonial magic. But what kind of, I don't know, it was like it didn't scratch an itch. All this stuff was focused on manifestation in some way or another. Whether it was, manifesting the career you wanted, or the relationship you wanted, or even a parking spot in a crowded parking lot, whatever the it was all about some sort of materialistic manifestation process. And I thought that's a pretty shallow thing to base like a spiritual practice on. It was only after I was in prison in my early 20s that I discovered what ceremonial magic really was. A lot of people still to this day think it's only about manifestation. It's not a religion. Ceremonial magic, the branch that I practice, was sort of refined by this organization called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in London in the late 1800s. And their motto was the aim of religion, but the method of science. And what they wanted to do was comb through all the different spiritual traditions in the world, from Gnostic Christianity and esoteric Judaism, Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism. They wanted to get to the core of the practices, not the dogma, not the beliefs, but the actual practices, the visualization, the breath work, the vibrations. They wanted to find what worked, how it worked, why it worked, and how they could make it work better.
While those who practice this modern form of the secret or manifesting or the law of attraction, most are unaware of the sinister foundation it is built upon. You may hear a celebrity say something like,
sometimes you just have to work and write and create even when you don't feel particularly inspired, because I think when you continuously show up, you show the universe that you are capable of bringing this idea to life and manifesting it in the way that it's supposed to be manifested. And I'm spiritual in that way, where I think that the universe pays attention to that and then will give you better ideas.
I play because I love the game and I'm fiercely competitive. And when I step on that field, I expect greatness from myself and my teammates. And I believe in the power of manifestation, the desires of your heart into reality. And first you got to believe it. So we first got to believe we can do it and make the run. And then once we start believing and start playing the right way, then you see everybody else like yourself start believing. You won't be saying like, what if it doesn't go right? And then when everybody else is believing in the city, then there's a never-ending, unstoppable wave of positivity and energy that we're going to take all the way to the end.
Yeah, and I also feel often that that things that I repetitively think about or say, I'm able to manifest. Like, this house, for example, I manifested this.
If you see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. This is so true. You've got to grab this. You got to create dream boards. You got to put the new car up on your mirror. Put the weight you want to be on the refrigerator. If you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. That's the law of attraction. That's what you bring to you.
One way to heaven, no one way to paradise. It's like television. Now it's over 800 channels of cable, and they're all pretty entertaining. So I'm pretty sure, man, that to get to heaven, there's got to be more than one route. Because somebody watching another channel or taking another channel than you, they still getting entertained, and they probably still get this voice.
After a while, the drums, chants, and prayers representing many of the world's leading religions all started to sound alike, somehow losing their flavor in a melting pot of spiritual soup. The first ever Millennium World Peace Summit of religious and spiritual leaders took place at the United Nations in August, and some believe it marked the first major step toward a movement to usher in a global spiritual body that may one day speak for all religions. Robert McGinnis with the Family Research Council says it appears the hidden agenda is to unite people under one religious organization so they will peacefully accept UN goals such as population control, abortion rights, and one world government.
Instead of all these different gods, maybe there's one God who manifests himself and revealed himself in different ways to different people. What about that, huh?
CNN founder and billionaire Ted Turner was the honorary chair of the World Religion Summit. Turner, known for his critical views on biblical Christianity, promoted the New Age concept that there are many ways to heaven.
The thing that disturbed me is that my religious Christian sect was very intolerant, not intolerant of religious freedom for other people, but they thought that we were the only ones going to heaven.
Supporters of a global religious voice have come down hard on evangelical Christians who refuse to adopt their New Age agenda.
Although until the UN, the Economic and Social Council, asked for this to be done, so we found out that in 1951, for the first time, we gave the world a population figure which was 2.5 billion people. But then, since the children didn't die so quickly anymore because of health and hygiene, then a population explosion became apparent, which was detected only in about the years 1960. So the UN made long-term projections and said to the world, look, you're going to be in deep trouble if you continue. So we had world population conferences that are big drums telling the people take it easy. And as a result of this, now the estimates of the world population for the year 2000 have gone down from 7.3 billion to 6.1 billion. That's one of the great successes of the UN. Now, population is something which we have to be very careful of at this stage of human evolution, because the mushrooming of a population
in literature and writing books, yet was able to turn out 20 major books that are all still in print and are all still affecting people, that have become a ground and base for so much of the esoteric tradition in our time. Mrs. Bailey, as you know, started working in a Theosophical center on the West Coast. She had a mission, she had a calling, this wonderful interconnectedness that she believed so passionately.
You just experience pure consciousness.
Consciousness is all possibility. It is all potential.
Most people have experienced other dimensions and what have you, either in meditation or near-death experiences or just spontaneously. And it's sort of an awakening that happens in consciousness.
There's not going to be a second coming of Christ. The second coming of Christ is you. It's all of us. It is the awakening of the Christ principle in humanity. With this information comes the potential for what is called apotheosis. Human becomes God. And they have a variety of practices, very distinct practices, which are engineered to awaken your psychic center.
And any human being with this technique can open the door to that unbounded, infinite, divine being, light of God.
That is the experience of consciousness. Universal intelligence, universal consciousness. That field of unity that underlies and connects us all.
The true law is unity, that all is love, all is one, all is light. It doesn't have to be, my God is the only God, my God is the only right God.
Hindu, Muslim, Christian, they're just words that humanity has invented to keep each other apart. There is one divinity and we all share it.
We can be all that is, has been, and ever will be. We don't have to be a Christian.
Now we must transform, become enlightened, so that we can access the next realm of consciousness necessary.
But like my memories and my perception and my desires are just a conglomeration of biochemical impulses that I'm merely a conduit of pure consciousness.
This experience of God or cosmic consciousness is actually an experience of a higher form of consciousness towards which mankind is evolving at present. Just as man climbed from the state of an animal to that of a man, he has to take another leap to reach a higher dimension of consciousness where he can perceive the creative energies of the universe.
New age of Aquarius, and it's going to be an awakening for everyone again.
It's sort of an awakening that happens in consciousness.
And I think that there is more of an awakening.
This great awakening is just about to take place.
It is the awakening of the Christ principle in humanity.
You're expanding.
I was expanding in more of a positive direction.
Yeah.
There has been an
unexpectedly. And when it first moved, it was so intense that I had convulsions, seizures, incredible neurological disorders, loss of memory, couldn't sleep. It was a really crazy experience. And it's funny because like when it was happening with me, people would see me and my body would be shaking or trembling, and I was experiencing absolute bliss. But when friends and family or whatever, I even went and saw doctors and neurologists, all kinds of stuff. People would look at me and they'd turn pale because they were like, oh my God, there's something really wrong with this guy, you know, and nobody could figure it out. I knew what it was all along. But the Kundalini force in general can be quite powerful and create intense havoc for us. You know, some people get stuck like this, or you know, their eyes roll back in their head. And that's helpful for a lot of people to, you know, kind of wake up the divine energy within us, open our channels, and help those energies to move. But Kundalini energy, it's just an amazing force. I found yoga to be extremely helpful, and some forms of yoga were helpful.
Just have to be completely dead.
Mystery schools, of which we will get into greater detail in our discussion of extraterrestrials, falls in line with the general New Age belief that Lucifer woke man up into an enlightened state of consciousness. He claims that the information in his book, Primordial Gnosis, The Forbidden Religion, was communicated to him through various dreams, during which he was under instruction by a spiritual master who called himself Lucifer. Aragon was compelled by the entity to state the following, quote, according to Gnostic legends and myths, the great unknowable God sent Lucifer, angel of indescribable fire.
From John's point of view, it meant that we needed a new vision of the incarnate self, and not have a perspective that diminished it in relationship to spirit or the transcendental. Given what the world is entering into and the kind of global challenges we're facing, we need to. But to be able to stand in the presence of such an entity and say, we are equal, we are both sacred beings, and because I know my sovereignty, my sacredness, my value in the life of the world, we can be part of the gift we bring, and out of that gift comes our ability to synthesize both worlds, to bring them into a new wholeness, to create alchemically what I like to think of as the new human, or the Gaian human, which I feel is critically needed in our time. If we really appreciate this nascent and developing spirituality, we want it to be a gift to our world. And within each of us is this radiant, this generative presence that we can give to our world. The objective is to get back, reunite, achieve a consciousness of unity again, and so on. Whatever God is, it is within me. I am part of that God.
To be aware that we are affecting our own evolution by everything that we do, the babies we eat.
Now, the reference to Lucifer comes from Blavatsky's description of Lucifer in the accurate sense of the term, which is of Latin origin. It means literally light bearer. So Lucifer, to Blavatsky, was one of the great sacrificial beings who descended to earth. That's where we get the idea of the fall of the angels. That was the descent of the solar angels to earth as an act of sacrifice on our behalf. And it refers to a very obscure principle in the ageless wisdom, which is that the solar angels, the governing lords of the world, descended to our planet eons ago, bringing the principle of mind to what was then, in those ancient times, essentially animal man. Human beings with no mentality at all, no soul, just virtually living the existence of an animal. And these solar angels brought the principle of mind. That's the connection with Lucifer, light bearer, bringing the light of mind to our world.
Yes, I have all of her works.
You have?
Yes.
Well, that's why, yes.
I think her best work was Isis Unveiled, Part 2, which is theology.
Right.
And that was an exceptional work. I think that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the Russian mystic, was a very wise and perceptive lady, and she had some very profound knowledge, obviously, and her academic achievements were extraordinary, and so I have a very high respect for the work of Helena Blavatsky.
Of this world who are laughing at you and mocking you and placing you in a position of slavery. Why? Because you're stupid. You're ignorant, ill-informed, and you love the lies. You love the lies. So I'm not afraid of offending God.
Before we went live, I showed you my new shirt that I had made.
Yeah.
Manly P. Hall tee, which is a, you know what I'm saying, the man of mystery, great teacher. You were talking a little bit about how he left you some of his work and how you miss him and how he was a great mentor.
Yeah, he was a wonderful, wonderful man. So yeah, he was a wonderful man.
Our word demon comes from it, but it's not, it is a use that was made after it was assumed that all these pagan deities were devils. Actually, the demon was not an evil spirit, but a friend, a guide, and a counselor. And wherever Socrates was in danger or difficulty, his spirit came to him. The demon or guardian appeared, and he writes about it, discusses it, and tells of the examples of its presence.
Lucifer, what is your problem?
Just that, sir.
Okay.
I'm a Christian, sir.
I'm pure and virtuous and wholesome and innocent. How can you say anything about me?
Sir, you need to be born again.
I am born again.
Now, did you just say that you are Lucifer?
I am Lucifer.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy...
Virtuous.
Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
Oh,
Amen.
God bless you,
Amen.
brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And you're,
what
you're
about
confirming
those hospitals?
It. You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said it?
In Matthew chapter 5.
Mercy.
No.
That's hard to believe.
So you're a Christian and you don't know that. Actually.
No, I really am.
You are.
Because I'm pure and virtuous.
You're pure and virtuous, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In other words, you're perfect without Jesus, right?
No.
Okay, tell me about Jesus. Who is Jesus?
Well, he's my leader.
Is he the Son of God?
Yes, he is.
Is he the only worshipful master?
Yes.
Have you ever been called worshipful master?
No, because I've just been too busy. I've been working.
Working?
Been working to help people.
What
like
kind
you.
of work? Okay.
Get out of here.
See, this is what a Mason confesses, is that Lucifer is light. You heard it?
To Crowley. Crowley.
To Crowley.
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 Crowley. Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves, you know, he was in favor of finding your own self and do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law under love. It was a very powerful statement. I'm sorry he isn't around now to appreciate the glories that he started.
Well, I'm very much into philosophy. A lot of different philosophers that I've read over the years, like Nietzsche, Darwin, Freud, Aleister Crowley, and finally Anton LaVey. And fortunately, he's still alive, so I got to meet with him and talk about his ideas and things like that. And in America, Satanism is sensationalized and kind of misunderstood, and people associate it with worshiping the devil and things like that. But it's really a philosophy about individuality and self-preservation. It's about being your own God. And that's a lot of the things that I've agreed with, so that's why I became friends with him. But by no means is that the only idea that I associate myself with, because I incorporate a lot of different philosophies into what I'm about, including Christianity. There's a lot of valuable lessons to be learned from the Bible. I just feel that the way a lot of people interpret it, particularly in the USA, is very hypocritical, and that's what I try and open people's mind to, that there is different ways of looking at things rather than what we've been told over the past several hundred years. It was more of an honorary title, you know, sort of because of all the work that I've done in music, he felt had a positive effect on you know, what he was trying to say. So it was kind of a reward of sorts. But it's more of a friendship, you know. It's not a role that I'm, you know, obligated to portray or anything.
Before he became the world-famous shock rocker, Marilyn Manson took a little detour into religion. In 1994, the virtually unknown Marilyn Manson was on tour as the opening act for 9 Inch Nails. According to Manson's autobiography, on one stop in San Francisco, he was invited to the home of Anton LaVey, the world-famous Satanist, for a private meeting.
He was sincerely interested in the ideas that the Church of Satan promoted, not because he wanted to, you know, worship a red guy with horns, but because he was interested in the idea of a church devoted to the exact opposite of Christianity.
Manson arrived at the LaVey homestead alone at 2 a.m. as requested. He was brought into the house by a spooky assistant and led to a meeting room where he claims LaVey simply appeared. The two spoke at great lengths about such stars as Jane Mansfield and Sammy Davis Jr., who LaVey claimed were followers of his. Anton LaVey was so impressed with Manson that he officially certified him as a minister in the Church of Satan.
We're all stars now. Found out that Satanist Marilyn Manson is a follower who has conformed to the teachings of Aleister Crowley as well. In chapter 9, called The Rules, under his book called The Long Hard Road Out of Hell, he quotes Aleister Crowley's maxim, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law."
Earlier, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
I'm basically a free thinker. Whatever anybody wants to do, they can do whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt other people.
I live by myself, you know. I live by my own values and all that, morals. I set my own ways.
How do you determine what those morals and values are?
I'm closer to the golden dawn, immersed in Crowley's uniform of imagery. Do what you will, make it fun. Hold up your law, burn down the faith that shadows light. We're gonna ride to the Abbey of the Lima, to the Abbey of the Lima. Do what the will should be the whole of the laws until you're like.
I wrote about Aleister Crowley because in rock and roll, when at that point, I didn't know anything about Aleister Crowley. It kept coming up, this guy Crowley, and I read a little bit about him, and he was a pretty bizarre guy, I understand.
How do you feel about people who say Ozzy Osbourne's music sometimes is a sort of doorway to darkness? You know, it's down the slippery slope to the devil. You've heard about this? Of
course I have, every day of my life. It's I can't really take it in because in any form of like fan and rock star, you'll get your people who'll just take it for the face value, and then you get a minority who'll take it for real. To be honest with you, really, I just take it as tongue-in-cheek. All I can say is that I am not into Satanism. I'm not a devil worshipper. I've never been involved in black magic personally at all. I wouldn't know how to. It takes me all my time to conjure myself out of bed in the morning and I and conjure up the devil. It takes me all my time to conjure myself out of bed in the morning and I and conjure up the devil. Did you talk to the dead? Your life's not the reasons of tragic. Where's the through it all? You fool all the people with magic. Yeah, you wasted all
roar backwards on all you rappers, 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 roar backwards on all you rappers.
What's happening? Another baptism, bypass the black lip. I'm mashing across the masses, my movement massive. I'm low-key, like a locksmith, working on both knees. You nosy, wiretap bands got fur where my toes be. I'm cozy, act like you know me. Wicked as Alistair Crowley.
Yo, Sab Soul, Pastor Blacklip, TDE. I'm on hot new hip hop. I'm all about getting to the root of things, and Mr. Crowley has been instrumental throughout music for before I was born. You know what I mean? Led Zeppelin, the Beatles. There's a lot of great artists that, you know, are the building blocks for even hip hop. So me understanding that, you know what I mean, and you know, digging into his story and, you know, understanding why he's been so, you know, relevant and you know, influential in music culture, you know, I think it was important for me to, you know, reinstill that. If you didn't know that, if you missed that part, you know what I mean? If you missed that part of the culture of music in general, this beyond hip hop, but just music in general, he's had a big influence on the culture. At first sight, he's the wickedest man alive, right? That's what he's very wicked, man. But if you dig into the poetry and you read between the lines of his poetry and, you know, you dig into his story, a lot of the things will, you know, make more sense to you. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it made a lot of sense with me. A lot of the things that he discusses resonates with me. Well, I would just want to leave you with this. You know, my album is called Do What Thou Wilt, and it's based off, it's influenced by Crowley's The Book of the Law. Love, Thelema, yeah. Love is the law, love is the only law, love under will, the law is for all. And, you know, if you read the Christian Bible, that's the only commandment that Jesus left. So, you know, also a great quote is, the righteous will remain righteous and the filthy will remain filthy. So, thinking along those lines, you know what I'm saying, you know, and even do what thou wilt itself, you know, free will is what it kind of sounds like, right? So, you know, all of these, you know, just me, you know, into theology and into history and these things, putting these parallels together, these different ideas, it's just great stuff, you know what I mean?
And say we run this town.
We are, yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation, pledge your allegiance. Get your petite on, all black everything. Black cars, all black.
The album is the third installment, you know, the end of that trilogy of the blueprint. The first blueprint was out, my listening to soul samples and the things that shaped me, and this is me becoming those icons. So it's like my rise to the top, my run to that top of the mountain to put my flag and make my name, you know, the same way that Marvin Gaye.
That's my word. I never read the Bible in my life. I don't even know that. Oh my God.
Aleister Crowley, who died in 1947, was a hedonist, he was a black magician, he was a philosopher, he was a mountaineer, he was bisexual, he was a big drug taker, he was the original rock star, he was the first rock star, really ever. He influenced Timothy Leary, Aldous Huxley, Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page bought his house?
Bought his house in Burlesque in Scotland, yeah. Didn't live there very much. Crowley used it for conjuring weird spirits and evil spirits and demons. The locals still don't go anywhere near it, and yeah, Pagey bought it and lived in it for a while. Lennon, popular with Lennon. Lennon insisted on Crowley being on the front cover of Sgt. Pepper. That was his idea. So he's in kind of good company here, you know.
In Crowley's oath, he declared, quote, "I bind my blood in Satan's hands. All this that lieth betwixt my hands to thee, the beast, and thy control. I pledge me body, mind, and soul." Satan is using countless rock musicians to initiate the masses into Crowley's teaching. Led Zeppelin's leader, Jimmy Page, is also a fanatic follower of Aleister Crowley and his teachings. Page, who boasted hundreds of millions on the front cover of the Doors album 13 over a bust of Aleister Crowley. Morrison echoed Crowley's teaching of do what thou wilt, declaring, quote, "There are no rules." Morrison stated, "I'm interested in anything about revolt, disorder, chaos, especially activity that has no meaning." Here we see a picture of Jesus Christ with his disciples at the Last Supper, the night before he would die for the sins of the world. Below this, we see a picture of Jim Morrison and the other Doors hovering around the bust of Aleister Crowley. Apparently, they are conveying the idea that just as Jesus Christ has his disciples, Aleister Crowley has his own. Crowley's message did not only influence rock bands like Ozzy Osbourne, Merciful Fate, Led Zeppelin, and the Stones, but also punk rock.
Your involvement in the Golden Dawn?
Oh, my involvement in the Golden Dawn is in so much as I was very interested actually in Eastern and Western mysticism, and I spent time reading and researching when I was younger. Yeah, I guess that's it. There were some very eminent characters in the Golden Dawn, and I found it very interesting to see the history of those that had been in it, and this sort of esoteric movement, and also sort of what went on, the offshoots of it, of that sort of love of all things mystical and magical, all things bright and beautiful, really.
Do you think that's why people did that thing when they played Stairway to Heaven backwards and said that you were talking about Satan?
Yeah, well,
led the drug revolution in the 1960s as he handed out mescaline and LSD like it was candy to the youth. This in turn opened up the hippie youth of the West to the pagan demonic gods of the East, who were also promoted by Aleister Crowley. We can see here that Timothy Leary is under a painting which bears the number of the Antichrist, 666, who is prophesied to rule the world until he's destroyed by Christ at Armageddon. On a PBS interview, Timothy Leary let his hair down and admitted that he was carrying on Satanist Aleister.
Gunshot, gonna lick a boy.
The song states that it was 20 years ago today that Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play. The album came out in 1967. Crowley had died 20 years earlier in 1947, the year Leary claimed he passed on the baton to him to bring in the Satanic Revolution. This made Sgt. Pepper a likely reference to Aleister Crowley, the father of the new eon. John Lennon summed up the entire Beatle philosophy before his death by quoting Satanist Aleister Crowley. Lennon stated, "The whole Beatle idea was to do what you want."
Scorpio, which didn't surprise me, since I'm Scorpio rising.
We did begin to hang out to a degree, to as much as anyone does hang out with Kenneth Anger, and usually it's a kind of a short-lived hangout period, you know, because he was shy and outgoing at the same time. How do you do that? How do you do that? Obviously, a really imaginative person. I mean, his first words to me were, "You are Lucifer."
A demon is just a convenient way of labeling a force.
Son of the Aquarian age was Lucifer to him, the bringer of light. which is kind of a personal thing for him because he saw himself as a filmmaker, as a bringer of light, communicating with light.
I've always felt comfortable with Lucifer. I have its name on my chest, but that preceded Bobby. It had nothing to do with Bobby. It was just it's my personal logo.
Naturally, there were, occult, satanic overtones, but he insisted from the very beginning, and I believe him and still do, that it's not really about, evil incarnate antithesis of Jesus Christ or any of that kind of stuff. It's not Judeo-Christian related at all, really. It's based on a mythology that's far earlier, and it resonated with me.
Crowley's subsequent career was indeed dogged by scandal and controversy, and a rather unsavory reputation grew up around him in the popular press. He is said to have finally completed the Abramelin ritual and to have contacted his holy guardian angel several years later, whilst traveling in Egypt.
Crowley did find his guardian angel, and he named him, the name that came to him, his intellect didn't name it, the name came, like you have something that appears in a vision or a dream. And it was I was. The technical name for I was is Lucifer, and what does Lucifer has nothing to do with the devil. Lucifer means, in Gnostic terms, before Christianity, Lucis Fero. It means...
They say, do what I will shall be the whole of the law. Every religious teacher in history has said that. Nobody might, yes, tell us what to do, tell us what to do. Yes, master, when we kiss your feet, master. But if you say, do what thou wilt, what, you're giving me the responsibility? I can't take on that responsibility. You tell me what to do. I think people who were looking for, I've defined a disciple as an asshole looking for a human being to attach itself to. The Crowley system does not have any disciples. It doesn't tell you what to do. It tells you to decide for yourself what to do. I think it's the most libertarian philosophy to ever arise out of the mystical
Here's a picture of James Franco with Kenneth Anger and Brian Butler at the shoot. Franco said of Anger, he is a force, a fusion of art, pop culture, magic, and sex. He is the voyeur king. The following pictures are of Kenneth Anger and Brian Butler. In this picture, Anger and Butler can be seen holding Aleister Crowley's magic and theory in practice. And here they are together at an art showing of Kenneth Anger's. Brian Butler talked about magic and Crowley on the Lib TV with Harper Simon, son of Paul Simon.
Welcome to another episode of Talk Show. I'm Harper Simon, and today we're here with special guest, artist and filmmaker Brian Butler. Brian, thanks for coming on the show. Sure. Now, before we talk about your upcoming projects, I'd like to talk about your relationship with one of the legendary pioneers of underground cinema and experimental film, Kenneth Anger. How did you first meet Kenneth? And
Here's Butler holding one of Crowley's book open to the page featuring Lamb, the gray-headed alien Crowley encountered. In 2012, James Franco and Brian Butler were scheduled to perform Aleister Crowley's Bartzabel Working in Venice, California. The ritual was performed on a diagram drafted by Aleister Crowley. Here's a segment of the ritual with Brian Butler reading from the Bartzabel Working as written by Aleister Crowley.
Hail, 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 hail. Bartzabel, 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 Bartzabel. Come forth and manifest beyond the bars. forth from the palace of seraphic stars. Come, O thou Bartzabel, this bride of Mars. Come I unbind thee from the chains of hell. Come I enclose thee in the invisible. To be my slave, thou spirit Bartzabel. By the spear, the sword, the spell, come unto me, Bartzabel. Holy Kim, our vigor nerving, we have paid the priestly price. Hail Rahor, thy ray forth rolling, consecrate the instruments. Thine almighty power controlling, to the event, the day's events. Arm me in the fray that shall be fought this dreadful day.
And so that was a thrilling experience. And while I was doing it, the famous sexologist, Dr. Alfred C. Kinsey, came to visit me because he wanted to see these paintings. So there's a photograph of me with Dr. Kinsey in the house, which Crowley called the Abbey of Thelema, which means the will.
Whom you very early on started doing film as Curtis Harrington. With whom you started Creative Film Associates, went down to Sicily in 1955, and you actually visited the Telema Abbey, or you made also this documentary, which is unfortunately lost, another of all these films that, especially as Daniel pointed out yesterday already, we'd all be so interested in seeing. But this place was in the 20s a kind of occult commune.
Well, it was just a farmhouse that he did not own. He just leased it in 1920. And Crowley, it was the first commune of people living together who were artists. And maybe they were having sex parties.
You are thinking chiefly of yourself and your intolerable loss, but there may be also another sorrow. Sun which never sets. Your feeling is most natural. I who speak understand it perfectly, and my heart is full of sympathy for all those who are afflicted as you are. But I hope that I can do more than sympathize. I hope that I can bring you help and relief. Such help and relief has come to thousands who were in your
look, just watch. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. Me neither.
It is true that in every civilization the star arises, and man confesses, with more or less of folly and confusion, that he knows himself to be. But most often he denies it, and in being a materialist becomes that strange thing, a being which cannot see its own light, a thing of life which will not live, an astral animal which has eyes, and ears, and speech, and power, yet will use none of these gifts. This is the case, and the habit of ignorance has become so confirmed, that now none will. Lucifer, a Theosophical magazine, designed to bring to light the hidden things of darkness. Edited by H.P. Blavatsky and Mabel Collins. The Lightbearer is the morning star or Lucifer, and Lucifer is no profane or satanic title. It is the Latin Luciferus. The Lightbringer, the morning star, equivalent to the Greek Phi Omega Sigma Phi Omicron Rho Omicron. The name of the pure pale herald of daylight. Yonge. Lucifer. Volume I. London, September 15, 1887. Number 1.
Rewind, you can find its source. Supreme Council of 33 Degree, Freemasonry. This one stretches way back to 1920. This is 19th century Freemason and New Age pioneer Helena Blavatsky on the cover of this edition. Co-writer of Lucifer magazine and 33rd Degree Freemason. Also showing the lines for here and here. But the
Fuck.
Not like you're not getting any type of certification degrees, but there's all kinds of things that, yeah, like people study. Weekly groups usually too. It's like that's what they're doing. Get together and kind of just either reading or discussing all kinds of things. Our thing is kind of like everyone has their own path. There's different things that classes will teach, but just trying to respect the diversity of, people's spiritual belief systems. And that's kind of
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Have you been to California?
Yeah, I've been to California before.
Yeah, which area?
North,
middle, south. It's kind of long.
LA.
LA. Okay, very good. The busy spot.
It's pretty.
Yeah, this is
pretty
very
neat.
cool.
Yeah.
Have you been before?
Yeah,
Yeah. First time, great. We're a level 1 arboretum as well, so we have 50 identified trees on the grounds.
Okay.
And then back here is Sustained Page manages the garden back here, and it's really nice. And then over here is the labyrinth further back.
Oh, this is all in the back.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'll grab you a little map. So
So you mean like when you come
through
out?
this back door here.
Excuse me, sir. Is it?
Quick shot, Mr. Jason. Hey. So you're at 113.40. If you're ever interested in joining the savings club, it's $25 for the first year. You'll get 10% off the store. Okay. So it wouldn't pay yourself off today, you do it halfway.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay. Is your first name? And your last? Could I get your phone, please?
Look at that, people. Look at that. That demon. Look at this, people.
Harassment. Yeah, there was oops. Okay, so we'll just tag everything, and when those are the last two, we'll figure that out. I'd rather over-explain, because I have a tendency to under-explain, and then people are like, what are you talking about to do?
listening to the Classical King Christmas Channel on KING FM HD3 Seattle and streaming worldwide at King.
There's a, yeah, there's a little courtyard. You know, the bamboo was planted in 1962 by one of our members long ago. So it's a, yeah, it's just a little courtyard. And you know, too cold. And there's a bit close. But when you leave, you can walk out through that way. We have a library in the back.
been doing some now, but this guy, there's already. Is it him or no? There's another guy. It's like part-time. They got a book on Alistair Crowley. This guy, man. That's Pablo. Yeah, but he like zooms in. So here. Have an opinion about what someone else is doing. Alright, let me record hours.
So what I'm going to do right now is cut all of these by 2. Okay. And I always cut it at the very bottom so that there's plenty, so that
for the tape to
yeah,
go
for
on.
the tape. Yep. And so I'm going to start chopping at the top, like the highest number. So then as I build them up, the lowest number will be on top.
Okay.
And then we'll go through back and put the stars on.
Okay.
There go the rituals. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Can't make this stuff up. Satanism in plain sight.
All of his videos are zoomed in on someone's face from our YouTube channel. That's it. And he's getting paid like a part-time salary from some other state doing it remote. It's like, I can see the work they're doing. I sat in a meeting with him and Jess one time when they wanted me to do some social media stuff that I never ended up doing. But he's like, it's like, yeah, I've got the analytics from all of our social media and it shows this. I'm like, dude, Facebook ticket or barcode here.
Okay, and that's going to be another. Did you make a mark here?
I didn't make a mark about it.
So we'll.
So when we see like, what is this extra?
Exactly.
That's the only reason, the only way. There might have been one other one. I don't think so. But when I did that one, I'm like, wait a second, was that other one like that? So I don't know. At some point, I don't know. I
Yeah, let's just do a ground, and I'll say a little prayer. But that's okay. We have holiday season coming. Oh, look to you too. Thank you. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. That's the number it is, or that's the top number? That's the number that this one. Maybe it's not on the floor then. I'll go check. Maybe 291. 45 something. 41, 45. Okay, no, it is this one. Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
Any election in Mexico would be bad. But you know, these days. is all the stuff that's on the internet. She tells you, in her opinion, what is real and what is fake.
Okay.
So,
G-I-G-I-Y-O-N-G.
Y-O-U-N-G.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look it up tonight.
Okay.
So will I.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah, she knows a lot about Steiner, and she knows a lot about the blind prophet, the sleeping prophet, Edgar Casey. Have you heard of him?
I heard it.
Gurdjieff. She talks about Gurdjieff, Edgar Casey, and also things like the ISIS mysteries and Atlantis.
She from here, or where's she from?
She's from here. I think she's based in New York.
I'm gonna go up. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just look at manly PR on this if we get out. Please, mama. It'll be quick. Okay.
Yeah. So should I wait for the package?
Well, yeah.
Or just resend it?
Honestly, probably we should just resend it. Unless I go back. How about in the morning resend it?
I can resend it tomorrow morning.
And then by then maybe we'll.
Fuck. Fuck.
Rolled it up. This is the 1930s. Rolled it up, brought it here on the train. So this is up like walking. Really? So,
We're each on a unique spiritual path. While our paths may differ on the surface, there are truths and values we all share. Truths that transcend our religions, philosophies, and traditions. Values that support an open and connected community. At the Theosophical Society in America, we seek with open minds, respect the unity of all life, transform through inner awareness. Since 1875, we have not wavered in our mission to uplift the consciousness of humanity. Today, we're working harder than ever to uphold these sacred values by offering resources that span all spiritual paths. Explore rich and diverse online and in-person programs. Browse hundreds of videos on our YouTube channel. Utilize our world-class spiritual library. Discover all the ways you can nurture your spiritual growth. Transform yourself. Transform our world.
afternoon.
Okay, Dad.
Have you been to California?
Yeah, I've been to California
Yeah,
before.
which area?
uh,
North, middle, south. It's kind of long.
LA.
LA. Okay, very good. The busy spot.
It's pretty.
Yeah, this is
pretty
very
neat.
cool.
Yeah.
Have you been before?
Yeah,
You've been? Oh, yeah. First time. Great. We're a level 1 arboretum as well, so we have 50 identified trees on the grounds.
Okay.
And then back here is Sustained Page manages the garden back here, and it's really nice. And then over here is the labyrinth further back.
Oh, this is all in the back.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'll grab you a little map. So
So you mean like when you come
through
out?
this back door here.
Excuse me, sir. Is it?
So for those out there that were wondering, well, what video I was trying to make, because, I want to say shout out to my man Jay Rules, because, I told him, to put this all together. But if y'all don't know, my name is Yamasha Pot, and the video, so basically I'm exposing the Theosophical Society. So if y'all don't know, Theosophical Society in America is located in Wheaton, Illinois. So that's where I went, okay? And they promote all their satanic, Luciferian. So they are what you would consider the Illuminati, or as far as one of the top Illuminati secret society satanic organization. And this woman right here, she founded the Theosophical Society in America, and as y'all can see, she wrote her book, or her publishing, called Lucifer, and she came up with this satanic symbol. As you see, the satanic hexagram with the snake eating its tail, which means the Satanists believe that they will be rebirthed in the occult. And then you see the satanic ankh, okay, which that's satanic, and then you see the Satanist herself, Madam H.P. Blavatsky. And if you don't know, the Theosophical Society, they run the New Age agenda that's getting ready to be pushed, the Antichrist, Lucifer. All right, the Theosophical Society, they control all the New Age practices you see. Okay, and another thing, the Theosophical Society, they also control the United Nations. Okay, so they control. It's a group called Lucius Trust. I did a video on that as well. So they control Lucius Trust, all right, which they were changed to Lucifer Trust, okay, and they also control, under that woman Alice A. Bailey, okay, because she showed her 10 plans. She is a disciple of Blavatsky, as you can see in her the snake eating its tail. Okay, I apologize, but if y'all don't know, that's what the video is about. Okay, I was exposing the Theosophical Society of America. All right, because the Illuminatis, they look up to Madame Blavatsky. All right, so I hope I made the point, and hopefully y'all can understand. But they're Satanists. All right, they're Luciferians, and they worship Satan, and they're getting ready to push this satanic New Age a Luciferian agenda that's coming very soon. All right, I'm out, and that's all I wanted to say.
So you're at 113.40. Your memory is joining the statements. It's $25 for the first year and then 10%. So when you drop off today, is your first name?
this guy. They're just doing the, is it him or no, there's another guy. It's like part-time. They got a book on Alice the Crow. Alice the Crow. This guy. That's up. Yeah, but he like zooms in, so you're.
We'll just tag everything, and when those are the last two, we'll figure that out. honey so that for the tape yeah. And so I'm gonna start chopping it up, like the highest number, so that it's like the lowest number will be on the top. Okay. And then we'll go through back and put the stars over. Okay. Ticket or barcode here. Okay. And that's gonna be did you make a mark here? I didn't make a mark. Okay. So when we see like what is this extra? Exactly. That's the only reason, the only way. There might have been one other one, I don't think so. But when I did that one, I'm like, wait a second. So I don't know, at some point. I see that satanic symbol right there. Snake eating his tail, and then he say, it say, there's no religion, I have truth. Bullshit. We got that. Got to see that clearly. And then there's that.
I just can't lose this one.
said they would do is coming true. They're going to carry out the forced depopulation of 90% of us, and their time frame is 2030, and they have their surrogates all over the news telling us that it's the end of the world as we know it, and that it's our fault that all the systems are breaking down, while they deliberately go down the line, turning the civilization infrastructure off in front of us. And everything else flows downstream from that. But that's the fount of it. BlackRock with $15 trillion in liquid assets. They've got quadrillions leveraged, and they control almost every major CEO, almost every major pension fund. And they get up on TV and say, we're going to control every aspect of your life. We're going to break your families up. We're going to make you eat bugs, and we're going to, do all of this. And it's their policies that can destroy any company they want that doesn't get in line. I know they stage those terror attacks. You know what it's like to gut up to this and go out every day and go past the peer pressure and come out day one and say 9/11 was an inside job and lose most of the radio stations I was on. You know what it's like to go to sleep every night knowing you work for a bunch of psychotic killers and you bastards are probably going to end up killing me one day. You know what it's like knowing you've ruined my life. You know what it's like, you sons of bitches. I'm tired of your crap. You commit evil, you're part of an evil system, and we're standing up against you. And the Republic is going to defeat you in the end. Some of us won't make it personally through this, but a lot of us are. And in the end, you are going to be brought to justice. You want to fight? Better believe you've got one. You want to enslave my spirit? No! And I'll call on God to protect me and use me however God sees fit. And if I've destroyed my whole family with it, I don't blame God. I blame the stinking trash who will pay. These Nazi blood-sucking anti-American parasites that want to make you and your family slaves know that we are standing up against them, and we are red-blooded, and we are not slaves, and we are not bowing down to them. Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit. You're the people that have fucked this country over and gang raped the shit out of it, so stop shooting your mouth off claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch? I'll eat your ass. I'll do it. I will eat your ass.
Yasharala. Anyway, I wanted to say, hey, scriptures say we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and the root of darkness of this world, and a world that you can't see. You know what I'm saying? And man, these are the people, man, that are controlling your world, man. You know, this is where your celebrities like Jay-Z, you know, Beyonce, Rihanna, this is who they sell out to, man, because they look up to, you know, Aleister Crowley's teachings, you know, do as thou wilt, you know. But I just wanted to show this to y'all, man, and you know what I'm saying? It's time to wake up, man, and know who your enemy is, man. All right, and these things do exist, man. All right, it absolutely exists, man. These Satanists and what they practice, man, they exist, man. But anyway, man, I just want to say, wake up, man. Wake up. Share this video, please. Share it on BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble. Please. Get this truth out. All right, I'm out.
Any election in Mexico. You know,
these days.
I don't think you had any books. Well, I mean, you got some, right?
Oh, Allison.
No, he's been doing some now. But this guy, there's few people. Is it him or no? There's another guy. It's like part time. They got a book on Alistair Cruz. To the movies. Alistair Cruz. This guy, man.
That's public.
Yeah, but he like zooms in. So you're
Rather over-explain. Because I have a tendency to under-explain, and then people are like, you're talking about kids. Okay, today's Wednesday.
have a opinion about what someone else is doing. Alright, let me record hours.
So what I'm going to do right now is cut all of these by 2.
Okay.
And I always cut it at the very bottom so that there's plenty, so that
For the tape to
yeah,
go
for
on.
the tape, yep. And so I'm going to start chopping at the top, like the highest numbers, so then as I build them up, the lowest number will be on top.
Okay.
And then we'll go through back and put the stars on.
Okay. All of his videos are zoomed in on someone's face from our YouTube channel. That's it. And he's getting paid like a part-time salary from some other state doing it remote. It's like, I can see the work you're doing. I sat in a meeting with him and Jess one time when they wanted me to do some social media stuff that I never ended up doing. But he's like, it's like, yeah, I've got the analytics from all of our social media and it shows this. I'm like, dude, Facebook.
bamboo was planted in 1962 by one of our members long ago. So it's a, yeah, it's just a little courtyard. And you know, too cold, and there's a bit cold. So when you leave, you can walk out to that way. We have a library in the back.
You're listening to the Classical King Christmas channel on KING FM HD3 Seattle and streaming worldwide at King.
Have a great day.
There's a little bit of that there, or it's but this guy should just come here and get it, and we're gonna be, and he reached out to me first, but
I think you had any books. Well, you got some.